Thanks for spending part of your Memorial Day weekend with us. There's still plenty of traffic over here on the Belmont Park backside, and today's feature in New York, the Grade 3 Soaring Softly. Lady Beth was an impressive debut winner. She'll try the turf for the first time this afternoon for trainer Chad Brown and over at Churchill Downs. Some great live racing for you, including the Kirtana, where Sparkle Blue is the morning line favorite at 7-2, but she's never gone the distance before. Can she handle the 1.5 miles? That's not a question for Miss Yearwood, who won last time out at Keeneland, but will step up to face Graded Stakes Company once again. All that and more coming up on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. It is an absolutely gorgeous day. I know we keep saying that, but spring has definitely sprung. And Memorial Day weekend, the unofficial start to summer. And it's absolutely beautiful. The sun is shining. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm your host, Acacia Kawan, as we continue on with our Memorial Day weekend coverage. Of course, we'll be racing here on Monday as well for Big Apple Showcase Day, getting the chance to highlight all of those terrific New York breds. And I'm pleased to be joined by a New York bred on the set with me, champion jockey Richard Migliori. Can't wait for that Big Apple Showcase Day on Monday. Richie, the card came up really fun and competitive.
Really deep races, a lot of big fields. Certainly the commentator looks like a terrific wagering event. And I'm just a huge fan of New York Showcase Day. I love how you get so many of the breeders and owners come out. They take such pride in the horses that they've bred in the state of New York, and the evolution, Acacia, of New York breds since when I came around in the late 70s to now has just been remarkable.
Well, we'll have some Graded Stakes action for you today as well, and that Soaring Softly. It is our America's Best Racing race of the week. We'll go as race number 7 today for the 3-year-old fillies, going 7 furlongs on the turf. Unfortunate, a big scratch of Love Appeals. She will be out in here, but you still have some very talented young fillies, including American Apple, Richie, who is a filly that we saw winning in New York as a 2-year-old in the Matron at 47-1. She comes out of a second-place finish in the Mumsell at Keeneland, and she's a filly that always seems to be ignored at the wagering windows, and yet she always runs.
Yeah, it feels like she doesn't get the respect that I believe she deserves, but I thought she ran extremely well here. Tale of 2 trips last time. Dance Macabre got through on the fence. She had a circle wide, no fault of anybody there. She was drawn wide, but I thought she ran extremely well. And she's a different horse than we saw at 2. Much more keyed up as a 2-year-old. I think 7 furlongs is going to suit her well.
We'll see how she handles the distance, and we'll see how Lady Beth handles the surface. She won in an off-the-turf race down at Gulfstream, so it was on the Tapeta for her first start. And Chad Brown saying that she had trained well in synthetic at the OBS April 2-year-old sale, where last year she had worked 10 flat. She also has pedigree for both turf and synthetic, with that good European form on the bottom side.
Yeah, and she certainly won nicely here. And I do think that horses that handle synthetic have a tendency to do well on turf. It is a different surface, but you see a lot of horses that are able to do both, more so than dirt to turf.
We'll see how she handles it today. Lady Beth at 7-2 to the inside. That's a look at the field for today's Soaring Softly. Over at Churchill Downs, the Kirtana, their feature this afternoon, and I misspoke, not a graded stake, but it is kind of a really fascinating race in a big field, Richie, as we take a look. 1.5 miles on the turf for fillies and mares, 4-year-olds and upward. Sparkle Blue is a horse that we've seen a Grade 3 winner, was 3rd in the Grade 1 American Oaks 2 starts back. But the big question is that she's the morning line favorite, and yet she has never gone the 1.5 miles.
No, she hasn't, but she has faced some very good horses. I mean, she's a Grade 1 place, Grade 3 winner, comes out of a strong race in the Modesty, so she has that race under her belt. And I think you've got to trust in Graham Motion, who just seems to have such a good handle on what his horses will excel at. It just feels like she has a bit of a class edge. The distance certainly is a question.
We mentioned in the open, Miss Yearwood, last out winner, going a distance of ground over at Keeneland for trainer Ian Wilkes. Could be interesting, and we'll see how the pace does play out. That's the Kirtana. Will be race number 10. A little bit later on over at Churchill Downs. Those are the features at the 2 tracks we'll be showing you today, but plenty of other fun races on the program this afternoon. We'll take a look at it. Today's race is, as always, presented to you by Claiborne Farm. We have races 1 through 10 from Belmont, including that Soaring Softly. Races 1 through 11 at Churchill, including the Kirtana Fast and Firm in both locations. You can play all of the action with Naira Bets. If you're not signed up, now's the perfect time to do so, especially as we're 2 weeks away from the Belmont Stakes, and you can get a free bet for the Belmont. Get a $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus using promo code Belmont25 to experience the excitement of the Belmont Stakes and bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. We kick off our live racing action over in Louisville, Kentucky at Churchill Downs with the first race of the day. A mile and a 16th on the main track in this claiming $40,000 level for fillies and mares. There's a look at your favorite, the gray. She is easy to spot. She's cold as ice.
Daughter of Keen Ice, and certainly easy to spot. Tyler Gaffleone having another strong Churchill Downs meeting. Meeting
the rest of the field. Here's the one, Waters of Merom.
First time off the claim for Tom Amos, and the horse been a bit popular at the claim box. Good inside draw. One thing about Tom Amos, not afraid to have his jockeys allow the horses to show speed, and from the inside you got to think she's going to be forward.
Music Amore stretches back out in distance.
Yeah, and coming out of those out of the 7/8 race, stretching back out in John Court, I think she could play out to be the speed of the speed here.
Yeah, she does look like she's quick early. The 3 is out. Here's the 4, Guanakee.
Guanakee claimed for 42 back. That was on synthetic. Now gets on the proper surface, I believe, for the 40. Certainly a major player.
Stretching out in distance is the 5, Kimberly Dream.
Yeah, last couple races have just left a lot to be desired. She got off synthetic, and last time it just really didn't show up at all. Didn't show anything.
She's a big price. Feeling a little frisky today. Here's the 6, hashtag winner.
Hashtag winner, got back to the dirt last time. Another one, just feels like she's going to have to improve off of her recent form.
And your favorite, Even Money off the claim. She's cold as ice.
Which makes a lot of sense. I mean, she's tactical. She'll put herself in a good stalking spot and should be well placed from the start with Tyler Gaffleone, who seems pretty happy with things. He's smiling over there.
Yeah, well, he's got a lot to smile about. He won the Kentucky Oaks this year.
Yeah, I think it would take a while for the smile to leave my face if I won the Oaks.
Yeah, absolutely. He's on the Even Money favorite coming up in the opener at Churchill Downs. We'll talk more about it after this quick break.
Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. He added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile. Now his first weanlings are commanding attention in the sales ring.
Right here, 280,000.
191,000.
165,000.
160,000. Thank you.
A dual-surface classic winning son of Warfront, War of Will, standing at Claiborne Farm.
One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Paula Duca here.
Hi, Polly.
Hi, Keisha.
You got him. We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. We're getting ready for our first live race of the program. It's the opener at Churchill Downs. You have an even money favorite right now with She's Cold as Ice. Won last time out, picked up off the claim for Steve Asmussen, and you gotta love Steve, Richie. He loves the action. Never met an entry he didn't like.
There is such a range of horses in his barn, right? From $5,000 claimers running at places like Lone Star to Grade 1 winners, champions, future Hall of Famers. And it's just amazing how he's able to handle all of it.
Yeah. It really is incredible. He has a well-oiled machine, that's for sure. And the favorite coming up here as we welcome in Paula Duca live with us at Churchill Downs. And I know, Paula, you've really gotten a chance to see Steve Asmussen at every level of race.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he truly enjoys it. I mean, at one point when we were up at Saratoga, I want to say 2-3 years ago, he was buying harness horses for him and his sons to go out and ride in the sulky in the morning and just go out on the backside of Saratoga. I think he had claimed like 4 or 5, and I asked him, I want to say about 6 or 7 months ago, and he said, no, it was just a thing we were doing for like a couple years. And then now he likes to claim a lot of horses. He did a lot of claiming at Oakline, where it came like $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 claimers. You know, She's Cold as Ice here. He claimed for 20. So I think this is a very good sign that he bumps her up for, a little bit higher, because, Steve kind of, when he claims a horse for that kind of price for his own doing, for himself, for Eric, he usually places him a spot they can win. And, She's Cold as Ice lands in a spot. I mean, when you keep looking at the other horses in this field, you kind of come back to the gray, the 7 on the outside. I will mention, I do think the 1 Waters of Merriman for Tom Amos has got a big shot off the claim from Eric Foster's. This horse has been very, very popular at the claim box. 0 for 5 here at Churchill. Does have a 2nd place finish. But Tom's barn is going very well right now in a suspect field. The 2 Music Amore, this is the dangerous horse in here. This is the other gray. If she gets back to her form 2 starts ago, she could wire this field. She took a field gate to wire. She got taken out of that race, and then she got dead left from the rail, and her race was over with. Now Luis Saez jumps, and now Johnny Court takes over, but Johnny Court's a good front-end rider. Let's not get that mistaken. Age is just a number, but when Johnny puts him on the front end, they continue to run for him. So, the 2 could be dangerous, but there's question marks there. Then you go to Guana K, and, Guana K is interesting in the point that she's 4 for 8 at the distance. She's 6 for 16 over a fast racetrack. She's 1 for 2 with a 2nd over a wet racetrack. She's never hit the board at Churchill. She likes every other racetrack besides this one. So I'm wondering, at 2 to 1, do I really want to take the 4 here on the drop that this horse has been in for 40 a couple times? So I'm kind of a pass on the 4 in here. Acacia and Mig, I do think She's Cold as Ice is going to be tough in here. And the 2, if Johnny Court can get clear in Waters and Merriam. I was 1-2-7 to start. My pick 5 in here, and I'm leaning more towards the 7 on a couple other singles in here, because I just think She's Cold as Ice is going to be very tough.
All right, Paulie, best of luck with that pick 5 kicking off in the opener here. Paul likes the grays a little bit. Of course, there's that gray, your heavy favorite. The other one, the number 2, Music Amore, who's stretching out in distance. And we'll see. She does look, as we touched on in the post parade here, and Paul mentioned, Richie, that her speed could be what makes her potentially dangerous.
I think she gets loose here. I think she's going to lead this field a long way. I'm going to go with the all gray exacta with the 2 Music Amore and 7 She's Cold as Ice. And Paul hit on something, John Court's older, still keeps himself in great shape. still doing, great work, and he is a very good front-end rider. It seems like, everybody kind of forms a style. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a late scratch here.
Yep. Jockey Edgar Morales dismounted from the number 1, Waters of Merom. So looks like a late scratch of the number 1 here in the opener at Churchill Downs. So take note of that as they will escort that horse back over to the barn. Thus, this slight delay here for this first race. The horses will circle. They'll have to wait till they end up getting the scratched horse off the track, and then they can load into the gate for safety precautions.
Yeah, and again, the protocols in place. If a rider feels something that's not quite right with a horse warming up, they take him to the attending veterinarian. Horse will be scratched, go through a full physical exam before they're able to compete again. And it's just a way to protect the horses, the riders, and the betting public.
Take a quick break, bring you the opener from Churchill after this.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Here's Mage coming strongly down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside, trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, getting ready for the opener at Churchill Downs. Again, late scratch of the number 1, Waters of Merom, in the first race at Churchill. Your favorite is She's Cold as Ice at the outside. Any final thoughts, Richie?
Yeah, I look for the 2, Music Amore, to go to the lead and take them a long way. She's going to have to fend off. Your favorite, I agree with Paul about the 4, Guanacaste. Just doesn't seem like she relishes that Churchill Downs strip.
Loading in for the opener, we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Kimberly Dream bounces out on top. Music Amore down inside comes on as well. These 2 share the lead. In no particular hurry, though, Music Amore from the inside post cuts the corner and takes the field into the clubhouse turn. Kimberly Dream backs off the track from second. Guanacaste toward the inside is out third. Hashtag winner to that one's outside fourth, 2.5 lengths off the leading Music Amore. And She's Cold as Ice is reserved at the back of the pack. The opening quarter goes in 24-1. Music Amore heading down the backstretch, clear by 1.5 lengths, no early pressure whatsoever. Kimberly Dream is content to stalk from second. There's 5 furlongs to go. Guanake coasting along while third. A little nudge for hashtag winner fourth. She's Cold as Ice is still trailing fifth. 5 lengths off the lead with 4 furlongs to go. Music Amore uncontested to the far turn. Clear still by a length. Kimberly Dream now given a reminder in second, and Guanake is right there in behind, and she's Cold as Ice comes off the rail, and she moves up on the outside now fourth. Hashtag winner in fifth as they round the far turn. Music Amore hits the quarter pole in front. Guanake to the attack. She's Cold as Ice on the outside third. Top of the lane. Music Amore set down. Guanake surges. She's Cold as Ice fully extended, but it's still third. 1 furlong to go. Guanake's in front. Guanake the leader. Music Amore fights on toward the rail. And then She's Cold as Ice back in third. Now second. Final 50 yards. Guanake scores. A length and a half in the end. Tight for second. She's Cold as Ice or Music Amore.
Guanake, the winner on the drop-in class, found out that today was indeed the right spot for her to get back to the winner's circle.
Yeah, maybe less to do with the surface and more to do with the company.
Absolutely. She found the right spot, that's for sure. Over to Belmont. Horses are in the paddock for the opener. First-time starter Frisky Jim taking all the money. Let's check in, get a paddock report from Maggie Wolfendale.
Late scratch here with number 4, first-time starter Run DMZ, as he did flip over here in the walking ring, and he was examined by Dr. Sarah Henschliff, and he will come out here today. As we do have a first-time starter. I'm just going to focus on the 2 horses to the outside because they're the 2 kind of right here in front of me. Beginning with Talkin' Pharaoh, who does come in for Linda Rice off the claim and went head-to-head, providing some pace against the ultimate winner that day, and just tired badly within the last 1/8 of a mile. I'm wondering if he needed the race, because what I'm seeing here is a really tight, really well-defined animal coming back to New York for a new barn. I think he could be dangerous here, taking the blinkers off too. He's very relaxed. It's kind of odd, you know, Wesley Ward, he runs all of his 2-year-olds in blinkers, and they often take them off as 3-year-olds. He didn't take them off as a 3-year-old, but Linda is. As we'll move on to another first-time starter in Al's Frosted. Kind of like this horse for Charlie Baker, as the dam wasn't much. This is their first foal to run, but the dams have to Raging Sea and Welcoming. Granted, they both wanted a little bit more ground, but this guy's built like a sprinter. He is wearing blinkers here first time out, which I don't often love to see, but he's very fit. He's very professional. I think he's interesting in the face of the favored firster towards the rail, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Al's Frosted to the outside, that 4-year-old making his debut. We'll meet the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the one obscured by clouds.
Yeah, it just would have to really improve from any race that this horse has shown so far. It does add blinkers. Will that be enough?
There's that firster Frisky Jim. He's living up to his name out there.
Yeah, a little kind of buck in him, and taking the money, though, with Johnny Velasquez.
Happy Bob makes his first start of the year.
This is a horse I'm very interested in. I think he's had some trips. If he can get a clean trip, he's going to be a major player here.
Again, you heard what happened in the paddock. Maggie mentioning the number 4, Run DMZ, after acting up, is a late scratch. Here's another first-time starter, Shaking the Bell.
Yeah, not taking any money with first-time starters. We tend to look at the board, help it give us a little bit of a clue who's been showing signs of life in the morning.
That one, a son of Shaking It Up, debuting here. Here's the 6, Talkin' Pharaoh, first time for Linda Rice.
Major player, first time off the Linda Rice claim. Wesley Ward had this horse previous. Now it takes the blinkers off. Maggie talked about that.
And to the outside, first-time starter Al's Frosted 2 years ago is a 2-year-old sold for $100,000 at the OBS March sale.
Yeah, for owner Al Freed, a longtime owner here in New York, and actually was an exercise rider when he was a kid for Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons.
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
I always thought that was pretty cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I like Joel Rosario riding for Charlie Baker. It seems like Charlie reaches out for Joel when he likes one.
They have a good percentage together, that's for sure. And we want to remind everybody you can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest that follows the New York racing on our program. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Check out NYRA.com/showdown. The first-time starter, Frisky Jim, debuting for Wesley Ward. Wesley has terrific numbers as far as first-time starters in maiden claiming, sprinting on the dirt. He's 16 for 43, and if you just narrow that down to 3-year-olds, you don't just look at, he has a lot of 2-year-olds debuting, he's still 5 for 13 winning and 11 for 13 in the money. It's pretty impressive how well he does having them ready to roll at first asking.
It's just, he seems to have hit on the formula for years now. Having these horses so well schooled, they usually break very well, they're very professional. And one thing about Wesley, he allows a horse to be a horse too. I remember out in California him taking a horse that he was running over at the fair meeting at Pomona, out for a trail ride the day before he was running. Horse galloped, won easy.
I like that. There's that first-time starter, co-favorite now. The number 6, who we heard Maggie talking about in the paddock, Talkin' Pharaoh. A horse that had come off of a pretty good layoff from August to April, and that was his first time dropping and getting back to the dirt. And yeah, he lost second. He was third that day. Comes back now for Linda, who also has very good numbers with this kind of move, particularly first off the claim with the maiden claimers.
Well, and you got to think about what the intention is with taking the blinkers off. Do they want this horse maybe to settle a little bit more, save a little bit something for the stretch run, where last time he kind of bottomed out late. He looks good on the racetrack, like the impression he's making. Jose Ortiz has been riding so well. I just really enjoy when I see a rider get in that zone, Acacia, and they've got their confidence level is just so high, and I'm seeing that with Jose. Just looks like he's really enjoying himself.
Making all the right moves. There is the number 3, Happy Bob, who comes back. He drops in class. He's been gelded. He's off of a layoff. A lot of changes for him today. We're looking at his race 2 starts back, where he did have some legitimate trouble. He was off slow, got a little headstrong, kind of rushing up between horses, and then had nowhere to go as far as waiting for room and trying to navigate a trip there.
And he was just never in a comfortable spot. I mean, he's in between horses, the horse outside him putting a little pressure. He never got to really drop his head and have any continuity to his run. Maybe he's a horse that creates his own trouble, but I think this horse has a lot of ability, and he's just been unlucky so far. Let's see now, as a 4-year-old coming back, a gelding, if he can work out a different trip, because I do think he's tipped his hand that he's good enough to win with this group.
You all can follow along and get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. Visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free past performances for all the races on today's show. We want you to follow along with us. Horses finishing up their warm-ups on the track. Let's go back to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at the horse who has been holding strong as mostly the favorite. That is number 2, Frisky Jim, first-time starter for Wesley Ward, son of Ghost Sapper. Now, he is out of a graded stakes winner. She was a multiple stakes winner as well. And 2 of the siblings have been good. The others haven't been much. But Ghost Sapper stands for $75,000. Wesley Ward picked this horse up, or at least his owners did, for only $20 grand as a yearling. That's never the greatest sign. So he shows up here for the 40, which, is fine, actually, considering what you paid for him. He's kind of a horse that feels like he's borrowed parts from several different physicals. He's actually really tall and really long-legged, but kind of has a short neck and a short barrel. So it's like, what does he really want to do here? I think sprinting's fine. But furthermore, despite having a long list of workouts, obviously there's been gaps in them, I wish he looked a bit more fit. He is sharp. I'm not going to be surprised when he shows speed, but I thought just taking so much money, I don't know. Where there's smoke, there's usually fire, but I just wasn't in love with him at a short price. As we'll take a look at Happy Bob, who certainly has her credentials to run well here, is coming back as a new gelding. Not really something I noticed necessarily with his demeanor or physical frame. You know, I always like to see a gelding. I think it alleviates a lot of things for horses and makes them focus a bit more. And he is focused, and he looks incredibly fit coming here. Now, his form would go against what I'm about to say, but I do feel like he might be better with a bit more ground, as this actually is the shortest that he will run so far in his career. He really feels like a 7/8 to a miler, and I'm just wondering if something happened in that mile effort where, hence the long layoff. So, but all things good for him coming back. I just wonder about the distance. Ultimately, the outside two horses made the best impressions on me. And then watching the warm-ups, I really like what I'm seeing from Talkin' Pharaoh. Unfortunately for me, he's gone to 8-5. Acacia, now you might interpret, well, Linda claimed this horse for 50. Wouldn't it? And Linda usually, when she's aggressive with their horses, it is a positive sign. You know, why didn't this horse step up a bit in class? It could just be the condition book. We write for open horses, maiden special weight, maiden 75, not really usually on the dirt either, and maiden 40s. So I'm not too scared of the fact that she drops him down slightly. It's just kind of the options that we have here in New York, and he just looks so good out in the racetrack, and I firmly believe that he just needed that last start off the bench.
Talkin' Pharaoh, he's 9-5 right now. Maggie, thank you. And she brings up such an important point about the condition book and the opportunity of where to run for races. And sometimes, too, and it can be a frustrating thing for horsemen, if you have a certain race circled in the condition book, which comes out a certain length of time, you have basically a book where there's a chunk of races and all the different levels and distances and surfaces that will be available. And of course, the stakes planned on certain dates, and you work backwards from there for your horse. If you have a certain race you want to run in and the race doesn't fill, you got to go to plan B or sometimes plan C, and sometimes you just have to go with what's available.
Well, exactly, especially if you've trained a horse up to a spot. You can't let them just train until they go stale on you, right? So sometimes you've got to compromise in the spot you want to run in. Let's get back to the three real quick, Happy Bob. I'm going to absolutely date myself.
Okay.
I won the Delaware Park Handicap on this horse's great Grand Dam.
Wow. So you've got a little familial attachment here.
Yeah, I mean, we got to dig a little bit, go back, but yeah, with a wink was his great Grand Dam. Won the Del Cap for Wayne Lucas.
Very cool.
A young Todd Pletcher was one of the assistants. We drove down together in a limousine. So
wow.
And it was 150 added then, and like the next year it was like 750 because they got the slot. So I won it a year too soon.
Wow. Should have had him out the next year. Number 5, Shaking the Bell, a little bit tricky going into the starting gate. There's a look at Talkin' Pharaoh, who won Maggie over out on the track. Rushy going with the 3, Happy Bob. He knows the family. He knows this one could run. We'll see if the gelding made the difference. Opener from beautiful Belmont Park coming up. You've got a few fresh first-time starters in this first race. We'll send it up to the voice of Belmont, John and Brielle, for the call.
They're all in. And they're off. And it's Talkin' Pharaoh who goes out for the early lead. Al's Frosted on the outside, runs in second. Obscured by Clouds is down at the rail in third. And then it is Frisky Jim next in fourth, followed by Shaking the Bell. And the trailer is Happy Bob in sixth. As they move along here, it is Talkin' Pharaoh in front, 3/4 of a length. Al's Frosted is in second. And on the outside and moving up there is Frisky Jim. Quarter in 23 and 1. Talkin' Pharaoh has the lead. Frisky Jim has moved into second. Al's Frosted is back running in third. On the outside, Happy Bob has gained ground. Down at the rail is Obscured by Clouds, and farther back is Shaking the Bell. They come for the top of the stretch. Talkin' Pharaoh is the leader through a half in 46 and 1. It's Talkin' Pharaoh opening up here on the field. Talkin' Pharaoh by almost 4 lengths. Then Frisky Jim, and on the outside is Happy Bob, followed by Al's Frosted. Talkin' Pharaoh with a commanding lead and just the 16th to the finish. It's Talkin' Pharaoh on to victory here under Jose Ortiz. Frisky Jim completes the exacta. Happy Bob was third.
Number 6, Talkin' Pharaoh with the win. He impressed Maggie in the prelims, and he gets to the winner's circle today. Just what we were saying, Richie, about Jose Ortiz making all the right decisions. He committed with this one, and it paid off.
Yeah, and one of the keys to success for a rider is getting your position going forward, giving horses an opportunity to win. This horse got so happy, so comfortable on the lead. His ears were flicking back and forth with the blinkers off, and he just won quite easily here. Your runner-up, Frisky Jim, got left at the break, rushed up, did well to hold on for second. Happy Bob, no position whatsoever, completely out of the race, rallied wide, and then flattened out a little bit late. Both the second place finisher and the third place finisher horses, I think you want to follow back, probably be better for the efforts, and maybe with a little better trip, particularly for the third place finisher.
6-2-3-7 in the opener at Belmont Park. Jose Ortiz and Talkin' Pharaoh to win the first race of the day and break his maiden. Talkin' Pharaoh, of course, son of Triple Crown winner American Pharaoh. 2 weeks from today, someone will add their names to the history books in the Belmont Stakes right here. But Talkin' Pharaoh gets the win. We'll bring you prices in a little bit. We'll also talk a bit more about all of the exciting action to come. American Apple in the Soaring Softly. Can she navigate the 7 furlongs this afternoon?
Standing at Gainesway.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Our FS2 coverage continues on this Saturday afternoon. Brought to you, as always, by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. And you're going to need it because 2 weeks from this afternoon, right here at beautiful Belmont Park, the Belmont Stakes. And you can follow all of the action. You can watch along for the first time ever on Saturday, June 10th on Fox. We're so excited to have the opportunity to showcase New York's marquee race, the 50th anniversary of Secretariat. Last year was Mo Donegal, Irad Ortiz, and Todd Pletcher getting the win. Well, Todd Pletcher and Irad Ortiz team up this year for another Belmont Stakes, as Forte, the 2-year-old champion, has not run since the Florida Derby, that late scratch in the Kentucky Derby. He worked this morning. We'll bring that for you in a few minutes. But here's a look, Richie, at the probables, potential runners for Belmont Stakes, and this could be one heck of a race.
It really could. I mean, you don't have an opportunity for a potential Triple Crown here, but I still think a very entertaining and deep race. Obviously, Forte not seen since the Florida Derby. We'll see if he makes the race, and off of that 10 weeks between, how effective he'll be. Tapit Trice's work yesterday.
Couldn't have been easier.
And his gallop out was sensational. I mean, he's a horse that will stay the 1.5 miles. I have no doubt about that. He has that relentless stride. He's got the right pedigree. I'm completely sold on him. That work and that monstrous gallop. And he pulled up 1 mile in 1:38. Think about that.
I know. He's been my Belmont Stakes pick all along. I just wish he ran a little bit more in the Derby.
Well, I just think he's a horse that's not crazy about kickback.
He is not.
Right? And in the Derby, they were going very fast, 45 and change. The kickback comes back much more intense, a lot harder. And I just don't think he got untracked. 1.5 miles, it's a more sedate pace. He's going to have more time to get himself in the clear because he is a horse that runs better in the clear, and the kickback won't be as intense.
Go back and watch some of his earlier races. He improved in the Tampa Bay Derby and then improved even more in the Bluegrass. But before that, Luis Saez was very intentional about moving him to the outside to keep him in the clear. Should be very interesting Belmont Stakes. But as far as today in the opener, Talkin' Pharaoh heads into the winner's circle. First off the claim for Linda Rice, and he was strutting stuff before the race, and he strutted stuff out on the racetrack as well to take them gate to wire.
Just got so comfortable on the lead, his ears flicking back and forth. I love when you see a horse on the lead and their ears are up and they're just kind of taking it in and enjoying themselves. And you could see how easily he won this race. Listen, I think he was best, no doubt about that. Maggie picked him out from his physical, but the runner-up had excuses, got left, rushed up, and the third place finisher too. Not an ideal trip with no position, but Talkin' Pharaoh best today at 5:20.
6-2-3 in the opener at beautiful Belmont Park. Will be on the turf for race 2, 1.1 miles on the inner turf for 3-year-olds and upward. The entry currently 7-5. You have QF75 who will try to wire the field once again, and Dripping Gold who likes to run all day and all of a sudden last time showed a little bit more speed actually.
Yeah, absolutely put himself in the game, albeit a pretty slow pace though, right? 1/2 and 50. That's most horses are capable of putting themselves in the game with that kind of pace.
We'll see how it plays out. That's what's coming up for race 2 at Belmont Park. Back over to Churchill Downs. We have race 2 beneath the Twin Spires as well. 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $30,000 claiming race, non-winners of 2 in life. There's a look at Ball Gown, who's currently 9-5 on the board. This one comes off of a second for Dale Romans. Meaning the rest of the field, though, starting off with the 1 Bally Dreamin'.
This is a horse I like a little bit. Claimed last time for 20. Horse has decent speed, draws the rail, so kind of simplifies things. He's got to go forward. Jonathan Wong, another one of those trainers migrating to Kentucky from Southern California.
Here's the 2, Puglia.
Puglia claimed for 10, moves up to 30. Big jump in class.
That was a second place finish for 10,000 at Churchill last time out. Here's the 3, Ship It.
Yeah, nibbling around the edges in at the same level at Oaklawn Park. We'll have to improve a little bit.
Tyler Gaffleone going to be in the saddle. It's always a good thing as well. Here's the 4, Social Mandate.
Distant second last time for 20, moves up to 30. Would be a little bit of a surprise for me.
15-1 on that one. 20-1 on the number 5, Magna Massa.
Do think adds speed to the affair. This horse is a horse that likes to lay up close, showed good speed last time going 7/8.
And she looks pretty sharp out on the track as well. Here's the number 6, Monocacy.
Adds blinkers, coming off of some synthetic races. Had a couple of decent runs at Churchill on the dirt last year. Big price, but actually I can make a case for this horse hitting the board.
A little bit of a freshening since January. Could potentially outrun her odds at a big price of 19-1. Second choice, here's the 7, Coexist at 2-1.
Yeah, Broker Maiden for 20, keeps Luis Saez. Usually my rule of thumb is when horses break their maiden for a maiden claiming, they're usually worth a little bit less than what they broke their maiden for.
Stepping up a little bit off of that. And here's your favorite, Ball Gown.
With Dale Romans well drawn outside, his go-to guy now has become Martin Garcia. They seem to have really hit it off well. Dale Romans having a terrific meeting. Dale, 2,158 career wins.
Wow, that's a lot of wins. And he's about 26% at the meet, having a very good year, as you mentioned. 9-5 right now on Ball Gown to the outside. That's a look at Coexist. And it's always a tough ask, and you often talk about this, Richie, as Coexist will try to step up off the back of a maiden claiming score. And she broke her maiden that day, and that's great that she won. problem is when you win, especially with lower level horses, and the water gets deeper because you're facing now the next level of competition.
Well, exactly. You're facing horses that have won races. You're coming out of a race where all 9 contestants were maidens. Nobody had won a race. The one that got the W here is Coexist. I do like that Luis Saez stays put. You know, he's a rider that's in demand, and his agent Kieran McLaughlin has done such a good job with him, as did Richard DePass, his previous agent. But they usually have options. So the fact that he stays put here tells me that Louis probably liked this horse a little bit.
Coming in first time now for the Anthony Farrier barn. Moving towards the starting gate, the number 1, Ballet Dreamin', 3-1, taking some attention for Jonathan Wong, who, as you mentioned, moving from California, we saw him a lot really at Golden Gate, and now kind of more prevalent in Kentucky, but a very sharp trainer and sharp off the claim as well.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen that migration out of California. People kind of sending horses east, sending horses to Kentucky. You know, see Doug O'Neill having horses sprinkled throughout the country at this point. So just kind of an interesting thing. You know, California already kind of being somewhat of an island, you know, where they're getting an influx of horses from.
Race 2 from Churchill Downs. Up next, here's Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Stumbling start for Ballgown, relegated to the back of the pack, and Ship It breaks out on top. Bally Dreamin' is there, and Magnum S on the outside comes on as well. So those 3 to vie for the lead. Social Mandate reserved back into 4th. 2 lengths back, Coexist comes away 5th. Ballgown up on the outside into 6th. Monocacy in 7th, and it's 5 lengths back to Puglia, the trailer. So down the backstretch run, Magnum Assa goes head-to-head with Bally Dreaming. Their opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. The round of the far turn together. 2 lengths back to Social Mandate, who cruises up to grab 3rd. Ship It is down inside 4th. Ballgown under pressure back racing 5th. Monocacy making progress out of 6th, still with work to do though. Then it's Coexist who tails off 2nd to last, and Puglia is at the back. The field hits the top of the stretch. Bally Dreamin' shakes loose to a 4-length lead top of the lane. Magnum Essa fully extended. Then it's Ship It. Way out in the center is Social Mandate as they come down to the final 16th. Bally Dreamin' 2.5 length lead. Magnum Assa desperately trying to get by. Time is running out. Bally Dreamin' 2 length lead still. Magnum Assa keeps on grinding, but won't get there. Bally Dreamin' first. Magnum Assa second. Ballgown 3rd. Tight 4th. Ship It or Social Mandate.
Bally Dreamin' with the win. First off the claim for Jonathan Wong. And your favorite Ballgown, a distant 3rd, Richie, but she had significant trouble at the start.
Yeah, she stumbled at the break. Hopefully we'll get a look at it before too long, see how severe it was. But Bally Dreamin', 7-pound apprentice, Joel Navas, gets his 9th career victory and did exactly what he needed to do. From the rail, protect your inside position, go forward. You get that 7-pound break in weights, and he gets it done. Always simplify things for me, Acacia. If I have the rail and I have speed, I'm going to use it.
Take a look at the head-on. Keep your eyes on the number 8 Ballgown to the outside. A little bit tough it was to see from the pan shot. Right there, she tripped pretty significantly. Martine Garcia having to kind of steady her a bit, and then she was kind of taken out of the race early on.
It was more the 2nd or 3rd step, too. Usually when horses stumble out of the gate, it's the 1st step. So the fact that she actually stumbled the 2nd or 3rd stride out makes you feel like she might have clipped herself or stepped on her quarter. She actually did well to rally for 3rd after that.
She did, but no catching. The winner, number 1, Bally Dreamin', takes them every step of the way, gets the win first off the claim. The 2nd win of this 4-year-old filly's career. Bringing you prices, more live racing from both Churchill and Belmont after this.
Whatever you use to predict future stallion success, breathe slowly and gaze at the desert's first great championship race. Curlin won it. So did Street Cry, Arrogate, and now, in a time even faster than Arrogate's, Mystic Guide. The cold hard fact is, after this, he was rated the best horse in the world. Mystic Guide, new to Darley.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Independence Hall is hands down one of the most impressive horses I've ever seen physically.
Independence Hall is pouring it on here in the Nashua Stakes. Won by maybe a dozen lengths.
Independence Hall wins the Hagyard Fayette.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the races, continuing on with our live coverage from beautiful Belmont Park, and it really is beautiful today. It was nice yesterday, but it was so windy up here, Richie, and it's so lovely today.
It really is a beautiful day, and sunshine so brilliant, and blessed to be here.
We are indeed. As we take a look at the field for race 2, the entry currently even money as horses are in the paddock. We'll check in for a paddock report with Maggie Wolfendale.
Guys, greatest game played outdoors, and on days like this, wow, are we lucky to be a minor part of it, as we do have a nice field assembled for this second race. We'll begin with the plain one, and that is Dripping Gold. Well, he has been a gelding since coming back as a 4-year-old. If there ever was a poster child of a colt that needed to be gelding, Dripping Gold would be right up there front and center. If you don't remember, nearly 2 years ago, he sent Sugar McGahee's assistant, Anthony Hamilton, to the hospital because he kicked him in the head. And just one that would be really, really obstreperous pre-race and just not easy to handle. So last time we saw him at Keeneland, where he was second off the bench, he was able to track the pace, which held together and get the job done. And then complemented by the second place finisher coming back to win. He has settled a bit. He's still one that gets a little washy. You know, he is a horse that does tend to live on his nerves a bit here. But nonetheless, looks great third off the bench. And he's definitely part of an entry that could be very dangerous here. But the horse that I'm most interested in is the one coming second off the layoff. And that is number 2, Daunt, in here. Last time I thought, it could strengthen a little bit. Then he still ran really well in the face of a heavy favorite in Dreams of Tomorrow, going a mile and a 16th with which I really don't think is his best distance. I think this mile and an 1/8 is right up his alley, and boy, has that race put him exactly where he needed to be physically. I love the appearance of Daunt today. This is one of the best times I've ever seen this horse appear prior to a start, and maybe now, as a 4-year-old, we're seeing him reach his full physical potential, which hopefully relays out on the racetrack, as we'll see his younger sister, Coral, come up in the feature today, the Soaring Softly, a bit later on. Now let's talk about one that could vie for favoritism. That's number 4, Portfolio Company. Rough trip last time. I mean, look, it's one of those situations where Ira Ortiz tried to do the right thing from a far outside post. He got over to the rail, but then unfortunately it backfired because he was never clear in the stretch, and he stayed down on the rail, and you could see this horse is just reluctant to get through there, and he's a ball of energy. I haven't seen him in quite a while, and he has grown and really filled out. He's done very well. He's dangerous here, and I think he moves forward off of that effort at Keeneland, Acacia.
Hopefully he gets an easier trip today. Maggie, thank you. He's on the muscle this afternoon, Portfolio Company. And as Maggie touched on, Ira Ortiz in the early part of the race was able to do what you always want. He was able to drop in from an outer post, which is what you hope in order to save ground. And then from there, it just was a case of him not having a place to run, and then this horse of his, a large animal, did not want to go up a tight hole in the rail.
You're going to win more turf races saving ground.
Right.
And once in a while, it's not going to work out. But in the long run, you're going to be a better turf rider by being disciplined, patient, staying in there. And I think it's important for people to be able to distinguish between a bad ride and an unlucky ride.
Right.
Sometimes you just get unlucky when you do everything right.
Hopefully a little bit smoother sailing for Portfolio Company today, on his toes heading out. The entry still the favorite, and they will kick off this post parade. The Plane One dripping gold off that game win at Keeneland last time out.
Yeah, laid up close last time with a softer pace. His stablemate, albeit from a different trainer, Quantum QF75, excuse me, is probably your main speed here.
There is QF75. He ran the fastest fire speed figure yet, wiring the field off the layoff last out.
Ran extremely well. Boy, he opened up turning for home. Had the race basically won by the 8th pole and then coasted in.
Breaking from the rail, second off the bench, here's Daunt.
This is who I liked on paper, and then gets high marks from Maggie from a physical appearance standpoint. That's the double check mark for me. I like Daunt.
Yeah, I thought he ran really well, all things considered, last time out. Dreams of Tomorrow was very much the one to beat. The number 3, Night Jumper, is next. I'm sorry, though he will come up soon. I guess the 4, Portfolio Company, is next in the post parade.
Yeah, a major player here, obviously. Had a tough trip last time, had that race under his belt, and probably shakes off some ring rust and probably gets a better trip here as well.
Here's the 5, Space Launch. He'll make his first start as a 5-year-old.
Another horse from the Christophe Clement barn, a horse that can lay up close, probably finds himself in a stalking position off a QF75.
Be a little bit headstrong early in his races. See what he does, making his first start of the year. And last in the post parade, somewhere out there, I guess he's still in the tunnel. He's finally making his way out. While we're waiting for the 3, you know, I finally found out the reason behind the name of QF75. It's actually a great story. Very clever name. He's by Vancouver, who's Australian bred and stands in Australia. The flight from Sydney, Australia to Vancouver, the name of that flight is QF75.
I like that.
Isn't that cool?
That is very cool.
I had no idea. I just learned that recently.
I like clever
West
names.
Point team, I know. The flight from Sydney, Australia to Vancouver is QF75.
I like it.
Pretty cool, huh?
Have you ever been to Australia?
I've never been, no.
I was there for about 36 hours.
Pretty cool. And there's the number 3, Night Jumper, with hold a blinker issue, and so he does have those Naira House blinkers on.
Yeah, and a horse that I think has a say in how this race is run, because this is a horse that can lay up fairly close and has been in a couple of sharp-paced races where he was up close, coming out of a race at Tampa where they went 45 and change, and he kind of middle moved into the teeth of that.
Yeah.
So I don't like him necessarily as a win candidate here, but I do think he has a say in how this race is run.
And you would think he'd be more forward. If you watch that race at Tampa last time out, Danny Centeno took a strong hold of him to take back early, and as you said, kind of made that middle move. I would think he'll be more forward today.
I would think so too. Usually the 1 1/8 races on the turf here, the paces don't really shape up a lot early. It's a quick run of the turn, so they kind of jump and it moderates quickly. It'll be interesting to see how the pace plays out here.
There's the number 4, Portfolio Company. We talked about that trip that he had at Keeneland last time out. A horse that, again, breaking towards the outside. He was able to get to the middle of the pack, save some ground early on. And then right here is when things, you can see Irad Ortiz has some horse underneath of him. He's in tight between horses. He's looking for a spot to go. He ends up going down to the inside, and Portfolio Company just a little bit reluctant.
Yeah, I mean, he had a dive to the inside, kind of squeezed some horses there. Wasn't a tremendous amount of room. And once he got in there, I think the horse was like, I'm not the most comfortable in here. I'm feeling a little claustrophobic about this.
Yeah, you can't say you blame him. He's now your favorite, actually, at 6-5. Favoritism moving away from the entry. For more on this second race, let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Okay, so we'll check in with the 2 long shots in this, what is a short field with regards to betting interest, and check in with QF75, the other Christophe Clement horse who is coming in off of a layoff. I know he was reined off the turf a couple weeks ago. It's always bothered me slightly that Christophe has never opted to just leave this horse in, despite having an abundance of dirt pedigree, a much better dirt pedigree than turf. But anyway, he's on the turf today. He does look incredibly fit, having a little extra time to get a few works over the racetrack. But I do like what I'm seeing from him. We'll see what kind of trip he's able to pull here. He's going to have to step up, though. It feels like, there's several 4-year-olds in here that are just getting better, and he's just kind of plateaued. As we'll move on to, number 3, Night Jumper. I wasn't a fan of the ride last time. I know they went quick, but he literally had his head ripped off going around the turn, and I wouldn't want to be a rider, that's for sure. But I often wonder what they're doing at Tampa sometimes. Maybe it's something with the configuration of the racetrack that I don't understand, but I see some less than desirable rides there, and he certainly got one, as Richie was pointing out, made that middle move too. Is very laid back. He doesn't strike you as one that should be that quick, but still built to be one that should be forward, because I think we're maybe extending him beyond his wheelhouse with regards to distance, because he is a bit shorter coupled, a little bit more smaller. And yes, Acacia, they didn't have blinkers for him, so borrowing some house short cup blinkers for him today.
All right, Maggie, thank you. If there's a discrepancy in the equipment when you come into the paddock versus what the paddock judge has, any equipment changes have to be reported when you enter. For instance, if the horse won, you can't change the equipment in their subsequent start. You need to have a specific reason for that. You have to report that when you enter a horse. So if the horse wore blinkers last time and it's not been reported that he's supposed to run without, you got to put the Naira House blinkers on. Yeah, and it's so important to have continuity with equipment for the betting public. They're wagering with that information, so you don't want to change that up. They have extra equipment at the starting gate. Different bridles, reins, blinkers at the gate. A horse could break the blinker cup with the pony going over to the gate. So you'll always have extra equipment around. Years ago, there was a horse that won by 8 lengths. The rider told the trainer, this horse needs blinkers. The trainer went to the stewards. The stewards allowed him to run the horse with blinkers. Horse ran terrible, coming off of a win. He wanted to take the blinkers off. The steward said no. Now he has to run with the blinkers at least 2 more starts, and the jock that gave you the advice has to ride him. That's how much weight they used to wield. Wow. I know you wanted to touch on something Maggie had mentioned with the ride we saw at Tampa last time out. And yeah, as soon as the rider took a hold of Night Jumper, he got very headstrong and was really resenting that. Yeah, some horses actually will pull more when you take a hold of them. Sometimes you're better off being quiet. Light hands are better than heavy-handedness, and it never worked for me. If I got into a fight with a horse and they pulled, they never found. They would die under wraps. They would use up their energy that way. Best way I can explain it, 5 pounds of pressure on the reins. Not 10 pounds, not 20, not 0. 5 pounds. Let them melt into your hands. They're a lot bigger than we are, too. So if they want to pull, they're probably going to win. You're not going to outmuscle them. No, you're not. Race 2 coming up on the turf at Belmont Park. 1 1/8 miles on the inner. John and Brielle has the call.
Space Launch steps in. We're set for the start of race 2. And they're off. Dripping Gold. And right alongside, moving up, is QF 75. And Night Jumper is with the pace setters. Nice Jumper on the outside, goes on with it now to take the lead. So it's long shot Night Jumper who takes the field around the turn quickly. Portfolio Company with a quick brush there on the outside. So it's the favorite, Portfolio Company, and the big long shot Night Jumper. And the two of them are right together. And they've opened up 4 lengths on Dripping Gold in third. Then QF 75 races in fourth, followed by Space Launch and Daunt. And they're on the backstretch after a quarter, 22 4/5 seconds. Night Jumper leads by 2.5 lengths. Portfolio Company has now settled into second. It's 1.5 lengths to Dripping Gold, another length to QF 75. On his outside is Space Launch. Daunt is the trailer in sixth. Half mile, 1 47 seconds. Night Jumper by almost 2. Portfolio Company remains in second. And then it's the entry, Dripping Gold and QF 75, followed by Space Launch. And Daunt is still at the back. as the field goes into the far turn. And now they're catching up to Night Jumper. Here comes Portfolio Company. Night Jumper on the inside, Portfolio Company on the outside. 3/4 went in 1:11. QF 75 is down towards the rail. Then comes Dripping Gold and Space Launch with Daunt. The field now comes into the stretch. It is Night Jumper and Portfolio Company. Portfolio Company on the outside. Night Jumper down towards the rail. And QF 75 and Daunt, who was last just moments ago, making a big run down on the inside. It's Portfolio Company, Daunt, and on the outside here is Space Launch, but Portfolio Company holds on. And it looked like Daunt got second to complete the exacta.
Portfolio Company gets the win here in race 2, but Richie, this was a very oddly run race, for lack of a better phrase. Is early on, Portfolio Company kind of ran off with Joel Rosario to run up and pressure the pace-setting Night Jumper.
Yeah, Night Jumper went to the lead. We thought he might. QF 75 actually rated kindly, and then all of a sudden, Portfolio Company grabbed the bit, started to run away with Joel Rosario, got up head and head before Joel was able to kind of get the bit back out of the horse's mouth and get him to settle. I thought he was ripe to be picked off by Daunt, but he kept finding. One of the things we see with Joel Rosario, horses keep on grinding, finding more under him, despite the fact that he got that keen in that first 1/4 mile of the race. And if these fractions are correct, these are very fast fractions for 1 1/8 on the turf.
And we'll go through the start here. So we expected the 1A QF 75 and the 3 Night Jumper to be sharpest early. Night Jumper ended up going out to the front, and QF 75, Manny Franco, opting to let him settle and go back. So 3 wide there in the Klarovich red and white silks is Portfolio Company. Starts to get a little bit headstrong here, and here's where he runs off. What do you do if you're Joel Rosario?
Well, you know, right here, Joel Rosario did a great job at changing this horse's mind, because it's not an easy thing to do. And you can see the way Joel's sitting down into his heels, trying to kind of shake the bit loose. And finally, when he got off of that horse's hip enough, he started tossing his head a little bit. Now he finally settled. He kind of got flushed out of any kind of cover on the first turn. And I think that daylight is what made him kind of jump in the bit.
Ended up sitting in second behind the 3 Night Jumper, and when he took over, given that those early antics, like you said, it looked like he was going to be one that made that early move and then be run down by one of the closers. Daunt was closing there on the inside. He was last early. You had Dripping Gold and Space Launch closing on the outside, but Portfolio Company dug in.
He dug in. Daunt came with a big run and had fractions to run at. I'm not convinced Daunt was crazy about being inside. Even though he had room and Javier had to play the hand dealt him, it didn't look like Daunt was keen about going through there.
Very good point. It was number 4 on top, 4-2-1-5 in race number 2 at Belmont Park. The number 4 Portfolio Company able to outlast the rest. We'll bring you prices after this.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances, burning up the tracks. A sire whose runners can carry his speed over all distances and all surfaces. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Looks like a good crowd on hand over at Churchill Downs as we get ready for our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, brought to you by Spendthrift, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire, Into Mischief. And coming up in this third race for the 2-year-old fillies, there is a filly Easy Red, the 7 by Spendthrift Stallion, Omaha Beach, a freshman stallion who's been very well received at the sales so far, Richie.
Yeah, and this horse is very interesting to me. Easy Red taking money. You always like that. It means they've been showing some promise in their morning trials. Also, out of a mare that's had 8 foals to race, all winners, and 4 of them won on debut.
Yeah.
And I like when you see that precocity in a family.
Very, very good point. The number 3, Liam's Message, 3rd-time starter for Fausto Gutierrez, currently 8-5. More on that Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day in a moment, but back over at Belmont Park in race 2 on the inner turf. It was the number 4, Portfolio Company, tried to run off a little bit early, and Dwell Rosario got him to settle and save something for the stretch.
Did a really good job. Looked like this horse was just going to flat continue on running off with him, but got him to settle, waited. And one thing Joel does, he builds a horse into a finish. He doesn't go all in at once. It's a crescendo. He builds up to it, always has a little something left. A guy that's more hands and heels, strong hand ride, goes to the crop, always as a last resort. And a lot of people talk about Joel Acacia as like a young Lafitte Pink Eye or Lafitte Pink Eye in his prime. To me, he's a blend of Lafitte Pink Eye and George Velasquez. Has that beautiful kind of, you know, style of Georgie, but the strength of Lafitte. I think he's a blend of 2 of the greatest riders of all time. And Portfolio Company at 4:30, but say thank you to Rosario if you had him, because he did a good job to get him back.
Yeah, he made the difference, that's for sure. Race number 3 on the turf at Belmont is a maiden claiming for $75,000. High-level maiden claiming when scratched to the outside. And your favorite is the number 4, Mr. Flowers, first-time starter for Chad Brown. Irad Ortiz going to be in the saddle. Back over to Churchill, our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Coming up next, 5 furlongs on the main for 2-year-old fillies. Taking a look at some of the horses on the track. There's the field, 9-5 on the 3, Liam's Message. Let's check in with Paul LaDuca.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, some 2-year-old fillies here. I thought a very contentious race. There's so many different ways you can go. Mig was mentioning the 7 in here, Easy Red, the outside filly in here for Doug O'Neill. Now, Doug's brought in a couple of horses in here. He had one drop in for a maiden special weight to maiden 10 on a complete drop, and the horse just got popped at the wire. But he's had some other live ones that have come in here and run well. Now, this one gets Raylu Gutierrez in the irons. Like you guys are saying, a filly by Omaha Beach. Now, Omaha Beach actually was in the 2019 Kentucky Derby. It was actually a late scratch. If I'm not mistaken, the best progeny so far, Omaha Beach, is maybe sleeping or eating in the Tom Morley barn. A very nice horse that won on the turf. So Omaha Beach, very, very young stallion. But like Acacia was saying, they've been received well. And this horse is getting bet. Now, Donald Disney, a trainer that spreads the wealth a little. I mean, an owner that spreads the wealth a little bit. He owns a lot of horses out in California, out here in the Midwest too, as well. So 9-5. You know, the 3 in here, Liam's Message. You know, this is a restricted race. You don't see it at the top there with the R next to where it says fillies. Usually it will say that, but this is a race for fillies that have sold under 50 or R&A that have sailed for 50,000 or less. And you can see Liam's Message improved immensely when she went from an off-the-turf event to the restricted race, and that could be the same for the 8 in here. You just really don't know. The filly by Collected, I get it, she was 42-1, but if you're going to take a long shot here at 28-1, maybe to hit the board, I think the 8 can improve second time out, along with the 3. I think the 3 is a major player in here. And I know Christopher Davis is 0 for 27, but the 1 looked tremendous on the racetrack. A filly by Matoli. Matoli hasn't gotten off to a great start with his first-time starters, but I just kept looking back at this horse. And I know Louis Size is aboard, like I said, for Chris Davis, out of a Street Boss mare, so should be very, very quick out of the gate. You know what, Acacia? I'm going with Louis Size and Christopher Davis. First time for everything. 1 for 28. Let's go.
Let's go, Paul. I like it. Filly by Matoli is progeny. Just one winner stateside so far, as Paul mentioned. And that number 7, Easy Red, the filly by Omaha Beach. You mentioned she was taking money. She's now the favorite, Richie.
Boy, she's really taking a lot of money late here. And the one horse interesting too, Princess Matoli. The mare did have one other foal to run, showed very high speed before tiring, but you saw that speed come out, and being by Matoli, you got to think this filly's going to have some speed. Right rider in Luis Saez, right post too. Short run to that turn, going 5 furlongs.
Let's see how it plays out. The Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day at Churchill Downs. Travis Stone has the call.
Wreck-It Ruby, last one. They're in the gate. And they're off. Luxuriate bounces out on top. Wreck-It Ruby from the far outside is racing up, and Princess Matoli from the rail punches through 2. So those 3 scrimmaging early. Princess Matoli down inside, short lead, half mile out. Luxuriate right there, second. Wreck-It Ruby comes away third. Honoria's racing fourth. Liam's Message down inside fifth. Easy Red on the move from 6, but is 8 lengths off the lead. Lucky Lesson is racing in 7th. Lou Anna, and at the back is No Shug for Pop. Round the far turn, Princess Matoli grabs a 2-length lead for the run to the quarter pole. Luxuriate is on the chase, racing second. 2 lengths back to Wreck-It Ruby and Liam's Message. Down inside is Honoria. Easy Red's out in the center of the track, still 5 lengths behind. Princess Matoli trying to fend off Luxuriate. Liam's Message is coming. Lou Anna coming boldly down inside, final 16th, and Easy Red's not out of it yet. Still Luxuriate. Here comes Easy Red. Can Easy Red get there? Photo! Easy Red and Luxuriate right on the wire together. Lou Anna was third and Liam's Message was fourth.
Tight photo finish. They made it exciting in the Spencer Farm 2-year-old race of the day. Luxuriate took the lead, and then from last, after a poor break, came flying the number 7, Easy Red. I wonder what Paul calls as far as this photo, because he's the one that's good for it. But you gotta say, Easy Red, Richie, with huge momentum outside.
She was best. I mean, she got left at the break. I can't call that. I wish we had Paul's input on this one. She got completely left, ranged up, looked like she kind of stalled
Watch the
mid-stretch.
7 here. Just flat in the gate. Paul thinks it's the 7.
Well, I mean,
Wow.
I kind of gave up on her because she kind of stalled. She was lugging in a little bit with Raylu Gutierrez. And then I looked up, and here she came all of a sudden. Luxuriate broke very sharp, set up shop outside the 1, Princess Matoli, who showed high speed. We thought she would. Looked like she had the race won. And then here comes Princess Red. This was a remarkable run. And you see, she was on her right lead, went back to her left lead, comes back to her right lead late. Man, that was very, very close.
Tight photo finish. Number 7, Easy Red, flying late. Whether she got the bob or not, she ran a huge race on debut. Number 2, Luxuriate. There's a big pedigree here, but a lot more on the bottom side for some more distance. And she was in that stalking spot behind Princess Matoli. Took over and looked like she was home free. And then flying outside, Easy Red. It was the number 7, Easy Red. Paul LaDuca, he's got to have the best record I have ever seen of calling photo finishes.
I have a new nickname for Paul.
Oh, yeah?
Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye.
He's Eagle Eye. I mean,
he is.
I couldn't call that. And
he is.
This was impressive, though, because it's one thing to win on debut, but to win on debut, overcoming adversity, coming from off the pace, not breaking well, taking kickback, that shows quality. Doesn't show that you're just fast. You have quality. And now this mare has 5 debut winners.
Some quality from the number 7, Easy Red, who got the win flying late from off of it. When we come back, we promise we'll show you the workout this morning from 2-year-old champion Forte, prepping now for the Belmont Stakes.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. A tradition that leads to success for our partners and our stallions. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, and multiple Grade 1 winner City of Light. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Maximum Security proves he's the real deal with a gate-to-wire win in the Florida Derby.
Champion 3-year-old.
Maximum Security has won the TVG.com Haskell Invitational.
11 triple-digit buyers.
Maximum Security, he smoked them in the Cigar Mile.
Grade 1 winning 4-year-old.
Maximum Security takes them all the way in the TVG Pacific Classic.
Secure your mare's future. Maximum Security.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
We're back on America's Day at the races as we head over to the winner's circle at Churchill Downs. The 2-year-old race of the day was brought to you by Spendthrift Farm, home of North America's 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. And he may be the big dog over there at Spendthrift, but Omaha Beach also standing at Spendthrift Farm could have something to say about that, as Spendthrift Stallion Omaha Beach represented by Easy Red, who came flying late to get the win.
Really a solid, strong debut for Easy Red, breaking slowly, overcoming adversity, having to make a long, sustained kind of run, nip luxuriate in the shadow of the wire, but I like when you get a debut winner like that. They show quality.
Back over to Belmont Park, maidens on the turf in this $75,000 maiden claiming race for the 3rd. Let's get a paddock report from Becky.
And the Chad Brown Barn looking to go back-to-back here as they will send out the favored firster in here, Mr. Flowers. I like that name, as he's the son of Nyquist. They did pay quite a bit of money for this guy last year, 2 years ago, as a 2-year-old at the Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale. He does show up here on the turf. The dam did win on the turf, but it was a slower race. Looking at him, though, he looks like a turf horse through and through, as he's well prepared. He is a big horse. I mean, but that's what you expect when you have a first-time starting 4-year-old. I'm sorry, he's 3. What am I looking at? I have no idea what I'm looking at. Here, so looking at his number. Anyway, I like what I'm seeing from him. He fits well with this group, and honestly, he probably looks best of any of them in here. But let's check in with number 2. That's variable cost, as Linda Rice picked this guy up out of that maiden 40 a couple weeks ago here, and he just had a disastrous beginning. He broke a touch slow, and then he had horses fold over in front of him, so he had to jump over heels. Manny Franco kind of had to grab him that day. But then he was able to kind of work out a trip through the field. He was a long way last and followed the eventual winner around the racetrack. I thought it was a decent effort given the disastrous beginning. Wasn't in the paddock that day, Acacia, Mig, maybe you guys were, but I like what I'm seeing here. Furthermore, I like keeping him at a mile. He's built like a miler here, obviously being by Kingman. That usually indicates that this is the right distance, but really focused, carrying great conditioning, looks strong. I'd be willing to give him another chance here, especially with a more professional beginning. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Variable cost. I just had notes from his first race saying that he was very quiet in the paddock in that first race. And as Maggie touched on, he did not have the best break. And there's a difference between being really quiet and being focused. And sometimes you kind of want them to perk up a little bit, know that it's game time coming up, and sometimes those that are so laid back, so quiet, they don't really break very well, and he did have to take up really sharply at the start too.
Yeah, sometimes it's indicative of a horse that's just not quite sure what's going on, what they're there for, right? They're not as focused or cued in. I'm sure he'll be better in his second start. I kind of like Tom's horse a little bit here, Yorkshire Prince. I thought his run on the turf was very, very good. It gets Javier Castellano, who's been riding tremendous, and I thought he was kind of interesting. If you wanted to go against the first-time starter, which is probably not the most prudent move with a Chad Brown firster.
And especially one that's taking money. You do have a Red Ortiz in the saddle too. Yorkshire Prince, only one start on the turf, and he did finish second by just a neck, kind of re-rallying with Proven Hope in that last race. That's Broken Spur. As Maggie was kind of touching on with the previous race, sometimes the dates of geldings not always accurate. So this horse was not gelded the date of his last race. He clearly was gelded sometime before he came back as a 4-year-old, and one that was always very vocal before his races, really lacked a lot of focus. I think that should help him mentally.
Yeah, sometimes you'll geld a horse because of behavioral issues. Sometimes just to lighten them up. They carry a little bit too much weight, a little bit too hard on themselves. So one that's kind of always announcing his presence.
Yes.
Usually they're need to focus a little more.
And there he is, Broken Spur. Tried to wire the field on the Tapeta last time. He gets back to the turf. Here's the 2, variable cost.
Yeah, did have that troubled beginning last time, but made a nice run. And the Kingmans, I think milers. They scream milers.
Yeah, they do, and they've had a lot of success here in the States as well. Yorkshire Prince tried the turf for the first time last out.
Yeah, and he really ran well. I think he can improve off of that effort, too.
Second by a neck. Here's the number 4 first-time starter, Mr. Flowers.
Taking money, strong connections. Irad Ortiz Jr. just riding incredibly well and consistently for so long. Chad Brown, tough connections.
First time on the turf in a long time, Golden Purchase.
Yeah, it just would be a surprise here. Just a horse that really hasn't shown a tremendous amount.
He's had a lot of chances. And here's a horse that actually faced winners in his last 2 starts, back with maidens, Fire Baron.
Yeah, interesting at Tampa against winners. Gets back with maidens, but this is a pretty deep maiden 75, though, isn't it?
That's the field for the 3rd at Belmont Park. Well, 2 weeks from today will be the Belmont Stakes, and we are keeping our eyes on the potential runners and who could potentially show up in the starting gate. And, of course, a lot of eyes on the 2-year-old champion Forte, who would have been the Kentucky Derby favorite. Unfortunately, scratched the morning of the race with a foot bruise. He worked this morning. He's outside Aberdeen, a horse that's only run once for Todd Pletcher, finished second on debut here at Belmont last week. But Forte on the outside, Richie, after that scratch on Kentucky Derby day, he was placed on a mandatory vets list for 14 days. And as a result, had to work in front of the veterinarian, attending veterinarian Sarah Hinchliff there this morning. They pulled blood as a result, and that's the process every horse that's placed on a vets list has to do before they can enter back in the races.
Yeah, go through the protocols, make sure a horse is healthy, ready to compete. Best thing for the horse, best thing for the betting public. Irad Ortiz pretty much motionless through the stretch here. He's just kind of galloping away from his company. Todd will work most of his horses in company, keeps them focused. Forte's not a horse that you're going to get overly enthusiastic about his gallop out, but I like when Irad asked him about 40 yards past the finish, he picked up, he continued on. This was a nice work. It's still not as good as what I saw from Tapit Trice yesterday, but this was a very good work.
Forte, the 2-year-old champion, of course, given that late scratch before the Kentucky Derby, should he go to the Belmont Stakes, it'll be his first start since his win in the Florida Derby. Let's hear from his trainer, Todd Pletcher.
It was a very well-executed breeze, kind of gradually picked it up throughout, finished up strongly, and then had a very impressive gallop out and came back in good order. Very impressed by his level of fitness and how quickly he recovered after the breeze. So it was just, it was exactly what we were hoping for. It was a standard protocol for working a horse to get off the vets list. Veterinarian came by and examined him before the breeze, watched him on the racetrack before the Breeze, watched the Breeze, watched him on the racetrack after the Breeze, and then came back and rechecked him after he'd cooled out. And so everything looked very good.
Trainer Todd Pletcher on Forte. He could be a potential starter in the Belmont Stakes. And Todd saying as well, yes, it's a tall order that he will not have raced since April 1st in the Florida Derby to come off of a layoff of that scratch with the foot bruise and go right into the mile-and-a-half Belmont Stakes. But obviously he's encouraged by what he's seen, and it is tough and I'm sure frustrating for the Connections that after that scratch with the Derby had to bypass the Preakness, and this will be their last Triple Crown race opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be frustrating. It threw their schedule into a disarray, right? Particularly not being able to get ready and compete in the Preakness, being on that vets list for 14 days, not being able to clear the protocols. It's a tall order to win the Belmont Stakes, not having competed since the Florida Derby. That being said, Todd Pletcher is a trainer that puts so much foundation into his horses that if anybody can pull it off, he can pull it off. Remember, there's a lot of important races the rest of the year as well. Races like the Travers. I mean, the Midsummer's Derby is, to me, an unofficial classic in its own right.
Couldn't agree more. And of course, Todd Pletcher already with 4 wins in the Belmont Stakes. Back to today, we have this third race on the turf coming up. Let's go back to Maggie trackside.
Acacia, thank you. And we do see some money shifting over to the inside runner, Broken Spur. I'm glad you filled me in on how he was pre-race, going back to his races last year, Acacia, because I had no notes on him, but with regards to that kind of screaming and hollering, none of that today, as he is second off the layoff in his second start as being a gelding. Furthermore, those races last year came at 6 furlongs. Now, I'm still not of the mind that he really wants to go too far, but a little less ground here around this kind of 1.5 turn mile, I think suits him well. 7 would have been best, but strong, fit. I don't know how much he's changed, though, to be perfectly honest, from 2 to 3. So with that being said, I respect both the 1 and the 4, but I'm going to go with number 2 in here, variable cost. I liked him in the paddock. I liked him out on the racetrack, and I think just a little bit more professionalism, which he is at least showing me today, I think that he could turn the tables here. Acacia?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 3-1 on variable cost, as Linda Rice will look for her second win on the card today. I'm sure she won the opener as well. Back to Yorkshire Prince, your top selection.
Yeah, I just, thought this horse showed some promise on the dirt in a couple of starts. Then his form went a little bit south, right? He just didn't seem like he was enjoying it. Gets to the turf, showed up in a big way. I think he can take a step forward off of that. I like Javier Castellano taking the call for Tom Morley, and Tom's having a good meet, winning at a high percentage, over 20% at Belmont right now.
6-5 now over to Broken Spur. There is Yorkshire Prince getting a nice warm-up under Javier Castellano. And Tom and Javier have really teamed up for a lot of good wins together. Javier seems to have kind of been one of his more kind of go-to guys now, and they've had a lot of success together too.
It was a great picture the day after the Derby, Tom congratulating Javier, and it really kind of speaks to how everybody gravitates. Like you get that kind of win, and everybody wants a piece of you, like just to, to congratulate. They just feel good for you. They're happy for you.
It's a great thing to see. Chad Brown, first-time starter. There's the stat, and often we will see Chad Brown with higher-level horses debuting, not necessarily in maiden claiming, but he does have good numbers winning with these types of horses and a good return of your investment as well. All the money going back to a Broken Spur. He was always kind of a bulky type of horse that just carried a lot in his barrel too, and we talked about that kind of screaming and hollering he would do before his races. And sometimes as we see, there is a late scratch of
I believe it's the 3 Yorkshire Prince.
The 3 Yorkshire Prince, late scratch of the 3 Yorkshire Prince. So do take note of that here in the third, late scratch of the 3 Yorkshire Prince. Back over to Broken Spur. Again, when we talk about horses being gelded and why we think that could potentially help, and it could be a variety of reasons. It could be for a horse that mentally is a little bit tough, like this one, who would be very vocal prior to the races. It could be for a horse that maybe just carries a lot of weight. It can lighten them up a little bit. It could be for a horse that's not the freest mover, too, to really kind of loosen them up as well. So there could be a lot of reasons why a gelding could potentially help.
Yeah, I think most people immediately go to the idea that a horse, is difficult or has behavioral problems. That's why they're gelded. But there's so much more to it. And sometimes it's just a matter of getting focused, or as you're talking about, Acacia, lightening them up. They're not going to carry as, thick a neck, thick as shoulders. They're not going to be as hard on themselves. And honestly, if more horses were gelded, I think more horses would stay sounder.
I do agree. I agree. And sometimes, too, after a couple years, if horses are maybe getting a little stale, I find that the gelding helps them find a little bit more focus and a little bit more kind of oomph, in their training.
I agree. Absolutely. I was picking the 3, he scratched, so now I'll jump aboard with Maggie. If one morally scratched, I'll go with the other morally with the 2 variable cost.
I like it. Best of luck to both of you. They load in again, late scratch of the 3 Yorkshire Prince in this 3rd race at Belmont. Here's Johnny I.
They're in, and we're ready for race 3. And they're off. And quickly from the inside, Broken Spur is out for the early lead. Mr. Flowers came away in 2nd. Golden Purchase next in 3rd, followed by Fire Baron. And it's a break of 3 back to Variable Cost, who trails the field in 5th as they move up the Widener turf course. The gray Broken Spur leads here by 3/4 of a length. On the outside is Golden Purchase, second by a head. Mr. Flowers, the first-time starter, is alongside in 3rd, opening quarter, 23-1. Broken Spur now by almost 2 lengths. Golden Purchase, second by a half length. Mr. Flowers down at the rail, runs in 3rd, followed by Fire Baron, and Variable Cost continues to trail. Broken Spur continues to lead. The lead is a length over Big Long Shot, Golden Purchase. Broken Spur on top by 2. Golden Purchase in 2nd. Mr. Flowers now begins to gain some ground from 3rd. Mr. Flowers now moves into 2nd and is going after Broken Spur. Broken Spur by a head. Mr. Flowers on the outside, and Variable Cost has come alive now and is just off the front runners in 3rd. The half in 46-3. They come off the turn and enter the stretch. Broken Spur trying to take them wire to wire. Mr. Flowers driving on the outside. Variable Cost is next in 3rd. And now they're coming for the 8th pole. It is Broken Spur by 2.5 lengths. Mr. Flowers in 2nd. Variable Cost in 3rd. Broken Spur in front. And it will be Broken Spur with a front-running score. Mr. Flowers 2nd. Variable Cost was 3rd.
Back to the turf, 2nd time as a gelding. Broken Spur able to take them gate to wire.
A strong effort here, 1:34. Now the turf course is fast. They've been yielding very fast times, so it's a lot of life to it, a lot of bounce, but he just got very comfortable on the lead, very happy. Mr. Flowers was close to him, eased back, sat a good trip in the pocket, came out, and just was 2nd best. Variable Cost himself again at the break.
He seems to be his own worst enemy. Variable Cost, the number 2, who once again did not have a great trip. A good trip indeed for the number 1 Broken Spur. Jose Lascano put him out on the front end. And we'll take a look at the start and see what happened with the number 2 Variable Cost. Again, he broke slowly in that first race and kind of had to take up. Here it just looked like he was a little bit sluggish, and then he almost kind of tried to take the bit and run off a bit and threw his head up in the air later in the race too.
Yeah, he got keen about halfway down the backstretch. You're going to see right in here, he's going to start to pull and do a little more than Jose Ortiz wanted him to do after that slow break. Worked out a decent trip after that occasion, kind of flattened out late. Horse that maybe just needs to get a little handier away and maybe with a little bit of racing. Right here, it looked like he had worked out a good trip, right? Got up inside, saved ground. Just didn't find when they turned into the stretch.
No catching the horse on the lead, though. The gray on the turf, Broken Spur over Mr. Flowers. It was 1-4-2-6 in race 3 at Belmont Park. Broken Spur gelded before coming back as a 4-year-old. He got back in his preferred surface and the right distance. It all worked out for him today for trainer Bill Mott. 1426 to bring you prices, more live racing, and a lot more to discuss on America's Day at the Races after this. Two weeks from today, Belmont Stakes. Who will add their name to the history books in the Belmont Stakes Racing Festival all week long? Some exciting starter incentive bonuses recently announced, Richie, during the 3-day Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Horses who placed 4th through last in stakes races and horses placed 2nd through last in non-stakes races will get a starter bonus. And additionally, trainers whose horses come in will receive a $1,000 shipping bonus. Just some great opportunities. There's more things as well that are part of that, but some wonderful opportunities for horsemen to be part of a great weekend of racing. As if you needed more incentive to take part in this incredible celebration of our sport. And I always feel like it's just an early season or a dress rehearsal Breeders' Cup, if you will. And you can get a free $25 Belmont bet with the official betting site of the Belmont Stakes, Naira Bets. Use promo code Belmont25 for your free $25 bet and $200 deposit match bonus. Into the winner's circle in race 3 today went the one Broken Spur, able to take them gate to wire, getting back on the turf. Yeah, took the lead, got very comfortable. Jose Lezcano, we have to talk about it, Acacia. He took a pretty nasty spill over at Aqueduct. There was talk he'd be out 3 months, 4 months, surgery. Month, he's back. I mean, a warrior's mentality. I respect that so much. A guy that just, has so much courage, so much heart, and gets it done here with Broken Spur. And one of the earliest stops he made, I know he went to Bill Mott's barn early. Hey, got anything I can get on? When he was still kind of testing that hand out. So good to see him back in good form right away. It really is. $4 winner in race 3 at Belmont Park. Back over to Churchill Down. Time for the 4th race up next. A mile and a 16th on the main track and a starter allowance. Horses approaching the gate. 4-year-olds and upward. $50 cent. The number 4, who has a lot of speed, is currently even money. Well, we got a full field of 3 here with 3 scratches of the 1, 2, and 3. So
Not quite a match race, but certainly a rider's race.
Definitely. If you're in a short field and you have a horse with speed, do you just try to run away from them?
Listen, speed's always dangerous, and if in a small field, if you can get comfortable, it's going to be tough to get by.
One more to load in race 4. Travis Stone has the call from Churchill.
And they're in the gate. And they're off. Just Call Ray broke the best. 50 Cent Dollars is sent on for speed, and 50 Cent Dollars comes on to take the lead with 1 circuit to go. Just Call Ray is going to back off to stock from second, and 2.5 lengths back to Bear Oak, who settles in at the back in third. So they're on the clubhouse turn, and it's 50 Cent Dollars, and Mitchell Merle trying to back down the early speed. The lead is 2 lengths. Just Call Ray content to sit back in second, and Bear Oak continues to track them from third. None of them in a hurry heading to the backstretch run. And the opening quarter goes in 24 and 2. 50 Cent Dollars. Down the backstretch unopposed. Here comes Bear Oak. Bear Oak puts in the first move, and that forces the hand of Just Call Ray a bit. They're second and third, and with that, 50 Cent Dollars lets it out a notch. So 50 Cent Dollars continues to lead with 4 furlongs to go. Just Call Ray's in between, and Bear Oak's going to get stuck 3 wide to the far turn. 50 Cent Dollars continues to show the way. The lead is still a length. Bear Oak and Just Call Ray coming with more pressure now. The 3 of them round the far turn, tightly packed. 50 Cent Dollars short lead. Just Call Ray, Bear Oak outside. So they head for the top of the stretch, and they're going to stack up at the quarter pole. 50 Cent Dollars and Just Call Ray. Now these two shoulder to shoulder, and Just Call Ray takes the lead right off the turn. It is shaken up for more. Just Call Ray's in front. 50 Cent Dollars is not done yet. Comes right back to grab the lead. 50 Cent Dollars in front. Just Call Ray now back to second. Bear Oak third. A determined 50 Cent Dollars. Nearly 3 in the end. Just Call Ray, Bear Oak.
50 Cent Dollars. He fought for it. Went to the front. Had Just Call Ray to his outside and dug back in to kick on and win.
Yeah, it looked like he was kind of a little less than focused, if you will, turning for home. Ears wiggling back and forth. Just Call Ray got in front of him, and he kind of reasserted himself under Mitchell Merle. And I like the name, 50 Cent Dollars.
As he gets the win here, taking them gate to wire in that field of 3 at Churchill Downs. It was 4, 5, 6 right in a row. And when you have a short field, like you said, speed is always dangerous, but especially when it is so much a rider's race when it's just a few horses.
And a horse gets so comfortable, right? And then you almost had the other 2 horses playing off each other. Bear Oak, Just Call Ray. He was the only horse that was kind of free and clear, unencumbered by any sort of body contact or pressure. Just Call Ray had his opportunity. 50 Cent Dollars just found a bit more.
That was the 4th race from Churchill Downs. Coming up a little bit later on their card, the Kirtana is the feature Sparkle Blue. Graded Stakes winner will stretch out in distance and try to pick up another stake.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKinsey. McKinsey Preservationist, Vino Rosso and Yoshida. McKinsey's in front.
McKinsey, they've done it. McKinsey has it by 2.
It's McKinsey in a dominant performance. Pure class in the Malibu.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every weekend in May. Win early and often with our Win Early Pick 5. First race, 12:40. Home to full competitive fields and big paydays, Monmouth Park continues to prove itself as a place to profit. Joining us on site? Be sure to lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
850, 875, 850, 75, 175, 175, 150, 175. Ralph, 850,000. Thank you.
Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
850,000. Thank you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, where the obscure becomes obvious. Well, coming up a little bit later on, we have some stakes action. It's an absolutely beautiful afternoon as we're based here in New York. Stakes action in the Soaring Softly coming up. The Kirtana at Churchill Downs as well will go as race number 10, a mile and a half on the turf, and it's a big field, very competitive field as well. Your morning line favorite is 7-2, and that just kind of tells you about that field, Richie. And Sparkle Blue, she won the Valley View. She's a graded stakes winner, and she'll make the second start of her 4-year-old season to stretch out. But first, we'll go to Miss Yearwood, who we don't have to worry about her and how she'll handle the distance.
No, she's one of 2 fillies or mares in this race that actually has won at the mile-and-a-half distance. And what was impressive about this win going the mile-and-a-half under Chris Landeros for his father-in-law, Ian Wilkes, is the way she finished. You know, just because a race is long doesn't mean horses are going to finish with this kind of acceleration. It wasn't a lot of pace on. She came home the last quarter in 23 and change. I mean, so she really reached out, finished the deal, and that bodes well for her going a mile and a half here. No doubt. I mean, she is a major, major player here.
And that was during a time, too, when Ian Wilkes was everything that he was sending out at Keeneland was running, and this was a horse who had faced graded stakes company prior to that. She got the win, going a mile and a half. Let's see if she can keep the momentum going, and she will be happy if there is some pace on. Now, Sparkle Blue, as mentioned, she's a graded stakes win already. Disappointed in the modesty last time, but it was her first race off the layoff. As we're taking a look at her finishing 3rd in the Grade 1 American Oaks.
Yeah, this is a Grade 1 going a mile and a quarter, so you feel like, you know, obviously the mile and a half's a question, but you feel like as well as she ran in tougher company going a mile and a quarter and with Graham Motion as her conditioner, that she'll get the mile and a half. You know, he's not a guy who's taking a shot or experimenting. He usually has a pretty good handle on what his horses are capable of doing.
Jockey Vincent Chemino will be aboard, and we'll see if she's able to get back to the winner's circle and handle the mile and a half distance. It'll be a fun one. The Kirtana coming up as race number 10 a little bit later on today at Churchill Downs. Back to today at Belmont Park. Race 4 is coming up next. We're going to be on the main track going a mile for this allowance race. Here's a look at the field. Smooth Flying Mike is a short price at the outside. For more, let's get a paddock report. Check in with Maggie.
Acacia, typically when I walk down to the paddock, I look at the horses. I don't look at the tote board. And started looking at Smooth Flying Mike. I was like, wow, I like this horse in this spot. Stretching out, looks like he'll like it. He's really laid back. He's got a long, stretchy frame. Ships in looking the picture of health. And I look up at the board and I'm like, oh, everybody else thinks the same thing. Darn it. But again, I like this horse, and I thought he was pretty game last time out down at Parks, being down on the rail, part of a several horse pastel, and the horse that kind of was out in the middle of the track, putting his nose in front, was able to last going the 6 furlongs. And now from the outside, he can control if he wants to, which I hope his rider Jose Ortiz opts to. But then again, the outside post affords that luxury of seeing if anybody else wants to go. Now, down to his inside is number 5, Winter's Lion, who will return to the main track. And really, it is a pedigree that suggests main track. But his lone win came on the slop over at Oaklawn, over a sealed racetrack. And having spent quite a bit of time out at Oaklawn this winter, I know that when that track is sealed and wet, it is pretty firm. It's a hard racetrack. So again, it's much more like the turf than it is a harrowed, open main track, especially a deep one here in New York. And for me, Winter's Lion is built like a wet track horse. He's kind of tall and narrow and lightly framed, especially across his top line. I get the switch back to the dirt. I just, for his sake, Acacia, wish it was a wet track. I think he would be much more proficient over the wet.
Well, unfortunately for Winter's Lion, but fortunately for us, no rain in the forecast today. But Maggie does bring up a very good point. How will he handle it? Because it's so interesting, too. Not only did he win that race on the slop down at Oaklawn, but then he was immediately put on the turf after that.
Yeah, you know, it's always interesting to me when a horse is successful at doing something, and then the connections switch things up, and they go ahead and try a different surface or a different distance. How many times I hear somebody say, "Oh, I claimed the horse. He just won going 6 furlongs. I'm going to run him long on the turf."
Yeah.
Why are we reinventing the wheel?
Right. So an interesting wild card horse in here, Winter's Lion, but all the money coming to the outside in the number 6, Smooth Flying Mike, who it's interesting because historically, and Jane Sibeli is a high percentage trainer, but historically with her runners coming here to New York, they hadn't fared as well. She is 1 for 1 at the meet so far, and I guess maybe that could be part of it as well. But as Maggie said, obviously everybody else seeing what she had noticed from him, and he did run a very good race last time out, given the pace that he was part of.
Yeah, I mean, both his starts sprinting were very good. And my question was, even though from a pedigree standpoint you think, well, he should be able to get more ground, is he more of a sprinter? Maggie kind of answered that right off the top, that she liked what she saw from him, likes the way he's conducting himself, laid back, and he has shown ability. And with that outside post in a race that does not have much speed, I think he gallops to the lead under Jose Ortiz and gets very comfortable.
We'll see if he can take them every step. That's a look at Long Shot Life and Light. A couple of other horses that are intriguing in here are 2 that are off the back of wins. Warrior Richard has been kind of zipping through conditions, coming in off back-to-back victories, and he'll step in to face tougher today, as that's what happens when you win. Then you have to face the next level of competition and try a little bit deeper waters.
Yeah, and he just, you know, eked out a win from Maiden 20 and then came right back with a win against 32, which goes against my conventional thought process that a horse that wins for 20 is usually worth a little bit less than that 20. He stepped up. Maybe he just figured the game out. Maybe he got better. And how can I not like a horse named Warrior Richard? I mean, I'm Warrior Richard, not Warrior Richard.
Now, you're a warrior. You're a warrior. The number of times throughout your riding career that you got hurt, came right back, got big wins. I'd give you a warrior credit.
Well, listen, I appreciate that. I just didn't know any better.
So Warrior Richard on the desk. Let's see if Warrior Richard, the equine version, can get it done too. Meeting the rest of the field, though, starting things off with the 1 Life and Light.
Yeah, it would be a bit of a surprise. Tried turf last time. That didn't work, back to dirt, but was claimed for 14 a few back. This is much tougher.
And facing much softer, too, back with that win. Here's Thundurian.
Yeah, David Jacobson Barn going extremely well here. Reaches out for Irad Ortiz Jr. And horse certainly has figures that make him a contender.
Here's your friend, Warrior Richard.
Warrior Richard in good form, figured the game out, and his 6th start put back-to-back wins, decided he liked getting his picture taken.
And now trying to make it 3 in a row. Alternate Reality is next.
I thought this horse was pretty interesting. I like the 1-turn mile for this horse. Horses faced some pretty good ones going back, Slip Mahoney, and I think he's a contender.
Winter's Lion, back to the dirt.
Getting back to the dirt, again, tried turf, kind of ultimately a failed experiment. Baggy made great points about this horse winning on a sealed surface at Oaklawn.
And stretching out, still your favorite, Smooth Flying Mike.
It just looks like in a race that's crying out for someone to control it. This horse has had sprint speed, and from that outside post should just kind of assume the lead. You get such a nice long run down the back, he should get very comfortable.
That's the field for race 4. I have a pick 4 starting here. There is Warrior Richard. Taking a look at his last race, it was a wet track over at Aqueduct, but he came up the inside under Manny Franco and was able to hold his foe at bay. That's Valenzen Day to his outside. And like you said, for a horse that took a little while to break his maiden, and then he came right back with another victory.
Yeah, and listen, Rob Falcone's been having a really good year. His horses have been running well. And sometimes it just takes a horse a little while to figure the game out, and I'm assuming that's what's going on with Warrior Richard. And, you know, finally broke his maiden for 20, but he has shown steady improvement in every single start.
He has, and I always look at it too that it could often be a case, especially with horses that are lower level, ones that take a while to win, and then they come right back and win again. Sometimes could mean that the trainers kind of figure something out with the horse, or maybe it's just a horse that's doing really well physically at that time. It's just a happy, healthy horse.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, he's a horse that's taken money in all of his starts, starting with his debut.
You have to strike while the iron's hot with those types. Here's Alternate Reality getting a big warm-up from Jackie Davis.
Yeah, and put it all together last time, rallying from off the pace, going 7 furlongs to get it done last time. Yeah, I think he's a player here. I like the way he finished here. You can see all the kickback he took. He's lingering on his left lead. But though
he never switched, I like that finally Jackie just kind of left him and said, okay, wait, at least you're going forward. I'm not going to get in your way at this point.
Well, I think that's an important thing to do. You give them a try, you help them.
Right.
But then it reaches a point where it's counterproductive and you're actually slowing them down, trying to force them to do something that they just don't want to do.
There he is at 5-1, Alternate Reality. For more as these horses finish up their warm-ups, let's go back to Maggie.
And I'll admit, I wasn't enthusiastic about his last win, although he did earn a decent figure, Alternate Reality, because I thought he kind of got the pace to close into, and he didn't switch leads. It was still a decent effort, probably at a distance as maybe a touch shorter for him, because he did get that pace. Now, I don't know if he gets the pace to run out today with the presence of Smooth Flying Mike, who might just get out there and waltz along on the front end. But I really like the physical presence of this horse. And so the price is much more inviting than the 9-5 on the outside runner. So I am going to go with Alternate Reality. And he was listed as a vet scratch a couple weeks ago in a starter allowance, but it arguably could have been a tougher spot because it was against older horses, and now today he just gets to run against fellow 3-year-olds. So I'm not too concerned about the fact that he was a scratch those couple weeks ago. As we'll move on to Warrior Richard, and I think they named him right, at least in his last 2 efforts, as he's been very, very game. I know is better. He's run well at a mile, 2 back and 3 back. I'm still not totally sold on longer is better. I would prefer 6 to 7 or 7 furlongs for this guy. He's just very stout, very much of that sprinter frame, but he's really healthy and he's doing well. And I like what you said, Acacia, about striking while the iron's hot, and I really feel like they're doing that here. And he does fit well with this group, and you're getting a good price on him at 7-1.
He is a good price. Maggie, thank you. And we'll see if he can stack up, as he's facing a little bit tougher than what he's faced in his last 2 for sure, but a horse that's going well, and he's a generous price for one that's in good form. There is Alternate Reality. As Maggie mentioned, you're going to get a good price on him too. And all that money still coming back, 9-5 on Smooth Flying Mike. Are you hoping, Richie, that he just takes him every step in here?
Yeah, I just think that it looks to me, on paper anyway, that he's going to gallop to the lead. Jose Ortiz doesn't have to change anything the first quarter of a mile. You've got a half a mile to the far turn. You got a horse stretching out for the first time. You leave him out a little bit deep in the racetrack, and it kind of almost puts them to sleep a little, and they get relaxed, and they'll throw their ears up, and I think that'll carry him for the mile.
Well, you can take home your share of $2,500 today when you play with Naira Bets. Nothing wrong with that. Hit the late pick 5 at Belmont Park on Saturday, and we'll sweeten the pot with a $2,500 hit and split. This bonus is available to new and existing players. All you have to do is opt in at NairaBets.com. Always all kinds of great promos going on over at Naira Bets. 9-5 now on the outside runner, Smooth Flying Mike. Let's see if he lives up to his name today. The number 2, Thundurian, is taking some attention. We haven't talked about him much. He does have Irad Ortiz, so that's always going to make their price go down a little bit. He was 3rd last time behind Paros, who did come back to win again, but that was on the turf for his subsequent start.
Yeah, but I think when a horse comes back and wins, it shows that you faced a horse that's in good form, right? That's doing well. And he's run well, and he certainly has a look of a horse. And you're getting Irad Ortiz is always going to take more money. David Jacobson having a really good run, winning it better than 30% at this current stand. You can understand why this horse is taking money.
See if he can build off of that 3rd place finish as he stretches back out to the mile. Did win most recently at a mile on a wet track at Laurel back in March. There he is going into the starting gate. It's time for race number 4. We have a pick 4 starting here as well. Good luck if you're playing. 9 to 5 still on the outside runner. Smooth Flying Mike. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
Waiting for Winter's Lion and Smooth Flying Mike. Smooth Flying Mike steps up and goes in nicely. We're set for Belmont's 4th. And they're off. Smooth Flying Mike shows first from the extreme outside. Now Thundurian moves on through to take 2nd. Life and Light is down at the rail. Warrior Richard is alongside in 4th. And then comes Winter's Lion and Alternate Reality, the early trailer, in 6th. Smooth Flying Mike takes the field up the backstretch with Thundurian in pursuit in 2nd. Winter's Lion in the clear on the far outside. The quarter went in 23-1. Smooth Flying Mike leads by 1.25 lengths. Thundurian is 2nd by a neck with Winter's Lion on the outside in 3rd. Then it's the trio of Alternate Reality, Warrior Richard, Life and Light is down at the rail. Just 4 lengths separating the field as they go for the far turn. It is still Smooth Flying Mike, who ran the half mile in 46-4 and now spurts clear here. Smooth Flying Mike by 3 lengths. Thundurian down at the rail. Winter's Lion, the gray on the outside. Alternate Reality has now moved into 4th. Then it's Warrior Richard and Life and Light. Smooth Flying Mike is the leader, coming for the quarter pole in front by 3 lengths. Thundurian being asked for more in 2nd and now moves to the outside for the stretch run. It's Smooth Flying Mike in front. Thundurian, Winter's Lion seem to brush there as they come down for the 8th pole. It is Smooth Flying Mike. Thundurian has now moved back to the rail. Winter's Lion is on the outside. Alternate Reality is in 4th. They're coming on for the finish. Smooth Flying Mike is tiring. Here comes Winter's Lion. Here comes Alternate Reality. 3-way photo that goes to the closer, Alternate Reality.
Desperate to the finish in race number 4. Alternate Reality and Jackie Davis in the final jumps.
Came with a long, sustained, grinding run, insistent urging from Jackie Davis, and Smooth Flying Mike was having a really nice journey until he hit some turbulence leaving the 8th pole, and he just
got a little tired.
Did not get the mile. He kind of laid down late, but here comes Jackie Davis to lay it on her brother Dylan right on the shadow of the wire, and good for Jackie Davis to get this win at Belmont Park. And I believe the gray horse in the middle got up for 2nd. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so it was a Davis exacta. Jackie Davis on the number 4, Alternate Reality. Dylan Davis on the 5, Winter's Lion. Smooth Flying Mike tried to take them every step of the way, and Thundurian on the inside tried to make that run, but just didn't really have quite enough punch. And it looked like Smooth Flying Mike was just going to help to hold basically a battle of attrition, but he just wasn't able to sustain those last few strides.
Yeah, that last 1/8 of a mile got awfully long for Smooth Flying Mike. They came home in roughly 14 seconds, and he just tired badly at the end. Some contact between the 2, Thundurian, and the 4, Alternate Reality, just above the 8th pole. It looked like Thundurian maybe came out into...
I think it was the 2 and the 5.
Yeah, Winter's Lion, excuse me, Winter's Lion. Yeah, Alternate Reality was outside of them. But Dylan Davis just having a tough Belmont stand. I think this is something like his 22nd or 23rd second place finish.
Think Jackie Davis is giving her brother a hard time right now?
Well, listen, if sibling rivalry, I know with myself, counts for anything, oh yeah, talking some smack right now.
You gotta love Jackie's enthusiasm, and of course the whole Davis family, so talented with horses, so involved and so committed, and some pats for alternate reality. Jackie wins back-to-back races on him.
The Ryden Davis clan. You got Dylan, Jackie, Katie, and Dad Robbie was a tremendous rider.
Eddie training,
Eddie trains, brother-in-law Trevor McCarthy. Boy, we got a lot going on here.
Congratulations to the connections with alternate reality getting the win back over at Churchill Downs. Time for the 5th race. We'll be sprinting on the turf here, going 5.5 furlongs on the grass for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Horses heading out of the paddock. Pretty wide open board. The number 4, About Time, currently 2-1. We'll meet the rest of the field though, starting off with Super Munnings.
Yeah, get my stuff straight here. Comes off a synthetic race, has a couple of nice turf sprints up in Canada.
Big price on that one. Who has some races to go back on, some disappointing efforts in her last 2, but that was on synthetic and going 2 turns. Here's Love and Money.
Love and Money, probably the speed here, very quick, 5 furlongs kind of speed at Gulfstream. Stretches out to 5.5.
Cherie DeVoe sends out 2 in here. Here's the number 3, Sharp Hero.
Went a mile last time against much tougher company, turns back in distance and gets some class relief.
The other Cherie DeVoe runner, About Time, and your favorite first start as a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I mean, you go back to some of those races last summer. She runs anything close to that race at Monmouth going 5.5. Nobody's run that fast in this race compared to her.
Took her a while to get on the track, but once she did, she's been good. Here's Happy Soul.
You get Wesley Ward with a turf sprinter. That's usually a recipe for success, although she has not won turf sprinting yet.
No, only one sprinting on the main track. In fact, Nota Bene is next.
Louis Saez for Ian Wilkes. One thing about Louis, he understands the value of position. Expect this filly to be well placed.
And Louis Saez, who's just continued to ride so well since shipping his tack over to Churchill Downs. Get the Candy has some early speed.
Yeah, certainly lends pace to this affair. Should probably be giving the 2-horse Love and Money fits up on the lead. She runs her best Get the Candy when she's involved.
And Quarria Comet to the outside.
Has been showing more speed on synthetic, but has rallied from off the pace to win turf sprinting in the past.
That's the field for the 5th at Churchill Downs. Back over at Belmont. Alternate reality, grinding, relentless run gets the win with Jackie Davis aboard. And I always love when we get a Davis family interview. Jackie's standing by with Maggie.
I'm getting a rundown here of Jackie's plans for the day, which I love. But Jackie, talk a little bit about alternate reality, a horse that you just kept after, and you said he's still a colt, he's still a baby, he's still learning.
So I got lucky enough to get involved with this horse in Aqueduct, and he was young and experienced. It was only about a race in, and so I was just helping him, teaching him every race he's growing, and he's a big colt, so obviously they got a mind of their own. Sometimes they want to be a little hard-headed, so we have to keep him to task and keep his attention. I'm not gonna lie, I was yelling at him, throwing the kitchen sink at him, and the last couple of jumps, it clicked, and he just jumped up and got the bob. I was love him.
And two, as you said, the distance felt like the right trip for him.
Well, obviously he's a big horse, so we like to go a little bit of a route. He win the 7, which I was completely happy with, because between the 7 and the mile, a lot of times they tend to go a little faster and they like to come back to you. And especially with the 1-turn mile, because a lot of the horses, they're not going into that turn, so they don't slow down. Yeah.
So the pace helps him a bit. It helped him today. Jackie, I know somebody's helping you. Your sister, Katie.
Oh, yeah. Right now, Katie's on days, and she picks me up from the airport every week. And we do dinner. Last night we both didn't ride, so we went and had a girls' lunch with our sister-in-law, and we had a great time. It's nice to see my family every weekend.
And it's so much fun to watch you guys ride on the track as a family. Well, Jackie, congratulations here, and I think you have dinner tonight for Katie.
Looks like it. Yeah.
She doesn't seem too happy about that, guys.
Yeah, I love it. I do anything for any of my family. They can have anything in my bank account in my house. I don't care.
Breaking my heart down here, bringing me tears of joy, Acacia.
love to see it. Jackie, dinner's on her. But a great ride and great to see the love, the support between the siblings, between everybody in the family. And it's one of those things, too, Richie. I mean, they'll get it as well, being so involved in the sport of horse racing with Robbie Davis, their father being a successful jockey too. It's not an easy lifestyle. It really is a way of life and not a lifestyle too. And having somebody in your family that understands that as well, I think is such a big piece of it.
Absolutely. I think you said it well. It's a way of life. It's not a job. It's something you check at the door. It consumes you. It's everything. And listen, I competed with Robbie Davis for years. He was one tremendous race rider.
Congratulations to Jackie. Back over at Churchill Downs. The 5th coming up, this turf sprint. Let's check in with Paula Duca.
Yeah, you know, the other part about that I'm going to just join in is she's happy. It's happy. She's happy to be riding horses. Sometimes it's really hard to get some of these guys or some of these jockeys or some of these women that don't even want to do an interview. You can just tell that she enjoys to be on horses, and that's just a pleasure in itself. So congratulations to Jackie Davis. Another good ride. We got a nice little race here. Some fillies and mares in here on the turf. And it looks like that the Cherie DeVoe pair in here is taking, you know, a lot of the money in here. You know, the 4 About Time is a 5-year-old mare. And you go back and you look at some of the races. Mig even, you know, pointed towards him. There's some fast races. Now you wonder, the last 2 races were poor. And both of those were without Lasix. Now, she does get Lasix back. Does that have something to do with it or not? Remains to be seen, because she is getting bet off the board from 8-1 to 2-1. I thought her stablemate, the 2 Love and Money, would actually be your favorite, a mare that's just very, very quick. Now, there is some other speed in this race with the outside filly, Get the Candy. Can she soften up Love and Money? There's a lot of horses in here that want to go to the front end, but I would think the 2 is going to be very fresh in here. The horse that I can't get on board with is Happy Soul a little bit. You know, Wesley usually starts his horses on the turf course. This horse won by a pole first time out on the dirt, you know, and then tried a lot of dirt and then went to the turf and lost to Freedom Speaks, ran a really good race at Kentucky Downs, then came to Keeneland, where his horses were all firing, but his horses coming over here, Keisha, have not been firing. Bound from Nowhere didn't run anywhere last night, no pun intended. So I think Happy Soul is a horse that maybe you want to look the other way. And then Nota Bene, you know, an interesting horse. Nota Bene is maybe a little bit below these, but he has gait issues. If she can get out of the gate, I think she has a good chance to sit a good trip. So the money's all going to the Cherie DeVoe runner to the 4, but you know, I'll take the overlay on the 2 at 4-1 because she's the one to catch.
Yeah, that speed's so dangerous, Paul. Thank you. Those 5-furlong turf races at Gulfstream, you got to be quick early.
Look at the fractions of the 1-2 back for Love and Money. 20-3, a sub-21 first quarter. That's rolling. And that's not down a hill like at Santa Anita. That's on the flat.
If you're not quick early, you are left behind. Race 5, turf sprint coming up at Churchill Downs. Let's send it up to Travis Stone for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Get the Candy. Breaks in stride and quickly opens up and guided over to the inside to show the way. Love and Money comes on to grab second with Happy Soul chasing out of third. About Time comes on to grab fourth. Super Munnings is down inside fifth. Nota Bene sixth. Quaria Comet in seventh. And Sharp Hero in tight at the back. Tight pack, far turn run coming up. Get the Candy joined by Love and Money. Get the Candy short lead, Love and Money right there. And Happy Soul comes on 3 wide. About Time is set to strike in behind fourth, needs to find a way through. Quaria Comet's 3 lengths off the leaders there. Super Munning's going to try and cut the corner. Nota Bene comes wide. Sharp Heroes in behind a wall of horses. They're off the turn. Get the Candy trying to tough it out. Love and Money is there. Quaria Comet coming down the center. Nota Bene in with a shot as well. Happy Soul fights on between them. And here comes Quaria Comet to come away with the lead. Quaria Comet streaking through the stretch to score. 3 lengths on the wire. Happy Soul second. Tight for third among Love and Money, Bout Time, and Nota Bene.
Aquaria Comet pulls away much the best from this field at a generous price as she gets back on the turf for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, trained by Paulo Lobo, a trainer that I just have so much respect for, just a tremendous horseman. Joe Talamo gets the win here. Joe now being represented by Marty McGee, formerly of the Racing Form, but this filly was good. She really finished.
Marty's the greatest. We miss him being over at the Forum, but I know we'll see him around the racetrack for sure.
No, absolutely. He's a lifelong racetracker. You're not going to get rid of him too easily, but this was a big effort to put that much separation on this field. And she got pace to run into it.
Yeah, nice win from Aquaria Comet over at Churchill Townsend. It's time for me to say goodbye, at least for now. I'll be back in the paddock reporting a little bit later on, and I leave you in the very capable hands of Greg Wolf.
Well, this was fun. Thank you.
Yes, as always. Greg coming up on the desk to take you the rest of the way. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races. Up next, it's the 5th from Belmont Park.
Just put together like a machine, and he had a great mind. Everything about him was what you'd want.
Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne. Tis the law is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
I've never seen him get tired.
Respect the law, tis the law.
His structure is just perfect. His bone is perfect.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
He's everything you would look for in a horse.
Hello and welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. I'm Maggie Wolfendale here in the paddock for today's 5th race, as we do have maiden special weight fillies going a mile and 16th on the turf course. And we'll begin with the horse who's taking a lot of money as of now in the wagering, and that is number 4, Doral, for Hall of Famer Bill Mott. Now, last time we saw her was over a good turf course down at Keeneland, in which she was really far back, and then she was kind of running in between horses, just seemed to be running with that proverbial emergency brake on, as our very own Richard Migliori likes to say. And then she kind of got steadied at the quarter. It was just kind of a messy race for her. And so now, with a bit of a shorter field, to say the least, the blinkers do go on, a short cup cheater blinker. I will say, though, as she cuts back a little bit in distance, and she ran fine first time out, going a mile and 16th. She does strike you as one, looking at her, that probably more distance might be better, but then again, maybe she gets a little bit more pace here. She's a very long, tubular filly. Doesn't, there isn't much substance to her, which is fine for turf fillies, but she wouldn't necessarily be my pick of the paddock or one that I'd want to take at a very short price. We'll move on to the 2 for Chad Brown here, number 6 utilization rate. And maybe people are thinking that race over at Aqueduct wasn't that good. Now, I remember Acacia saying that she got really revved up, I believe, prior to going in the stalls back on April 8th. And because of another filly acting up in the stalls, and it kind of set her off a little bit. Well, so far so good here in the paddock, but I'm wondering if too it kind of set her off and sent her to the lead, where you could see she just seemed a bit lost out on the front end, and I would wholeheartedly believe that they're going to try to utilize a target today where she might be forward, but I wouldn't necessarily expect her to be on the front end. Then again, I don't really know who does provide the pace, to be fair, so maybe she does. But so far, so good the way she's acting, at least here in the paddock. Very fit, very petite filly, though, so not necessarily my type, but again, I think she could be effective here. Now, Chad's other horse is my type, Double Dream, number 2. What a big daughter of Curlin. Looks a lot like her sire. Now, to be fair, there's not an abundance of turf pedigree. The dam didn't do much running, but she is half to El Padrino, who's the greatest stakes winner going long on the dirt, and also she's half to a greatest stakes winning dirt sprinter. So there's a lot more dirt, and I can't say she looks overwhelmingly like a turf horse, to be honest. So it's a bit of a curious surface for her to debut at, but still, I like her as an individual. We'll see how she gets on here, but we'll get on upstairs as we send it to Greg Wolf for the first time today as he joins Richard Migliore. Greg?
Maggie, thank you. Great to be here. Beautiful Saturday afternoon. Days like this love working outside, love being in this sport, and we got some good races coming up. Soaring Softly, our feature later today. Big scratch in that race.
Yeah, Love's Appeal, big scratch, but American Apple stretching to the 7 furlongs, and I like her today. I think 7/8 is going to suit her. She's a lot different horse than she was at 2. She's much more settled.
Daniel Leach, her trainer, she provided him with the first graded stakes win of his career. He's been with this ownership group, Katie Rich, pretty much his entire career. He's been with the dam, Miss Mary Apples, a lot of them throughout his career, and he is very high. She's been training, according to him, lights out for the Soaring Softly coming up. Let's look at Lady Bet, though, for Chad Brown. First start came on a race that was meant for the grass, came off and looked very good on synthetic.
Yeah, and listen, synthetic is not turf, but a lot of times horses that handle synthetic handle turf well. It's not making that quantum leap from a dirt race to a turf race. And the fact that she was meant for the turf first time, with Chad Brown. Chad's so good at understanding where his horses, what surface his horses need to run on to be at their best. And she certainly won easy enough on debut.
So dangerous. This dam was multiple stakes placed on the grass. This is her first full, so we'll see how she transitions to the turf here at start number 2. Christophe Clement, no love appeals in this spot. It would have been the heavy favorite. Does have Queen Picasso, who won first time out and will slightly cut back in distance. Yeah, and Christophe as a trainer likes his horses covered up and produced for the run. Now, first time she ran, she was in the clear the whole way, laying up close to the pace. With the turn back, should be able to settle and get that cover. And if you ever watch Christophe's horses train in the morning, Greg, they're always one in behind the other before allowing to kind of join their workmate. It's our ABR race of the week. Grade 3 Soaring Softly, named after a very special one who had that incredible campaign in '99 for Jimmy Toner, winning 7 of 8 starts, including the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf. And up next, we'll obviously get to that. That's the 7th on the card. It's the start of the Pick 6 coming up. Mile and 16th over the inner turf. Maiden special weight. Todd Pletcher, Chad Brown, Kenny McPeak, Bill Mott, all of them with runners in this race coming up.
It's a good maiden race here.
Utilization rate for Chad Brown, Klarovich. This was a near miss, part of an odds-on entry in the second start of her career at Aqueduct.
Yeah, showed improved speed second time after one start at Gulfstream and was very game. I mean, she did not want to get past. She kept fighting. It looked like she was going to get swamped at one point and finish a well-beaten third. And then she kind of re-engaged and fought on and went from the lead to third by a neck to second by a neck. Irad Ortiz takes the reins for one of his main outfits, Chad Brown.
She is a little surprisingly 7-2 right now. Doral taking a lot of money, the 4 for Bill Mott. We have a new audience joining us, then we'll get to the post parade in a moment.
a good-looking performance. Cruises home in the Pascal Invitational.
And it's a vintage performance by Vino Rosso in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Nest, much the best.
Elite Power on the far outside, and Elite Power gets up to win the sprint. On the outside, it's Malafat coming to the wire. Who's it gonna be? It is Malafat.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal-bred.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Welcome to those just joining us on Bally Sports SoCal. Those already with us on FS2. You're watching America's Day of the Races. Greg Wolf, along with winningest rider in the history of Aqueduct Racetrack, won just about every major stake on this New York circuit. Richard Migliori, beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York.
It is absolutely picture-perfect weather. I really feel blessed to be here covering this with you. Just glorious out.
Let's get underway in the Pick 6 post parade. Happened a few moments ago. This race will kick it off. Mile to 16th, Inner Turf. Maiden Special Weight. They're all looking for that first win. Here's Mirabella, Todd Pletcher, Johnny V.
Strong combination, Johnny Velasquez for Todd Pletcher. Philly improved from her first run, going 5 furlongs at Monmouth on the dirt to her first turf start.
First of a pair of runners for Chad Brown. This is a first-time starter, Double Dream.
Yeah, with a real nice pedigree from strong connections. Mare's had 4 foals to race, all winners, including Padrino, stakes winner.
Another from the Pletcher barn, Zapera, who was only beaten a length and a quarter in the debut.
Ran well on debut against utilization rate.
Here's Doral, still the favorite for Hall of Famer Bill Mott.
Out of a mare, Decida, who was a multiple Grade 1 winner, interestingly enough, for Chad Brown. I think she was very unlucky last time.
Trey Chic, first time out for Kenny McPeak.
First timer with Dylan Davis for Kenny McPeak at a big price.
And that number coming down on utilization rate, who just missed last time out.
Was ultra game, just fought every step of the way, was passed and battled back. You gotta like that kind of tenacity.
And a barn that improves a lot. Second time out, Jorge Abreu has Joel Rosario and Empathy.
I thought she was kind of interesting. She broke from post 12 last time at Churchill Downs, really could never get any kind of position. And I thought she ran on a little bit at the end, maybe a little better race than paper would indicate.
Blinkers go on for start number 2 for our Bally SoCal viewers. Let's check in for the first time with Maggie Wolfendale.
And Greg, I'll pick up where you left off, and I'm kind of glad that post parade was on tape delay, as I do want to talk about Empathy, who has not behaved herself. And this is one that I saw in her debut down at Churchill, in that she was not acting this way that day. I mean, it could be a good sign in that she was kind of slow out of there, breaking from the far outside. She's still on the outside today, but it's about half the field size. And she's just been a handful for her jockey, Joel Rosario, as well as her handlers as those blinkers go on. So, like I said, expect a little bit more early foot here. And she has strengthened up out of the race. I'm just wondering if she's a little, as I like to say, OTT, over the top for her second start here. But I get where she is intriguing because last time she was wired by an impressive winner in Gloria's Princess. At the end of the day, this race was filled with fillies that I have my types. You know, you have your type of people that you're friends with, that you want to date. I have my type of horses. And the only horse that's my type of horse in this field is the first-time starter in Double Dream. And I liked her even more out on the racetrack. She warmed up so nice for Flavien Prat. I'm still not convinced she's ultimately a turf horse, but I guess in Chad I trust for this one. Like I said, Greg, just going with the horse that really caught my eye in this affair.
All right, we'll see how Double Dream does in those Peter Brandt Silks for Chad Brown on the debut. Flavien Prat will be aboard. Pick 6 pulled 90,000 and growing. It starts here, and you can play it by getting signed up and started with Naira Bet. You'll also get a $25 free play in the Belmont Stakes and a $200 sign-up bonus. New members punch in that code right there to take advantage. Belmont 25 at nairabets.com and bet any track, anywhere, anytime.
Got my Naira Bets account firing last couple of days. You know, kind of trying to back up my opinion. So I'm not just talking to people about horses, I'm actually involved.
I like it. Hopefully your account is healthy. We wish the same for everybody watching.
Healthier yesterday.
It's always the next race. There's a look at Doral, that 4. Jose Ortiz from Mott. 2 narrow defeats at Gulfstream, and then tough effort last time out at Keeneland. We'll see if this horse can bounce back. Certainly that big pedigree mentioned out of Decida.
Yeah, Decida, some really nice runs. Diana in Saratoga comes to mind where she just got up. I think Chad might have ran 1, 2, 3 that day in this race. Interestingly enough, Doral trained by Bill Mott, and horses to beat are maybe the Chad Brown runner Utilization Rate, who showed good speed last time, and or Double Dream, the first timer for Peter Brandt that Maggie's high on. So I always elevate the ones that Maggie takes a shine to.
Pick 6 sequence on this Saturday card begins here. Mile and a 16th over the inner turf rail is out 27 feet, by the way. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial to kick things off.
Number 7, Empathy, goes into the gate. We're set. And they're off. Mirabella from that inside post. Utilization rate now ranges up on the outside. Utilization rate to the front. And gaining ground is Doral, who's right alongside of Mirabella. Their heads apart, 2nd and 3rd. Empathy on the outside of Zapera. Their heads apart, 4th and 5th. Double Dream races in 6th, and Trey Chic is the trailer in 7th as these maidens move up the backstretch. Utilization rate steps away here to lead by 2. Doral is in 2nd by a neck. Mirabella down at the rail in 3rd, opening quarter mile in 24 and 2/5 seconds. Empathy is sitting in 4th, 4.5 lengths off the lead. Then Zapera, followed by the first-time starters Double Dream and Trey Chic. It is still Utilization Rate leading here by a length. Doral runs in 2nd. Mirabella down at the rail, the half mile, 49 seconds. Utilization Rate is the leader going into the turn. Doral remains in 2nd. Mirabella is down at the rail. And on the outside is Empathy. Double Dream has moved up a spot into 5th. Zapera has dropped back. And Trey Chic. Utilization Rate continues to lead here with Doral on the outside. It is Utilization Rate and Doral. They are 1-2 into the lane. 3/4 1 and 113. Utilization Rate now asks for more, and she is responding here. Utilization Rate opening up on the field now with a 5-length lead. Doral will try to hold 2nd here because she is not going to get to Utilization Rate, who breaks her maiden on Belmont's inner turf. And it turned out to be close for 2nd between Doral and the late closing Mirabella.
Utilization Rate scampers away from Doral and the rest of this field for that matter. Breaks her maiden here in start number 3.
Utilization Rate got to gallop to the lead under a terrific ride from Irad Ortiz. Ears up, slow pace, and when he asked her, she just kicked. She sprinted for home. School was out. when you get to go that slow on a speed favoring, or I should say lively turf course that's been yielding fast times, it's going to be very tough to get by. She just sprinted home after a half in 49 to finish up a mile and a 16th in 1:41 and 2/5 basically. Very strong effort.
Second win today for trainer Chad Brown, teaming up as he so often does with those Silks of Klarovich Stable. And Ryan Ortiz Jr. 5-2. Second choice on the board. Kicks off this pick 6 sequence. We'll have the prices when we come back, and we'll set the stage for the late pick 5 as well. We'll be back with more America's Day at the Races right after this.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Great to have you with us on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Belmont, New York. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Our pick 6 underway here at Belmont Park. Ryan Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables. Familiar connections in the winner's circle with utilization rate.
Yeah, just went to the lead, put the field to sleep. She was the only one that was traveling efficiently. She was kind, gentle into Irad's hands, and sprinted home when she was asked for her best. And then you go back and watch the replay. Doral was sitting just off of her, but was under a snug hold by Jose Ortiz, where utilization rate was just going on kindly with her ears up. And I think that's the perfect example. And I say it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. She was just doing it so comfortably and efficiently.
And Doral, what do you make of her now? I mean, she had those 2 near misses. First 2 starts of her career were arguably she could have won either one of those with some trouble. Now it's start number 4, still trying to break the maiden with that big pedigree.
Yeah, I mean, you start to think about how many more seconds she's compiling. I think maybe she'd just be better with more pace. I mean, she was the one put in a position where she was under a strong pull laying second. And then when a horse sprints away from you the way utilization rate does, it tends to kind of tug the heart out of you a little bit.
Race 6, it will kick off the late pick 5, 7 furlongs on the main track, an allowance optional claiming field. And Vittorio, 8-5 morning line favorite, will shorten up in distance and has faced some pretty tough company the last few starts.
Yeah, I mean, look at the company lines he's been keeping, and you know, certainly he's getting class relief today, and he might like the turn back in distance as well.
We head to Louisville, Churchill Downs, and race 6 will kick off their Derby City 6. Mile and an eighth in this allowance optional claiming field, where the 8-5 favorite. Lightly raced Royal Take Charge. Excited to see this filly come back. We start with Jump Into the Fire, though, for Ben Colebrook.
Filly with speed with a 7-pound apprentice, Joel Novice, who scored earlier in the card from the rail in a gate-to-wire fashion for his 9th career victory.
Well, she put together 5 in a row at one point last year. Here's Royal Take Charge, 8-5 favorite.
Yeah, really hasn't done anything wrong. Won her first 2 starts, just defeated last time going this mile and eighth distance. She's going to be a handful.
Defeated by the filly, mare to her inside. Jump Into the Fire, by the way. Here's Lizette, 9-1.
Lizette for the coach, Wayne Lucas, and a filly that wouldn't surprise me because Wayne wins with these kind of big prices.
Mambo Kitten at 9-1. Put together back-to-back wins, synthetic at Turfway.
Yeah, showed improved speed last time in a slow pace at Belterra. This is certainly tougher.
And Mahoning Valley on Dirt was that second win of those back-to-back victories. The 6 Jungle Juice should be forward.
Yeah, should be forward. Last time showed good speed. And you get Luis Saez. Again, Luis Saez is a position rider. He is a guy that understands the value of getting your position going forward.
And Music Street, 5-2. She's got 2 wins. They both came here at Churchill Downs.
She's a deep closer here with Julien Leperoux, and she'd like to see some pace on here to set up a big late run from her.
Now let's go back to that meeting between Royal Take Charge and Jump Into the Fire. The first and third wagering choices on the board, I should say. And it was Jump Into the Fire who got the better of our current favorite, Royal Take Charge, when they met April 21st at Keeneland.
Yeah, listen, and she got to make a nice, sensible pace, 48 with the, at the time, 10-pound apprentice rider. She had a big break in weight, so she carried 108 pounds compared to Royal Take Charge carrying 118 pounds, a 10-pound shift in the weights, and she had everything her own way. The thing that a little bit worrisome to me about Royal Take Charge, never changing leads, lingering on that left lead. She was getting to her. I just think it's so important if you're going to be the best you can be to change leads properly.
That was just the 3rd start of her career, talking about the 2. And for Jump Into the Fire, you mentioned, yeah, she got loose on the lead with soft fractions, didn't carry a ton of weight. She's got other speed as we check in with Paula Duca to contend with today, Paulie.
Yeah, this is a tricky race to read in here because I do think Jump Into the Fire will get to the front end again. You know, the worry that you have with some of these fillies in this race or mares in this race, when I look at the one, you look at Jump Into Fire, her race that, you know, she beat the 2 in here, Royal Take Charge. You saw the replay. It was a 4-horse field. Now, Royal Take Charge, the 2, who's your heavy favorite here, is only faced 19 horses in 3 starts. So how do we really want to gauge her? Now, she got a little bit tired. It looked like they're off the layoff going 1 mile and an eighth. So do you put credence into that race? Because Jump Into Fire won that race. Royal Take Charge was 2nd. And then you have Jungle Juice, the 5. And I cannot get on board with Jungle Juice because that's a horse that's faced 12 horses in the last 3 starts. So, you know, when I keep going back and forth to that race that the 1, 2, and 6 were in, is it a race to go to or is it a race to kind of play against? And that's why I landed on the 7 in here. I truly like Music Street. And if you go back to Music Street's races, you know, I understand that she's a filly that lays way back. This is a shorter, tight field. I don't know if the 1 can get away from the group like she did last time going 1 mile and an eighth. Julien Leperoux, the farther they go, the better of a rider he is. I just think this filly would just outkick the rest of these horses. Jungle Juice is a horse that kind of needs the lead. You know, Royal Take Charge, I just don't know if she wants to go this far. Jump Into the Fire, she needs the lead. Mambo Kit needs the lead. I tell you what, Mig made a good point on Lisette. You know, this is the kind of horses that D. Wayne Lucas wins with, and Lisette has a couple races to go to come off the pace. So she would be my long shot horse, and I like the 7 Music Street in here. I'm going to take a stand against that Jump Into Fire and Royal Take Charge race.
All right, Paulie, see how it plays out coming up. You know, just quickly back to Music Street, the 7. Does she need to be as far back as she was last time out?
Well, she wasn't going 1.25 miles last fall at Churchill Downs, and they went a half in 48-1. So, I mean, I think they're not going to go much faster in this event. I don't see super amount of speed signed on. I do think Jump Into the Fire, particularly with the 7-pound apprentice who has the rail, I don't think he's going to get fancy and be looking to rate her, right? So I do think she goes. I think a lot depends on what Jungle Juice does with Luis Saez. I don't think Mambo Kitten's quite fast enough. But Music Street, listen, she had the one race in a sharp-paced mile in the return where they went 45 and change. It's going to be a lot more sensible. She won't be as far back. She'll be in calling distance.
Well, and, you know, as you mentioned, too, with Saez on the 6, this is a filly, or mare now, 7-year-old mare, the 6. She had legit sprint speed as well. And you got to figure they think that's their best chance. So how much do the 1 and 6 grind each other into the ground here?
Well, that was the one thing. Jungle Juice last year, she was showing speed sprinting. And was putting herself in the game in fast-paced races.
Here we go. 6 from Churchill. Kicks off the Derby City 6. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Jungle Juice bounces out on top. Jumping to the fire toward the inside as away sharply as well. And these two, biased the first time. Jump Into the Fire steps out to lead. Jungle Juice backs off to sit second as Royal Take Charge settles in toward the rail third. Lizette comes out in fourth, only 2.5 lengths off the lead. The back to our Mambo Kitten and Music Street the trailer. And the leader is Jump Into the Fire, coasting along on a 2.5 length advantage. Back in second is Jungle Juice, and they are crawling around the opening turn. The opening quarter goes in 24-2. So Jump Into the Fire, trying to back down this pace even more. The lead is 2.5 lengths. Jungle Juice tracking in second. Royal Take Charge has moved to the outside and is starting to inch forward now. Royal Take Charge and Jungle Juice coming after Jump Into the Fire with 5 furlongs to go. 2 lengths back to Mambo Kitten and Lizette. 3 back to the trailing Music Street. So down the backstretch run. The half in 49-2. Jump Into the Fire's given more rain for the far turn. Jungle Juice is right there. And so too is Royal Take Charge on the outside third. The 3 of them across the track as they round the far turn. And Jungle Juice grabs the lead. But Royal Take Charge with a menacing move on the outside comes on as well. And down inside, Jump Into the Fire is trying to keep up with them. 4 lengths back to Mambo Kitten, Music Street, and Lizette. They're coming for the top of the stretch. Royal Take Charge takes charge off the turn. Opens up 1.5 lengths. Jungle Juice is back into second. Jump Into the Fire is third. Music Street and Mambo Kitten, 1 furlong to go. Royal Take Charge kicks away by 3. Jungle Juice is trying hard, but is now 4 lengths behind. Royal Take Charge running away from them to the wire. Will score by 6 lengths in the end. It's going to be tight for second. Maybe Jungle Juice over Music Street. That's tight. Then it was Jump Into the Fire or Mambo Kitten.
Royal Take Charge. This is an exciting prospect for Al Stahl. Altair Farm. She's now 3 for 4 in her brief career.
Really good job by Raylu Gutierrez to kind of extricate her from that inside position, getting the clear down the backstretch, and allowing her to march forward at a very, very slow pace. I'd implore people to go back, watch this replay. The one, Jump Into the Fire. Yoel Navis is a young rider, 7-pound apprentice. That is not how you ride a horse on the lead. You don't put him on the lead and go as slow as you possibly can, fighting with the horse. And then when the horse gets to you, think you're just going to pick it up. In essence, his strategy became to, I'm going to out-kick the kickers. He should have just put his hands down and let her get comfortable. And Luis Saez with Jungle Juice just second best. And along came Music Street, who did not get any pace to run into, to get up for third, just missing second. But this is a nice prospect. Royal Take Charge. Nice ride. Raylu Gutierrez, good job. Al Stahl, 3 for 4 now, lifetime.
Raylu, good times continue for that young man in Louisville. And Al Stahl, yeah, with a talented 4-year-old filly who's now won 3 of her 4 career starts. Well, the prices from this when we come back. That is it for the MIG. Going to be joined by Andy Serling after a short timeout with a lot more still coming up. Enjoyed it, though. It was brief.
Our time together was all too short, but parting is such sweet sorrow. I'm sure Andy will conduct himself well, and you guys will have a good show.
See you tomorrow. Late pick 5 we have coming up at both Churchill Downs and at Belmont. We'll get to both coming up in a moment. Short timeout, and we'll be back. Stay with us.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. His recent top runners include these star performers.
Good Girl, Bad Habits, the Mastery filly. Here surprisingly surging on the outside, surprisingly.
Midnight Memories, much the best in the Zenyatta.
Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks out in SoCal as well. Good to have you with us. Gorgeous Saturday afternoon here in Elmont, New York. Live coverage from Belmont and from Churchill Downs. I'm Greg Wolf, and I'm joined by Andy Serling. Good to have you on the set.
It's good to be here. It's good to be here with you. It is an absolutely beautiful day. We're very lucky with the weather and looking forward to a few more races here and a great weekend. And Monday's Memorial Day New York Bred Showcase card looks like a lot of fun.
Now, this next race coming up is going to kick off the late pick 5. Who'd you prefer in this race?
I mean, I hate to narrow it down to the two favorites, and you don't need my help or my harm to get you there, but I just prefer Majority Partner over Vittorio. I think Majority Partner will appreciate a little cutback in distance. He should be the controlling speed, and I just thought he was the horse to beat in here. The public seems to be making him a slight favorite as of now.
Vittorio cutting back as well.
I like the cutback for him, and I think he'll benefit from the cutback, but I've been disappointed in him a little bit lately, but maybe less distance will help him.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Boring paddock report. I'm going to do all day because the two favorites look like much the two to beat in here, as we'll take a look at Majority Partner. Last time, he was a little bit hot. He got a little bit kind of rammy, as I like to say, going to post over at Aqueduct. Well, now he gets to run out of his own stall as all the horses are stabled here at Belmont. He's a little bit more settled, but I don't want this horse to be too quiet. I like when he's engaged. I like when he's forward, and he has been just that. And as Andy said, this 7 furlongs is perfect. I really don't want him going any more than a mile, so less is best for Majority Partner. And then there's Vittorio, who is the one that feels like he could be the true class of the field. A lot of these horses have kind of gone down the rank and are climbing their way back up, where he's just been this allowance horse throughout his career so far, but does have limited starts, as this is only his 11th, as he's now a 5-year-old. He's gorgeous. It's the first time I'm seeing him up close and personal. And last time I noticed, he did look as though he got a little washy, maybe prior to going in the stalls. relaxed here, but like I said, kind of eager to get out there. Very, very good-looking son of Ghost Sapper. Now, he as a physical, I can't say looks that convincing at the 7/8, but I get it, given his running style, but definitely has his game face on. Greg, I can't see past these two, to be honest.
Well, public likes these two as well. There's Vittorio, Javier Castellano for Belmont. Let's take a look at him in action. He has faced some really tough customers of late.
I mean, this was the first start back for Churchill. Churchill ran the better race, not just in winning, but he attacked a fast pace. But Vittorio ran a very competitive second to him, and the third place finisher Clapton came back and won a nice stake race at a big price a couple of races later. So this is legit. The problem is that Churchill really hasn't gone on, and I'm sure Churchill is probably one of the most frustrating horses that Todd Fletcher has, because he knows in there somewhere is a legitimate Grade 1 star, and he just doesn't seem to be able to keep it together. Now, Vittorio has been disappointing since then. We'll give him a pass. Tough field in his next start at Oaklawn. I didn't like his last race, and I think if you like him, you have to hope he'll benefit from the cutback, which I think he may. I mean, one of the faster figures he ran earlier in his career was at 6 furlongs, so I don't see why the distance should be a problem, and cutbacks seem to work. I just feel like the 5 majority partner may have a bit of a tactical advantage over him, and I'm not sure he's not necessarily a more likely winner, but like Maggie said, and I think you tend to agree, I mean, the only reason that one is near them in odds is Irad Ortiz, and they'll bet anything he rides. Not that he's impossible, but
he's got some big numbers. The 7 furlongs is a question.
Yeah, he beat Lost in Rome, and I know he beat him by 5 lengths last time, but take a good look at Lost in Rome's PPs. He's right alongside him, and you'll sort of understand why he's a little tough to take in here. We'll see. David Jacobson surprises me all the time, both winning and losing. I can't figure that guy out. I never could.
3-1 on the remaining half of the entry, and here he is. He'll break from post 3 with Irad Ortiz Jr., as you said.
Yeah, big win against much lesser with a perfect trip last time. He steps up. It's a tough spot.
The rail is going to go to Happy Farm, the old veteran 9-year-old 13-time winner of over $830,000.
And he did beat Sheriff Bianco, who's a talented horse who's entered in the commentator on Monday at 7 furlongs. I think of the others, he might be one of the most dangerous ones if you're looking for somebody else, not the one.
6 for 12 at Belmont as well. Here's Vittorio at 2-1.
Well, we've discussed him at length. He's obviously a major player in here. It'll be interesting to see how he does with the cutback. I like it, though. Belmont's turnback numbers at Naira tracks, not good.
Lost in Rome, 6-year-old, who was a long way back, as you mentioned, of Colonel Bowman last out.
Lost in Rome. He's about to be lost at Belmont.
Majority partner can be forward in sharp form for Linda Rice.
And I love cutting back to 7 furlongs for him. I think he's better shorter. And, I mean, this is such an amazing claim for Linda Rice. She's made a lot of money with this horse since claiming him, and he's really run well and improved for her.
Yeah, market alert on the outside. Dylan Davis for Orlando Nota.
It just feels a little bit like his form is starting to dissipate for Orlando Nota. He's got some good efforts, but were they really Rob Atras or good efforts?
Well, we're going to go 2 starts back to majority partner, who right now is your 9-5 favorite. And this was a big figure.
And he beat Ouster, who, Greg, I imagine you and I will be talking about him in the commentator as one of the horses to beat in that race. Now, it's not dissimilar to today, right? Where Ouster may be as good, if not better, but because he had that tactical advantage, he was able to control the race, and with his talent, he's able to get it done. I'm confident if he runs this race, he'll win. And it's funny, Casey brought up an interesting point about this race. This horse stayed out in the middle of the racetrack, and Kendrick did a post-race interview with either Casey or Maggie and said, I was staying away from the rail was dead. And that's the first time I even picked up on the fact that was the first day that the rail was dead of about a 2-week period at Aqueduct, and Kendrick was right on top of the fact that the rail had been bad.
9-5 favorite for a horse who has been first or second in 7 of 10 career starts, and you claimed, as you mentioned, for $40,000 last summer early on in that Saratoga meeting, and has paid repeated dividends for the connections.
I mean, the horse has made almost $200,000 for Linda Rice since the claim, and is clearly worth well more than $40,000 right now. She could probably drop him in for $80 and somebody would take him. He's only a 4-year-old, and you have to be impressed with the way he's held his form. He has not run a single bad race starting with the win she claimed about him. That's not an easy thing to do when you've made a total of what? He's run 8 straight terrific winning type performances with a total of 4 wins and 2 seconds, 3 seconds and a third. That's pretty amazing, right?
Yeah. Neat horse.
Yeah.
And we vary a little different. you know, on Colonel Bowman and probably getting over bet because, as you said, Arad Ortiz Jr. on board there. I think maybe just getting really good as a 5-year-old.
Maybe. This is not my kind of horse. I think he's meeting significantly tougher. I am shocked, even with Irad Ortiz, that at this point he's a shorter price than Vittorio. So either that's a good sign for him or a bad sign for Vittorio. Would you have ever imagined this horse would be shorter than Vittorio? I mean, I think Vittorio was the morning line favorite,
He
right?
was 8-5. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, I feel like it could be an indictment on Vittorio, as we'll check in with Colonel Bowman here. And I'm in the same boat as Andy, as I never know how to read David Jacobson's horses, because a lot of times I don't think they look great and then they go out there and win. But I will say this about Colonel Bowman. Every time I've seen him, he's looked spectacular. And today, it's much the same. I don't love the fact that, you know, he ran as cheaply as 12.5 at one point way back in his career out at Santa Anita. But sometimes you drop down, you get the win, you get your confidence back, and you're able to climb back up. There's no doubt about it, at least as an individual, it does look as though he's thriving right now. But again, I'd still prefer to take Vittorio or Majority Partner, who I am going to land on, Greg.
Interesting race here coming up. Thank you, Maggie. 3 of them dominating the wagering in here. The 2 we have mentioned, Vittorio, Majority Partner, and then Colonel Bowman continuing to take money. There he is, this 5-year-old.
They love Colonel Bowman, don't they? I don't know what to tell you.
He's won 4 of his last 5, 5 of his last 6. Did, you know, run very good at a mile, on a much, you know, slower figure than what he's been doing of late last year. So it makes you think, even though his one try he got beat at 7 furlongs, it's not beyond his scope.
No, I'm not. I mean, he did run second at a mile when Robertino Diodoro had him, so I suppose it's possible. I don't like him. I picked him 4th in this race. I think he's getting overbet because of Irad, but, you know, as Maggie was echoing my thoughts, I have no confidence that I'm going to be right about playing against this horse, you know?
What about in terms of this pick 5 going forward? Did you have a strong opinion anywhere?
Strong opinion? I would take a shot and lean on the 5 heavily here. I would maybe use the 1 and 4 in the next race so the 3 can win. I mean, I might take a shot and single the 6 Fighter in the Win in race number 9. And I have absolutely no confidence whatsoever. And the last race, I mean, does feel like a race you'd like to have as much coverage as you can, right? There's like more than a few can win that race. But I would probably take a shot in the 9th race with the 6. The problem is I don't feel particularly confident about the last race. So we'll see. But I might lean on the 5 here very heavily. I would use 3 and 5, but which I don't have a problem doing. I use the 3 in a backup. I'm just shocked that he's the same price or a longer price than the 1. Feels a little odd. But I'm gonna stay out of the race.
Now, Rad will load up again post 3 for Colonel Bowman. We'll see if veteran 9-year-old Too Happy Farm, he'll break from the rail. The 2 can produce a big effort. His only try, as you brought up, 1 at 7 furlongs. That was amazingly in his 41 start career, his first time ever going 7/8, and he beat a good one in Sheriff Bianco doing it. There's the favorite in line, 9-5. Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano, Majority Partner. Start of the late pick 5. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
Just 1 horse remaining. Number 6, Market Alert with Dylan Davis. They're coming up to the gate now to complete this 6-horse field. They're sprinting at 7 furlongs. Market Alert is in. And here we go. And they're off. From the inside, Happy Farm goes out for the early lead. Vittorio came away running in second. Majority Partner is next in third. Then Market Alert in the yellow blinkers is racing in 4th. Right alongside is Colonel Bowman. And Longshot Lost in Rome trails the field in 6th. Up the backstretch. Happy Farm leads here by a neck. Majority Partner on the outside, pressing that pace in second. The quarter went in 22 and 4. Happy Farm with the lead. A half length Majority Partner on the outside in second. Then it's the trio of Colonel Bowman, who is down at the rail. Vittorio's in between horses, and Market Alert's on the far outside. Lost in Rome remains in sixth. It is Happy Farm, and there's room on the inside here for Colonel Bowman, who looks to come on through. Here comes Colonel Bowman up to challenge Happy Farm for the lead. And Majority Partners on the outside, so three of them across the track for the lead. The half mile in 46 seconds. Colonel Bowman is down at the rail. Majority Partners on the outside, and Happy Farm is now back in third. It is Colonel Bowman in front. Majority Partner runs in second with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Colonel Bowman by 2. Majority Partners in second, and Vittorio is third. It is Colonel Bowman. Here comes Vittorio with one last try on the outside. Colonel Bowman and Vittorio, and it's ahead, Bob. Very tight between Colonel Bowman and the late charging Vittorio.
Colonel Bowman around Ortiz Jr. took that opening on the inside. Did they hang on? Vittorio coming at him late.
We haven't seen a lot of horses making inside moves. He was probably in the 2 path. It did feel like he hung on, but it's very, very close. Here we go. Ooh. He might have lost the bob. He might have lost that bob. Maybe we can get our slow-mo on the other camera. I was so busy watching that, I didn't watch the slow-mo up top. That is close, man.
Wow.
That is really close.
Javier Castellano, Vittorio the 3, may have just nailed Colonel Bowman and Rat Ortiz Jr.
Yeah.
There's Javi. We'll get another look at it here in a moment. Let's slow it down for you.
Yeah, is that the
No, that's
that's a wrong race. That's not the race. But the 4 did win that photo. I just don't know what race it was. Keep it exciting, guys. Looks the same. I think the outside got up, but I'm not sure, Greg.
Wow.
Man, is that close. How about outside or a dead heat?
Yeah, you might be right about that.
Wow. Wow. We've seen some tough photos.
Huge effort from Colonel Bowman. And you've been saying to me that you're seeing a lot of riders staying off the inside, and Rat Ortiz Jr. said thank you very much.
Yeah.
He went right up the fence. Wow.
Wow.
We just found out who got put up, and it's the horse on the lead right now.
I got this photo wrong. I'd like to see this photo.
Colonel Bowman, the 1, unofficially put up as your winner.
I guess I can sort of see it, but still, I thought the 3 won the bob.
1, 3, 5, 4. Colonel Bowman, 5-year-old son of 2-time Horse of the Year Curlin, gets his 9th win in 20 career starts. He's now won 5 of his last 6, 6 of his last 7. And apparently he has 7 furlongs, not an issue.
I'm glad I didn't get involved in the Pick 5, because I would be dead.
Well, we're going to take a timeout. Stakes action next. Chad Brown, Christophe Clement. They got half the field in the Grade 3 soaring softly. 7 furlongs on the turf. Coming up next.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, standing at Gainesway.
We're back on America's Day at the Races on our FS2 coverage. Bally Sports SoCal with us as well. And a beautiful shot of those iconic twin spires at Churchill Downs. Late pick 5 coming up. Our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Maiden special weight. So everyone looking for that first win coming up here in the 7th. Mile and a 16th. And Forever After All has had 5 seconds in 7 starts and is the favorite again.
Yeah, they're going to change her name to Forever Second After All if she runs second in this race because she just doesn't really get it done. Now, to be fair, she's only been a big favorite in one of those, but still, I just feel like Corsini is probably the one I want a little bit more, though. I wonder if those 1.25 mile figs are high.
Domino went by Lasix for start number 2 for Cherie DeVoe, and here's her ladyship.
I mean, these horses are just going to, anyone not the 6 and 7 or 6 and 8 are going to have to improve, and this is one of them.
And improve a lot.
Right.
Lady Samaritan, the 3, making start number 3 for Nacho Correas.
I mean, I guess this horse is a fringe player, right? If you're looking for somebody else, I thought maybe she was the most likely.
Insensitive. Trained by Doug Anderson, comes in from Oaklawn.
Mostly maiden claiming races, just feels like, I feel like I'm on the Greg Wolf comment from last week. I'm staying away from the Oaklawn horses at Churchill.
Yeah.
Long winter there.
Toffee at 13-1, Martin Garcia.
It's another one. This horse was claimed for $30,000. I mean, I get the running here. It's not that tough a spot. Get a piece, I guess.
9-5 favorite. Here we go. 5 seconds and 7 starts.
I can't bet horses like this, but she is the horse to beat based on her form.
Corey Lannery getting the call for Al Stahl. Had that impressive filly we just saw earlier. Lucky Anna at 16-1.
First start of the dirt for this one, but it's a turf pedigree, so it's hard to imagine this one's going to move up on the dirt, and will have to.
And Corsini outside took the lead in the stretch at Churchill, going 1.25 miles last start and got beat a half length.
Yeah, Lost Doors Peak Popularity debuted with a fast figure at Saratoga for Chad Brown and Klarovich. Came back and lost as a big favorite in the turf at Tampa, but just ground out the win in this race. But Corsini looked like she had it won. Maybe 1.25 miles, just a little too far as it turned out.
Let's check in with Paulie. Forever After All, Corsini. Is it just a 2-horse race, Paul?
Well, I mean, you could perceive it as a 2-horse race. I would think so. I'm in agreement completely with Andy. I think the 6 is the horse to beat. The 8's the horse to bet probably in here. I mean, the 1.25 miles was just a little bit too long, I think, for Corsini. Now Brendan Walsh, who's gotten off to a great start to this meet, will put blinkers on, and they shorten back up to 1 mile and 16. So there should be some bottom there, and I would think Corsini would be the horse that they're going to all have to hold off. I think she'll be at least charging late. And, you know, with the blinkers on, she might be even more forwardly placed with Tyler Gaffley on aboard. You know, Forever After All, when you look through her PPs, Al Stahl tried blinkers on her first time out, and ever since then, he's taken the blinkers off. She's run second, fourth, second. They put the blinkers back on. She ran second. So, you know, you're looking at a horse at 9-5 that Al's kind of searching at age 4 now. You know, she's got to carry 125 pounds, like a horse in Corsini as a 3-year-old is carrying 7 pounds less. So that could be an advantage too. It's just my worry with Forever After All is that Al's kind of searching, why hasn't this filly broken her maiden yet? You know, she's lost at 62 cents on the dollar. She lost to Music Street, who came back to run an average 3rd here today. So I just don't know where the form lies with the 6. I give the 8 the edge. And again, you know, when you look at the 3 fillies on the inside, you know, I would think Cherie DeVoe's filly Domina, filly by Empire Maker, should improve second time out, but is going to have to really improve. Her ladyship, you know, Rusty Arnold's horses have been running well, and she's run into some good fillies in her last 2 starts, but she hasn't done any running. And again, I keep agreeing with Andy. This is becoming a theme here. Lady Samaritan, when you look, I mean, she's the only other filly in here that's kind of run a little bit. She kind of ran in spots last time, going around 2 turns, 1 mile and a 16th. I thought she might want to go a little longer, but maybe coming back here at 1 mile and 16th. I just think the 6 and the 8, one of these 2 are going to have to throw in a clunker for somebody else to step up. I think Corsini is going to be really tough to beat in here.
It certainly seems between those two, the 6 and the 8, there's just a little more upside with Corsini. She has not proven to be time after time after time disappointing with all those seconds you have from Forever After All the 6.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, I mean, I think it's one of the ways the game has changed in the last 20 to 30 years. You used to be able to get these more lightly raced horses quite often at bigger prices, and players have gotten much more hip to the fact that sort of every loss is a negative, right? And I remember Andy Byers Picking Winners, which was really the book that made me into, made me become a horse player. When I read it when I was very young, when it first came out. And I was rereading it once over the last 10 years, and one of the points he made was just about that, how seconds and thirds, especially at short prices, are sort of black marks against horses. They're losing races they're supposed to win. And the more they add up, the more you want to bet against them. Now, you do feel a little like Corsini should have won that last race, and if you look at her figures going the mile and 16th and such are much lower, and you wonder, the mile and a quarter is a very rarely run distance. Even at Churchill Downs, they run the Derby. So sometimes I wonder about those odd distances, if the figures are necessarily reliable.
Yeah.
They're probably the most unreliable figures in general are at odd distances that are infrequently run.
Derby included?
Well, you know what's interesting about this year's Derby? I mean, that was a real discussion of, I know with the Buyer Associates, there's always a big discussion on whether or not they should go with the bigger number. I agree with them going with the bigger number, but there's an argument that a lot of horses seem to improve in that race, but then again, aren't horses supposed to improve in the Kentucky Derby?
You would think trainers are getting them to run their best race that day. Yeah.
They may not all be successful, but you'd like to think the 6 of them might, right? It's hard. I mean, but that's the whole point, is to get your horse to run the best race, even if he or she is not good enough.
Well, even money now. Public settling on Corsini to this point. Over Forever After All. Blinkers going on. Start number 4 for the filly on the outside. And even if those two complete your exacta, can still try and maybe create a little value with underneath who could potentially be third in this spot. Why not the 5 Toffee? It was at Churchill, 64 Buyer.
I'm not betting maiden claimers in this race. So I'm not going to take that horse because most of the figures are much lower. Like I said, Paulie agreed.
I mean for third.
Oh, for third. No, I would use the 3 for third. I think Lady Samaritan is the other one. But I also don't think Corsini is necessarily. It's weird. I wouldn't bet Corsini at 6 to 5. Maybe oddly the 6, Mr. Second or Miss Second, is better value at 2 to 1. I don't know. Tricky race because I can't find an actual legitimate alternative.
Can Forever After All the 6 here overcome second-itis 5 times in those 7 starts? It's a start of the late pick 5 on the Saturday card from Churchill. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. An Insensitive at mid-pack bounces out on top. Her ladyship is there. Toffee comes on. Domina down toward the inside. Pulls back off the pace as they hit the first turn. Insensitive up there with her ladyship. These two go 1-2. Toffee perched out 3 wide early on. Lady Samaritan is right there too. Domina toward the inside, racing in 5th. Forever After All down inside 6, passed outside by Corsini. Corsini 4 wide on the first turn, advancing to within 3 lengths of the lead. And at the back in tight is Lucky Anna. It is a very tight pack heading to the backstretch run. The opening quarter in 24-1. Her ladyship short lead. Insensitive pressing second, neither in any particular hurry. Toffee continues on in the clear to their outside third. Lady Samaritan is in 4th. Domina's right there to 5th. Forever After All advancing down inside and opening at the rail for her. And she punches up on through to grab 4th past a half-mile pull. Meanwhile, Corsini is 4 wide to the far turn. But she's only 2 lengths off the lead. And at the back is Lucky Anna. So round the far turn, Insensitive with a clear lead, 3/8 out. Toffee is sent up outside. Her ladyship trying to keep pace with them. Corsini's wide trip continues. She's still 2 lengths behind. Domina's right there. Forever After All is crying out for running room, nowhere to go. Had to slam on the brakes right outside the quarter pole. Wide open off the turn. Insensitive is there. Her ladyship, Forever After All, needs to find a way through. She comes off the rail, but is still bottled up. 1 furlong to go. Her ladyship digs in. Insensitive fights on. Forever After All pops outside for the 100 yards. Her ladyship's in front. Forever After All is going to try and nail around the wire. Here's the wire. Her ladyship got it. Her ladyship, the winner. Forever After All settles for second. Insensitive was third, and Lady Samaritan was fourth.
Second again. Andy was right. Her new name, Forever Second After All. Her ladyship gets the win.
Congratulations if you had this one. You're a lot smarter than I am. Tough to make her, but I guess she got the right trip. Now you can say, and some will say, well, Forever After All was bottled up. She was blocked by horses. She also saved all the ground in the race and got out with plenty of time to get up. And she simply doesn't want to pass. She barely passed for second. As far as Corsini, as you said, she probably got DQ'd anyway. She came in the stretch and bothered somebody, but she got an absolute nightmare trip, wide as can be on every turn. Never had a fair chance to run.
Back at Belmont, Arad Ortiz Jr. That opening on the inside, he certainly took advantage of it with Colonel Bowman. Had to survive this photo just holding off Vittorio for the win.
Gets the win, and there's the photo for you. So it was a legit nose, or a half a nose, but gets the win.
$6.20 for the victory. Vittorio, majority partner, second and third. And David Jacobson has this 5-year-old son of Curlin in the form of a lifetime right now. Yep. Grade 3 soaring softly coming up next. 7 furlongs on the turf, and American Apple brought this trainer, Daniel Leach, his first ever graded stakes win. Belmont at Aqueduct in the matron. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
And Greg, it feels like it's American Apple versus 2 maiden winners that come north from Gulfstream Park. We'll start with the one who has never been on the turf, and that is number 1, Lady Beth, as she makes this start here turning back for Chad Brown. Now, I love hard spuns point blank, and I actually really like them on the turf. And I really like this filly. Obviously, so does the public, too, as she inherited favoritism due to the fact that Love Appeals was a scratch today. But she's big, she's scopy, she's solid, and she should love the turf, especially having a predominantly turf pedigree on the bottom side. Moving on to number 4, Queen Picasso. This daughter of Kingman turning back to the 1 turn 7 furlongs. It makes a lot of sense. She is short-coupled, stout, really built downhill, nice, strong hind end on her. And I know that Acacia was saying that she got a little revved up in the Gulfstream paddock. Today, they brought her in with a training saddle on. She's been accompanied by the pony, and all things good. She's very relaxed here, and I do think that the 7 furlongs should suit her, given the fact, too, that she has an abundance of gate speed. At least that's what was on display in her debut. Moving on to number 3, American Apple. She's kind of the battle-tested veteran of this 3-year-old crew, but she ran very well, I thought, last time, never getting to save any ground from that far outside post in the Mamzelle, whereas the winner got to cut the corner, Dance Macabre. And the thing that's changed most about her from 2 to 3 is that she's so much more relaxed. This filly was just living on her nerves as a 2-year-old, and I love to see that. So therefore, the 7 furlong stretch out, I have absolutely no problem with. I think it makes a lot of sense. She's drawn favorably in a much shorter field today, and she looks better than what I saw her down at Churchill. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. 2 to 1, American Apple. This is the last foal out of Miss Mary Apple's. Trainer's been with Katie Rich Stables for about 17 years. He's been around all of her babies.
I thought she ran very well in this race, finishing second. She really did not have a great trip. She was 3 wide the whole, pretty much the whole way before angling out. And I thought it was a very good effort by her, but the real question with her is the 7. I'm confident in the 1 and 4 and 7. I'm not confident in her.
Well, her trainer believes 5.5 is too short for her.
Trainers always think they want to go long.
Now we'll see.
I guess we'll find out.
Believes she won it, obviously, 6.5. She won the matron at 6. Can she handle 7? We'll be back. Stay with us.
The momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away, and Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Allen Jerkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome to those just joining us on SNY. Those already with us on other networks, including FS2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, Saturday coverage with action from Belmont Park at Churchill Downs. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling as we get set for the Grade 3 Soaring Softly coming up on the turf.
Yeah, big scratch when Love Appeals came out this morning, as she probably would have been favored off her big win. But you've got a couple of other impressive maiden winners in the one Lady Beth and Queen Picasso from down at Gulfstream, and American Apple to see if she can run her big races stretching out. And it's a real question for her because she's very talented.
Lady Beth 4-5, despite the fact she has never been on the grass. This is start number 2. Chad Brown filly from the rail, Flavian Pratt.
She was entering the grass that day. That race was rained on the synthetic.
And she was dominant on the synthetic. Here she is. Dam was multiple stakes place on the grass, one-time winner, and this is the first foal.
Yeah, they were happy with synthetic because she had trained the 2-year-old sale on it, but she's a horse that's really bred for the surface. I like her, but I'm not paying her 4-5.
Here is American Apple. Can she handle the 7/8?
That's really the million-dollar question. She's been extremely good. And Eric Cancel, who picks the mount again today, he rode her to perfection when she won the Matron last fall.
Queen Picasso, Christophe Clement, cuts back in distance.
I think it's going to help that daughter of Kingman. She's a big player in a square price of 5-2.
Quarrel, Bobby Robato, Dylan Davis.
I think she's okay, Quarrel. I think she'll run okay in here. This is just not an easy field.
And Senior Prank out of Thundering Sky, the De La Rose winner at Saratoga back in 2017.
They'd be smart to be aggressive with this horse and get her in the game, unlike last time out. But she really had a pretty soft trip last time, and it sort of looks like she did more running than she did. You know what I mean?
Now, this race named after a filly that started on dirt, and then once they switched her to the lawn, wow, did she blossom. 7 for 8 season in that 1999 campaign, including the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf, the Flower Bowl, when she was named Female Turf Champion.
And that was the inaugural Breeders' Cup Turf run at Filly and Mare Turf run down at Gulfstream Park, actually. And she was a really terrific horse for Jimmy Toner, one of many that Jimmy Toner had that we have races named for, including Memories of Silver, and for the Phillips family, Darby Dan, and really so many good horses in that family. And I love that we have races named for quite a few of them.
What a job Jimmy Toner did with Soaring Softly.
Guy can flat out train.
Absolutely.
Jimmy. A real gentleman in the game.
And this is an intriguing field, even with no Love Appeals in here, which we were excited to see her return for Christophe Clement. But who will step forward in her absence. Public seems to think it will be this Chad Brown filly from the rail with Flavien Prat, Lady Beth.
I picked her, but I think even money is surprising, right? I mean, why is she necessarily better than the 4, who won in a pretty good race? The horse who was 4th or 5th in that race broke her maiden a little earlier, a Chad Brown-Klarovich horse named Utilization Rate. I think they're going a little hog wild here, and it's Chad Brown, and it's not even IRAD. How is that possible?
And this was the debut. As you mentioned, it was meant for the turf. It came off. It was on synthetic, and she rolled. Won by 4 lengths in the debut.
She was good. Listen, I'm not knocking her. I picked her, but I didn't think that she'd be even money. Now, keep in mind, I also picked her thinking the 2 would be in the race, so that obviously hurt her price dramatically. I think at these prices, I might have gone to either the 3 or 4. I just think that she is overbet at this point. That's all.
You have to think she's over. I mean, she hasn't even been on the surface yet.
She's definitely overbet. I'm not worried about the surface. Her pedigree leans so heavily to turf that I'll be surprised if she doesn't handle it. But I don't think it's an unfair point on your part. At 4 to 5, you know, when the other 2 horses have at least shown they're going to be effective on the turf. I think she's overbet in here. Doesn't mean I picked her. I have to live with my picks, but I just am surprised she's this short.
This barn produces time and time again in this kind of situation. Let's go down to Maggie.
Andy, I do feel bad for you that, you put in your picks prior to me because I look at them physically. And I would pick Lady Beth in here, but agree, I get to look at the tote board as well. So I'm going to pick American Apple. To me, she makes most sense. I do want to talk about one of the long shots in here. And between 22 to 1 and 6 to 1, I would much rather put Coral in an underneath position here, as she, as I mentioned, is the half-sister to Daunt, who we saw run a good second earlier on, going a mile and an eighth, granted. But this filly, now she's going to turn back as she makes her 3-year-old debut here, and she's done well. She was a big 2-year-old, to be fair, but she's filled out that frame a bit. And while she probably needs a race to get going, I think there's room for improvement and reason to believe that she'll run a faster race than what she did the first time that she actually got to run on the turf. And I do think the 7 furlongs fits her well, being a daughter of Speightstown. So, like I said, I'm much between the 5 and the 6. If you're looking to throw one in underneath, I would definitely take Coral. But like I said, I would just rather take American Apple, at this point, because we know what she is. She's already shown it. She comes off the back of a tough race in the Momzell. And I really think the 7/8 now as a 3-year-old, she's so much more settled. She has she's a little bit of an awkwardly put together filly, to be fair. She's a bit swayed back and she's kind of really long in her flank, which makes her look a bit awkward. But again, that lends itself well to getting a little bit more ground. So I'm going to take the more proven commodity here at a better price, Greg.
And again, thank you, Maggie. Her trainer says she is training lights out. Her half-sibling, Miss Red Delicious, actually produced the 2018 winner of this race. It was a race that was taken off the turf, Nootka Sound, but that was a filly for Wesley Ward, who was impressive in a short career on both dirt and turf.
Wesley Ward had a horse with a short career? He's got a 9-year-old that just made like his 20th start, or 7-year-old.
Bound for nowhere, yeah.
I mean, he is very judicious for when his horses run.
Well, there again, Lady Beth, even money. Start number 2, the debut at Gulfstream, different track, different surface. Yes, the pedigree says should like the turf, but that is a short number to take on some question marks with some, American Apple. Graded Stakes winner on the lawn.
Yeah, this is, and once again, as I said, I picked her, but this is not a price that I would take here. I think that they're going overboard. I will say, Flavien Prat's riding. He is riding as well as any rider in the country right now.
And that's why he made that move east.
Yeah, no, he's riding.
To get these big mounts that puts him in that conversation to be in the Eclipse Award finals as a top rider, and the way he's going, he's going to be there.
Yeah, and it seems to me that one of the reasons, and there are many that he's doing well, obviously he's getting the right horses too, and his agent does a super job, but is that he's not afraid to be aggressive, and a lot of riders around here are.
Well, you were saying that too. You brought up the point earlier on another program. he's not afraid to be aggressive even on horses that don't have a lot of speed.
Right, he's wired the field in a couple of races, one yesterday and one earlier in the year, with horses that could have been sixth early. But he realizes that around here, if you show a little aggression, everybody grabs quickly, and he's able to take advantage of it. And to his credit, he's done it. I don't understand why others don't sort of understand what he's doing.
Grade 3, Soaring Softly. Chad Brown's filly from the inside. Turf debut coming up. Lady Beth, she's even money with Flavian Pratt. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial, the call.
A field of 5 3-year-old fillies set to go in the Grade 3 Soaring Softly Stakes. And they're off. Looked like a bobbling start there for number 5, Quarrel. Out for the lead here is American Apple, and right alongside is Queen Picasso. Then comes Senior Prank and Lady Beth, and a Quarrel is at the back, up the back stretch. American Apple leads by 3/4 of a length. Queen Picasso runs in second. The favorite Lady Beth is down at the rail. Senior Prank on the outside, and Quarrel is in between horses. The quarter in 23 seconds over the firm turf. American Apple by a half length. Queen Picasso on the outside remains in second. They're heading for the far turn now. It is still American Apple the leader, with Queen Picasso racing in second. Now a break of 2 to the trio of Lady Beth, Senior Prank, and Quarrel. American Apple narrowly. Queen Picasso now draws right alongside. So it's American Apple and Queen Picasso. Heads apart at the top of the stretch. The half was sharp, 45 and 4/5 seconds. It's American Apple on the inside and Queen Picasso on the outside, with Lady Beth being asked for more in third. Queen Picasso on the outside takes the lead now from American Apple. It is Queen Picasso in front, American Apple in second, and Lady Beth is third. They're coming on for the finish, and Queen Picasso is 2 for 2 in her young career. She won by more than 2 lengths. American Apple held second over the favorite Lady Beth. 7 furlongs, 1 minute, 21 and 1/5 seconds.
Christophe Clement getting congratulations. Queen Picasso, her second start. She's now 2 for 2.
Well, when the 1 got left and the 3 went, and the 3 sort of set a relatively moderate pace, and this horse was just stalking her, and she was clearly best in here. This is a very promising filly who had won on a slow pace in her debut. I don't think it was pretty relatively slow pace for how firm the turf is at 7 furlong races, but still, she was the best horse in the race. The 1 got left, which compromised her chances, but I still don't know that she was beating this horse. In fact, I don't think she was.
Third choice on the board with a victory here. Queen Picasso debut, mile and a 16th on the grass at Gulfstream back in early March. Now wins at 7 for the return and gets a Grade 3 victory under her belt with Jose Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, no, nice job by them getting it done. I mean, she's a promising horse. It's a nice effort, and I think she'll be fine going a mile. And got races going forward. I'm sure that, I think the Wild Applause, is that the race in a mile? And then you've got Saratoga races like the Lake George. Probably not a horse that wants to go the longer distances at Kingman, but certainly a mile and 16. It's a very, very promising horse. Congrats to Christophe Clement and the connections.
4-3-1-5 finish, 5-2 winner. Queen Picasso, Kingman filly, owned by Sienna Farm. Let's head downstairs. Maggie standing by with Christophe Clement.
Here with Christophe, and what a explosive performance, Christophe. First time against winners. She sat beautifully stalking, and wow, did she respond?
No, absolutely. She's trained well. You know, she was supposed to run attack, but that came off the turf, so we didn't get to run. We've been waiting for quite a while to run, so it all worked out, and I'm just delighted to train her, and very happy for the whole team.
Wonderful pedigree, too, given the fact she's half to Group 1 winner in Europe, Acclaim, at a sprint distance. So what is her best trip?
Not sure, 7-8 or a mile. She's quick. She's been showing speed. You know, she's managed by Bradwise Board. She was bought by Lee Screw. We kept talking about that trip. I just thought the 7-8 Grade 3 at Belmont was an ideal race, and it all worked out. So let's just enjoy it for a day or so.
Oh, absolutely. A much the best performance. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, Queen Picasso, guys, she painted a pretty picture out there today.
She did indeed, living up to her name with that effort. And maybe some big things to come from this filly.
There's no reason not to be thinking higher with her. She's obviously good, and so far it's not a division that has been super, super strong. And with the races we have, like the Lake George, a mile at Saratoga, the Lake Placid also, you know, I'm sure they're optimistic that things could go well in Saratoga.
Couple of wins today for her pilot, Jose Ortiz. Queen Picasso, Grade 3 Soaring Softly winner. Prices when we come back. We'll set up the 8th back on the main track when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Flightline is in full flight. Flightline turns it on at the top of the stretch, and he's in cruise control. And Flightline takes off. Take a good look at this, because you're not going to see this too often, maybe never again. Flightline, 20 lengths clear.
World-class racehorse, world-class performance at a world championship event.
We're back on America's Day at the Races. Good to have you with us. It's brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. 8th at Churchill Downs. Getting set for a post parade. 1-turn mile on this allowance optional claiming field. And Capuna right there in your screen, the 7 for Brett Calhoun. Right now the 4-5 favorite, 3-5 favorite in fact, with Raylu Gutierrez.
He's just way the horse to beat.
We start with Perfect Flight from the rail for Peter Milleroff since late February.
He has run some good races, but his 3 races before the layoff, not good. He runs first time as a gelding.
5-1 on 3 Technique. This is a good field.
He has his moments. The problem with him in this race is he's a deep closer and needs some pace. And one of the things that favors the 7 is the relative lack of pace.
Britain's Kitten. 2 back a winner at Fairgrounds. That was at 1 1/8.
It cuts back a little bit from 2-turn races in the last 2 races and ran respectably in those, but would still have to improve.
Major Fed, double-digit odds, making his 6-year-old return for Greg Foley.
Yeah, he's another horse that has some go-back races that are okay, but the layoff and the recent efforts are a bit of a concern.
A couple of impressive wins at Churchill as well. Native Thunder, 14-1. Dallas Stewart trains.
Tries the dirt for the 2nd time. Won a sloppy off the turf race, the race that'll get him last in here, which is probably what he's favored to do.
Santos Dumont. Chris Hartman can be forward.
He's the main threat to the 7 on the outside, and Hartman has decent numbers off of these long layoffs. Hasn't run since July. He's the biggest threat, I thought, to the favorite because of his speed and his trainer.
And that was a huge figure last time out for Capuna. He came up short against Zozos. Got a 99 buyer in the defeat.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be very tough to beat. He figures to be stalking on the outside. He drew the perfect post in a paceless race. He's outside, and his recent dirt races are just the best races anyone's run. I mean, I don't think Paulie or I want to sit here and tell you to bet 3 to 5 shots, but we're also not going to tell you to bet against them if we don't think they're vulnerable. And I don't know if Paulie does, but I didn't find this one vulnerable at all.
No, I'm with you, Andy. I mean, he's going to be tough to beat. I mean, it's just when you look down at his record, he ran a dynamite race last time out from the 10 post, and Zozos was, heavily backed that day and was touted all over the racetrack. Now, 3 Technique come rolling down the middle of the racetrack to run 3rd in that race. I actually caught up with Jason Cook. He said something to me very interesting. He's actually a character, a very good trainer, good guy. He said, listen, I kind of found out the key kind of to 3 Technique when he throws in a clunker. He could be a handful. He's only got a couple people that can handle the horse on the backside. And when he gets in beside horses, even when he trains, he can sometimes savage horses. So that's why you see him always rolling down the center of the racetrack. And with the lack of pace in here, Andy makes a great point. I mean, he throws in some really good ones every once in a while. But Bejarano, I would think, is going to try to steer him out clear and try to make that one run in the middle of the racetrack. But he needs the dirty work to be done by the 6 in here, Santos Dumont. And, the 6 could be a little bit dangerous. This is a horse that of the Chris Hartman barn, he did not take to Oaklawn this year. Been here, been working well. And Mitchell Merle, he's a forward rider, so I would think he's got to at least go towards the front and make the 7 work or lay off the 7. If Capuna and Reylu Gutierrez let the 6, trot along or on the lead here at 3 to 5, it could get interesting with the 6 in here, holding on or at least taking him for a long while. I thought the other threat in here was Britain's Kitten. If you look back at Britain's Kitten's races here, the 1-turn mile race, the horse won by 5 1/4 lengths, from the 7 post. I know that, he's going to have to improve a little bit, but Julien Leparoux, this horse is in pretty good form. I think comes back to a racetrack and lands in a pretty decent spot, cutting back from 1 mile and 8 to 1 mile, but another horse that's going to need some pace. So, yeah, the 8's going to be tough in here. I'll give a little bit to Santos Dumont and Britain's Kitten underneath a little bit.
Paulie, thanks. And as we, bring it back here and they get closer to the gate, now 2 to 5 on Capuna. The only concern, it's a slight one, coming back in 3 weeks.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Off a huge effort.
Off a huge effort. I don't think that's, listen, once again, we say this all the time. You don't ask yourself about horses like this why they're the horse to beat, because the reasons are obvious here. You ask yourself, are there reasons you might think the horse is vulnerable and maybe coming back on the short rest? And I do think the 6 is a dangerous horse. I was looking up the numbers for Chris Hartman. For what it's worth, he's got small numbers, but he's successful coming back off long layoffs. He's a trainer that wins at a high percentage, and this was a huge effort by Capuna. He is consistent. And you know what's interesting? That last race was coming off a 16-day layoff. So you could say it's 3 races in a short period of time. Yeah. You could also say he responds well to short rest. Well, after the race, we'll tell you which one it is.
Exactly.
We're going to be very, very smart, Greg and I, once this race is over.
On Capuna. And love the fact, too, that he is drawn outside, extra benefit.
I mean, everything is in his favor. There's not a lot of speed. He's drawn right outside the other speed. If that horse isn't aggressive, he can control. If he wants to go, he can stalk outside of him. I mean, this race was just drawn up for him. I hate to say it, it's almost like a charity event for him. It's up to him to deliver, and if he does, he's going to win.
Horse that was second to Cyberknife last year at the fairgrounds before he disappointed in his Derby audition in the Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, I mean,
a horse who's second in their name, Zozo, so he came back and fought to the wire. You just saw in that performance last time out.
That was a very good effort by him last time out. I mean, the pace basically held together, but that doesn't mean that he didn't run well in there. And I just don't have the horse to try to beat him. I guess the 6, to me, the second likeliest winner here is the 6. Now, some might say, well, he's going to need the race. The 7's going to put pressure on him. He'll be involved with that one, and it'll take a toll on him at the end, and maybe somebody picks him up for second. And I understand that thinking, and it makes a lot of sense. But if somebody said to me, who do you think is the second likeliest horse to win this race? I believe it's the 6.
See what happens coming up. Perfect Flight from the rail. That's a big number, isn't it, on this Peter Middle runner?
I don't like his form before the layoff. I know he's a new gelding, and people like new geldings, but I wasn't a fan of him. You seem to like him more than I do.
Britain's, 14-1 seems rather large. Off since late February.
Well, you've got a 1-2 shot in a 7-horse field. Yeah. I mean, it's horses are going to get lost, and he's clearly one of them.
Pick 4 starts here. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Slight bobble for Capuna coming out of there. Britain's Kitten from mid-pack with 3 Technique, and Perfect Flight is down toward the rail. Santos Dumont comes on. Major Fed pulls back out of there, and from the outside, Capuna races up to challenge Santos Dumont for the lead. So it's those two to go head-to-head as they move up the chute and cross to the main track. On the outside, Capuna. At the rails, Santos Dumont. Running separated, they're clear by 3. Major Fed comes on to grab 3rd. Native Thunder's back into 4th. 3 Technique is 5th. Britain's Kitten is back in 6th, and Perfect Flight is at the back. 6 lengths off the lead down the backstretch run. The opening quarter was just 23-3, so the pace is moderate, and it's Santos Dumont who steps out. Santos Dumont, a clear leader at the halfway point. Capuna stalking in 2nd, and Major Fed is right there too. Major Fed down inside 3rd. Native Thunder sent up 3 wide 4th. 3 Technique within range, only 4 lengths off the lead as they round the turn. Then it's Britain's Kitten, and Perfect Fight is at the back. And here comes Capuna. Capuna willingly comes on to take the lead, and with that, 3 Technique is cut loose, and here he comes now. 2nd on the outside, Capuna, 3 Technique, 1-2 off the turn. Capuna a bit wide off the turn, 3 Technique wider still. These two head to the 8th pole together. Capuna set down for the drive. 3 Technique asked to go now. Head-to-head final 16th. Capuna digs in. 3 Technique surges. The two of them nip, tuck, right to the wire together. It's going to be close. 3 Technique, maybe. 3 Technique. Rafael Bejarano's pumped up. He thinks he got it. Capuna right there. Britain's Kitten and Major Fed.
Looks like he did get it, and if he did, that's an odds-on huge favorite defeated. 3 Technique, for a moment, did not look like he was going to get by.
It's very tough to make that big middle move the way he made it and still get it done in the stretch. And he was able to grind down Capuna. Very good effort by him to get it done. And a little bit disappointing for Capuna. He's supposed to win, but maybe 3 Techniques just stepped up and ran a huge race. Give him the credit.
More than 4 lengths clear, Capuna, of 3 Technique when they met back on May 6th. This time, indeed, turns the tables. The 6-year-old son of Mr. Speaker for trainer Jason Cook and Rafael Bejarano with the upset score. Winner's Circle lead-in back at Belmont. It's brought to you by Fasig-Tipton Digital, North America's #1 digital auction platform for thoroughbreds. Fasig-Tipton Digital, the newest from the oldest. Learn more at digital.fasig-tipton.com. Queen Picasso, a perfect 2-for-2 start to her brief career for trainer Christophe Clement, winning the Grade 3 Soaring Softly.
Yeah, this is a really nice effort by a very, very promising horse. You know, maybe the favorite, Overbet or not, didn't get the best of trips, but this was a very, very dominant win by Queen Picasso. She was the best horse getting it done, and congratulations to Connections. Jose Ortiz has been riding in fine form.
$7.70 for the victory. And Jose Ortiz with, again, a couple of victories this afternoon. American Apple, Lady Beth, their 2nd and 3rd. We'll get to the 8th when we come back, and we'll talk 3rd and final leg of the Triple Crown as well, and who is gearing up for the test of the champion. The 2-year-old champ got going again this morning and looking very good for Todd Pletcher. We'll have a Forte update next.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Every hair, every muscle, every contour, every pulse. In the juvenile.
Essential Quality have won.
In the Belmont.
Essential Quality has won the Belmont Stakes.
Well named.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, third and final leg of this year's Triple Crown. Looking like a large field that is going to line up, and you will see it live on Fox for the first time ever. The Test of the Champions, Saturday, June 10th, again on Fox, and we're very excited about it.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing day of racing with the Belmont Stakes. Always a huge race, but the supporting card as well. The Met Mile this year is shaping up to be maybe the race of the year.
Two-year-old champ, Forte. Important work for him, and a work that will hopefully and should get him off the vet's list.
Yeah, I mean, I read the comments from the vet. They were extremely positive. I think they were waiting on a blood test or something, waiting 5 days on that. But he looked terrific out there. Listen, he's a terrific racehorse. How would you expect one of the better horses in the country to look from one of the better trainers of all time?
Still, misses the Derby, so doesn't have that race in him. And now this is the second work back since then. If they're pushing to get to this Belmont, looks like they're going to go to the Belmont if all goes well, and it should. Is he going to be a little short for that race?
Well, I mean, it's a fair question. It'll be 10 weeks since his last race. Now, keep in mind, he was trained up, honed up to run the Kentucky Derby. So it's not, he didn't get the race in, but it's not like Todd didn't have him cranked up in that period. Obviously, they had to take a little step back briefly in there, but I doubt he missed too much training, if any, in that time. I'll be interested to see how he does, because he's obviously very, very good. But I think the question to ask yourself is, forget about everything else, the layoff, just take them out of the equation. And I'm not saying they don't mean something, but do you want this horse at 12 furlongs? Now, part of the answer is none of them want 12 furlongs. And I'll tell you something else. Who's going to be a shorter price, Forte or Tapit Trice?
I think Tapit Trice might be the favorite.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not a bad position to be if you're Todd Pletcher. Now, Mike Rapoli and Vinny Viola might have something to say about that, but there's nothing you can do about it. You got to run the horse and hope for the best. He's very good. I'm just glad to see he's racing again.
That's the main part of it. Yeah. Great to see Forte back. Here's his Hall of Fame trainer on his comeback.
It was a very well-executed breeze, kind of gradually picked it up throughout, finished up strongly, and then had a very impressive gallop out and came back in good order. Very impressed by his level of fitness and how quickly he recovered after the breeze. So it was exactly what we were hoping for. It was a standard protocol for working a horse to get off the vet's list. Veterinarian came by and examined him before the breeze. Watched him on the racetrack before the breeze, watched the breeze, watched him on the racetrack after the breeze, and then came back and rechecked him after he'd cooled out. And so everything looked very good.
So all sounds good. In a few days' time, we should have that official move forward for Forte once that blood sample comes back. That does sound like he wasn't to have 4 horses going in the Belmont. King's Barn's going to miss the race.
Yeah, I guess he said King's Barn missed a little training. He was hoping it was nothing, but unfortunately, and he's an important horse for Todd because he injects pace into the race, if nothing else. Tapatrice, a deeper closer. I'm going to imagine that in a race like this, you're not going to see Forte too far from the lead.
Trying to become the 5th son of Tapit in not that long of a time. 2014, I believe, the first of those Tapits to win the Belmont Stakes.
And he's trying to become Todd Pletcher's 5th winner as well. And it's not just the wins that Todd's had in the Belmont. It's Commissioner, second at 30-1. He's had a number of horses overachieve in the Belmont Stakes as well. So it's one thing to have really good horses. And obviously the Rags to Riches was a massive win over Curlin. But he's also doing with some horses that are real lesser horses. Todd Pletcher understands the Belmont Stakes as well as any trainer we've seen since Woody Stephens.
That's a great point. 8th race at Belmont. Approaching the 6-minute mark to post as they come through the tunnel. Look at the odds right there. 1 turn mile, $25,000 claiming race. My friend's Beer will kick things off. It's won back-to-back starts for 2 different barns, now in a 3rd different barn.
I'm not sure why this horse isn't considered the favorite in this race. While I picked against him, I think he's one of the main horse, if not the horse, to beat. He's been in good form, good trips or not. He seems to put himself in that position.
Dates Freedom at 29.01. Joey Martinez.
He's tough to make on paper.
Al Cools, Eduardo Jones trains.
Yeah, I think this horse, on his talent, is a major player, and he's supposed to be the speed. The rider's a little unorthodox.
He was right there with Glory Road as the favorite just a couple of starts back. Pit Boss, 12-1.
Last time was the time for this one in the slop. Often bad inside before that. This is tougher.
Blake B., he does have a race or 2 to go back to that puts him in the mix.
No, you took the words right out of my mouth. And this horse is bet today at 8-1. Did he look like an 8-1 shot to you on paper?
No, I thought it was going to be much higher.
Much higher. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm sure he was a bigger price in the line.
Glory Road, 2-1 favorite went by. We'll get back to him. Here's Rocco Strong.
Yeah, I don't understand why that horse is favored, Glory Road, in this race. I didn't like him. Rocco Strong has good races, but the layoff and drop down concerned me.
Dust Devil Manny Franco at 3-1 on the outside.
I picked him on top in here. I thought he'd get a good trip on the outside. I just thought he was very logical.
That's the field here for this 8th coming up. So it's 7-2 with the 1. Do you take an extra glance?
No, I mean, I like the 8 over the 1 and 3. Okay. The horse I don't get is the 6. I don't understand. He's run well at a mile before, but he's been running shorter. His win-2 back was against Lesser with an absolute dream trip at 1-2. Granted, he was in against Tougher last time out, but it's not as though his figures lately have been any better than the horses in here. I'm surprised he's favored. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins. I just prefer other horses.
Here he is. 2-1 favoritism for the 8-time winner. As we're 5 minutes away, back with us after hosting earlier today. Acacia Clement returns to the program. Hi, Acacia.
Hey, Greg, and so nice to be out here now. And you were just having that conversation about Belmont Stakes potential runners, and was fun just in this race to have a chance to see Peter Pan winner Arcangelo schooling in the paddock in a prep for Belmont Stakes 2 weeks from today. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see him and see how he stacks up against some of those other exciting contenders. He looked great schooling today for trainer Jenna Antonucci. But talking about horses in this race, the number 1, My Friend's Beer, one thing I respect about this horse is that he keeps his form no matter what barn he's in. Now, he is being kept quiet in the warm-up. He was kept quiet standing in the saddling stall. Those are all very typical things for Peter Walder. He usually keeps those horses very, very quiet, relaxed prior to the race, both here and down in Florida. So, though I prefer to see a little bit more energy usually before the race and a little bit bigger warm-up, that's just something that's typical of the barn. He looks fit, he looks well-muscled, looks like he's holding himself once again now with the new connections. The number 6 we'll go to next, number 6, Glory Road. Yes, he is the favorite. He had a lovely warm-up, I will say. I know that he has been consistent. He has a lot of wins on his card, especially recently. I felt like he might be meeting a touch tougher as far as his competition today, but physically, I can't knock him. He had great energy out on the track. Jose Ortiz took him right away from the pony. He's moving beautifully out there. He was striding out nicely back in the paddock, too. Really, really strong and
and well-muscled. I have to say, I like everything that I'm seeing from Glory Road, though I was a little bit hesitant about him coming into this race. And finally, the number 8, Dust Devil. He's the kind of horse that really wears his heart on his sleeve, so to speak. You can really tell when he's doing well. He was doing well back in the fall and even coming back at the start of this year. In his last couple of races, even 2 back, he ran well, I thought, behind No Burn. And the drop makes sense given the fact that his last win actually came for 10,000. He looks like he's just a happy, healthy horse right now. Another one, Manny Franco took him away from the pony. I thought going back to this level, he made a lot of sense in this spot. And again, sometimes when these horses are older and they've had a lot of races under their belts and running against some lower level competition, the key is just to kind of get them into that good groove and get them to be happy. And it seems like that's where Dust Devil is right now, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. 2-1 on the outside. Slight second choice.
Wow, that really changed, huh? He was 3-1 and 7-2. Yeah, he's really taking all the money right now and dropped down quite a bit.
Now he is
3-1. He is the favorite. The one little chilly right now at 7-2. Probably not a bad price if you like him. I'm not taking 2-1 on Dust Devil. He's my pick in here. The interesting horse is Al Cools, I think. Al Cools ran extraordinarily well 2 races back. And last time out, as you can see, losing to Colonel Bowman, who just won, that was a very tough field. I don't want to be too harsh on these riders, but this is not a rider, and you'll see him in the race that has a great riding style. Having said that, he's supposed to send this horse the lead, and sometimes a lesser rider with a horse in front gets in a lot less trouble, and I think he's just supposed to go to the lead with him, but I don't have enough confidence. If this horse had Jose Ortiz on him, I would pick him here and I would bet him. And I'm using Jose as one of a number of good riders.
7-2. My Friends Beer looking to win for the 3rd time in a row for a 3rd different barn. Claimed each of the last 2 starts. As we go back to April 14th and that victory for him when he was favored.
I want to discuss his name, first of all. Where's the apostrophe, Greg? Every time I see him, it's hard, right?
Yeah.
Shouldn't it have an apostrophe? He's in great form, and he has had good trips in his last 2 starts, particularly in this one. But I'll say about his race 2 back, even though it looks sort of like one of those ones sitting 3rd behind a duel, that was a very quick pace that really took a toll on the horses up front. And he was right off of them and made an early move. So I don't think he had an absolutely perfect trip 2 back. I thought he ran extremely well. He's in raging form, and he keeps getting claimed, but he keeps running well. And it's not like Peter Waller's not a good trainer off the claim.
Another one of these older horses on this program that's blossoming a little bit later in his career.
And doing it in different barns, too. And I don't see any reason you shouldn't, you know, if you like him, you shouldn't be confident he'll run well for Peter Walder. It's just a question if you prefer other horses. But I think 7-2 is a very generous price on him.
Probably a very good chance he gets taken again today as well.
They claim a lot of work. Look, the consistency, the fact that he stays in form is obviously very inviting to trainers, right? These horses that hold their form.
There he is circling. He'll have that inside post favorite. Again, the 8 outside, Dust Devil. Dropping out of an entry-level allowance against majority partner.
It was disappointing today, but he'll be back to fight another day.
So tough race he's coming out of. Before that, No Burn.
No Burn's been in just tremendous form. What kind of form did he have for Oscar Barrera? He was really terrific. I mean, Dust Devil, I thought, has been in some very tough spots and thought he got a little bit of relief here. I just didn't think he'd be favored. No, I'm not sure he shouldn't be. Because I'm not, I'll get him in the winner's circle, I usually do, but I don't get Glory Road at a short price. What do you think of Glory Road, Greg?
Contender, but yeah, way too short, I thought. Right. Does drop from 40 to 25. But.
Right, he was in too tough last time out.
We're set, let's go to John Imbriel.
And they're off. It is a Pit Boss hustled out there. Rocco Strong away well on the outside. And My Friends Beer now moves up down at the rail. My Friends Beer takes the lead. It is Pit Boss and Rocco Strong right together, 2nd and 3rd. And then Al Cools and Dates Freedom, they're right together, followed by Dust Devil. Glory Road is in between horses. And down on the inside is Blake B in 8th. Opening quarter mile, 23 seconds. My Friends Beer gets clear by 3 lengths now. Pit Boss and Rocco Strong remain together. Dates Freedom is down at the rail. Al Cool's now moving up a spot, followed by Dust Devil. Glory Road with a lot to do here. At the back of the pack is Blake B. As they go around the far turn, it is My Friend's Beer in front by 3 lengths. Rocco Strong gives chase in second, with Pit Boss down at the rail in third. Dust Devil has advanced now into fourth, but still 5 lengths from the lead. And farther back it is Glory Road. The leader, after a half and 45 and 3, is My Friend's Beer. My Friend's Beer in front. The lead is down to a length and a half. Pit Boss down towards the rail. Then Rocco Strong. Dust Devil on the far outside. And Glory Road. 3/4 in 111 as they move for the 8th pole. Here's Dust Devil. Glory Road continues to gain on the far outside. Pit Boss is down at the rail. And here is Glory Road to take over. Glory Road from well off the pace, draws away at the end to give Jose Ortiz his 3rd victory on the card. Dust Devil was 2nd and Pit Boss 3rd.
As you heard, 3 today for pilot Jose Ortiz, teaming up with Linda Rice here, and a 9-time winner, this 6-year-old.
Told you I could get this horse in the winner's circle, Greg. I'm not shocked the horse won. I just didn't think the price was particularly good, but he was much the best in here. Now, you could argue that the pace was extremely hot. As it turned out, Dust Devil moved a little bit too soon, but that's just nitpicking here. I can't blame the rider for that. That's the way you're supposed to ride. And at the end of the day, the last move was the best move on a horse that was clearly best. I didn't see him, but others did.
Second choice at 5-2 for the win. And does that pretty easily here for Linda Rice. 6-year-old son of commissioner, 9 career victories, having a pretty productive 2023. Another great claim from Linda Rice. Claim for $40,000. And obviously started off the year with a win, but 4 for 7 this year.
She's obviously an excellent claiming trainer, to say the least. And you know what? She did so well going this year, going to Kentucky and claiming horses. She took a lot of heat last year when she did it, and none of them worked out. I don't think it was a bad idea. I just think it had bad results. She went this year, and she's done extremely well with it.
6, 8, 4, 7. Glory Road, Dust Devil, 5-2, 2-1 for your exact, and then some big numbers underneath. Well, the prices, when we come back, we're going to take a timeout. When we return, can he do it again? Dallas Stewart, certainly no stranger at all to upsets. Lemons Forever, anybody in the Kentucky Oaks? He has Irvadian to come, who should be a big price in the 9th at Churchill to kick off the cross-country Pick 5.
Caraconte has potential to be a leading turf stallion in America. Caraconte proved with Spenderella that he can produce an international caliber horse that can run all over the world.
Spenderella hanging tough with the advantage to win the Appalachian.
I've been fortunate enough to train some top fillies and mares. Spenderella is right up there with the best of them.
Spenderella turns it into a procession.
I think Caraconte is a horse who has tremendous potential.
Caraconte standing at Gainesway.
Back at America's Day at the Races, and the 9th coming up next at Churchill Downs. An allowance optional claiming 6 furlong sprint. This race is going to kick off the cross-country Pick 5 on this Saturday afternoon.
I know you're excited about the cross-country Pick 5, Greg. We've been discussing a little bit
fillies. Here. I think there's some very wide-open races that make it.
I would agree.
Worth taking a look at here. Alva Star was taking a ton of money. Still 8-5? Yeah. Wow.
Tough race for an 8-5 shot, isn't it?
Indeed. I'm surprised by that. Charriere starts things off. Adam Beschitzer from the rail.
Well, I like the cutback. The trainer has lousy numbers off turnbacks, but this racehorse's races sprinting are much better. And then met South Lawn, a very, very impressive horse. Second choice, Tucky Oaks. I think 10-1's a big price.
Alva Star won the debut in the slop at Delaware. Was a runner-up finisher at Oaklawn.
Obviously, the last race was a good one, but Greg, aren't we supposed to be betting against horse from Oaklawn? But maybe this horse only ran one race, didn't compete all winter.
Is it that dominant a figure? Irvadian Dallas Stewart, 15-1.
I think this horse is dangerous. The debut was good, and then she met stakes horses in her next start. She's a player. 15-1?
Yeah. Here's Zapple.
I didn't like her. Obviously, her dirt races are inferior to these. She won her debut in the slop off the turf.
Bobby Sox. One dirt start last time out, did not do much, was last.
There's a reason she's the longest shot on the board, but how is she like the same price as the 3?
I don't get it.
How is the 3 15 and she's 16, right?
Yeah.
She should be 4 times the price of the 3.
If not more.
Right.
Fogo Island debut win on synthetic for Palo Lobo.
It's really not a dirt pedigree, but he is a Speightstown, but I'm skeptical of this one moving to the surface.
Jersey Pearl had a maiden scored Keeneland back as a 2-year-old.
And to be fair, she did beat Affirmative Lady, who improved for Graham Motion with distance, won the Gulfstream Oaks, but that was a sprint. But she's not impossible. First start in the dirt as a 3-year-old.
And outside Tammy Tap Tap, first time on dirt.
Well, this horse has plenty of dirt pedigree. I'm surprised it took this long to get onto the surface, frankly. And she's probably a synthetic horse that doesn't want the turf, that wants dirt, if anything. So I think she's dangerous for Phil Bauer. I'd probably be looking to try to beat the 2 and use 1, 3, and 9. I'm going to box 1, 3, and 9 in the exacta. What do you think? They're all crazy prices, aren't they?
That's extremely difficult field to kick off this sequence. That Kirtana, tough as well. So good luck to everyone playing here. Let's get Paul LaDuca's thoughts here as we get set for this cross-country Pick 5.
Yeah, Greg, my thoughts are just general like yours. You and I have talked about this at length, and Andy and Mig, whenever we're in our room in Saratoga, that these 3-year-old filly races are just tough to handicap because these fillies can just change overnight, and there's no difference here. This is a difficult race, and I don't see anybody in here at that low of a price at 3-2. There's so many different ways you can go. I landed on the outside horse, Tammy Tap Tap Tap, the Phil Bauer horse that Andy mentioned towards the end. She's a filly that won first time out. She's a candy ride out of the Seeking the Gold mare. Seeking the Gold is one of the best broodmare sires out there. And, she's bred for the dirt. She does get Francisco Arrieta aboard. Francisco doesn't ride a lot for Phil, but you're getting 7-1. The 8 Jersey Pearl for Darren Miller. That horse did break his maiden, or her maiden, on the dirt for Brian Lynch, and she's been in the Darren Miller barn. Now she gets Luis Saez. Abel Lascano's been riding her all over Turfway. So there's just so many different variables of which horses are going to take to the turf. To the dirt, excuse me. I thought Fogo Island, the 6, was very good first time out. But she does have a turf pedigree a little bit. And OXO, this actually is a kind of a cheap purchase for them for $320,000. They're always usually in the $1 million range. The horse that's taking the money is the horse on the screen right there, Zapple. Reportedly, that last work was very, very good. And that was kind of the buzzer on the racetrack. I actually had a couple people tell me, hey, the 4-horse Zapple a little later on, I guess that work at Keeneland in 46 was the buzz around the racetrack. And then, Alva Star, the 2, your favorite. I can understand why she's your favorite. She's run 2 straight very good races. She got Lasix last time after winning, after a little bit of a layoff. She won on a sloppy track. She franked herself by not making that kind of phony, considering it was only a 6-horse race. And she entered a 10-horse field and ran well. So she is the one to beat. But I just don't know at 9-5. I thought there were so many different ways you can go in here. Hopefully, if you're alive in this pick, you got the all button, because I think something crazy might happen. That means the 2's going to go into the winner's circle. But I'll take a shot with the 9 on the outside with Phil Bauer and Francisco Arrieta. Just tap it in. Tap it in, Greg. Tappity tap.
All right, Happy Gilmore.
I think Paulie's had a long winter and then spring now. Oaklawn, Churchill, he could be losing it. He could be happening.
One of my all-time favorite movies.
Which movie? Oh, Happy Gilmore. I've never seen it. Is that Adam Sandler?
Yes. Why is this filly right here 9-1?
I don't understand.
Look at the first 2 starts from what she produced compared to Alva Star, who's a 9-5 favorite.
You mean in sprints?
And then
she ran long against
South Lawn going to mile 16.
Who won the Fairgrounds Oaks in her next start and didn't run well in the
I don't understand.
Kentucky Oaks, but she was the second choice. I think it's madness. I honestly do. I think it's madness. I don't know what her morning line was. I don't have a morning line.
She was 6-1 morning line.
What about the 3? I mean, I guess the thing knocking the 3 is she was 45-1 her debut. What was wrong with her debut?
Yeah.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to get heavily involved here. I just made a little exacta box 139 because they're all square prices. And I agree with you. I think the odds are, I'm not going to bet Fogo Island off a synthetic win. It's not even that good a race. I think she has to improve to win this race, and she's supposed to improve from there.
A lot of fillies who are getting overbet in this field, and
why is the 8 favored over the 1 or 3? Particularly the 1, but even the 3. What's so great? The 8's okay, but it was a 2-year-old race. She can improve off that, but still. I guess that's Luis Saez money probably contributing to that, which is fair. He rides great.
Let's look at Fogo Island, and there she is. That debut win, it was on synthetic. At Turfway Park, this was back in late March, and came from well off the pace to get this victory.
Yeah, she got a very fast pace to close it to. Let's
21
be realistic, right? They were flying up front, and they're staggering. Listen, I'm not going to be shocked if she wins. I'm not going to be shocked if the 2 wins, but I don't think that she's supposed to be 7-2, and I don't think the 2 is supposed to be 9-5. I believe there are overlays on the board. I think all of them, the 1 and 3 particularly are, and I like Paulie. I think the 9 is an interesting horse.
Well, there is briefly saw the 9er, Tammy Tap Tap. 2 synthetic starts, one of them a mistake, ran 3rd, and then went long on the grass at Keeneland. Now gets dirt for Phil Bauer.
You look at the pedigree, and it's really more of a big dirt pedigree, at least for the first dam. And she ran well in synthetic and not well on the turf. So it leads me to believe if she's going to handle a second surface, it's going to be dirt. She's a dirt horse that leans more towards synthetic. Now, maybe she's a horse that just runs well in synthetic and won't run particularly well on either turf or dirt. We'll find out. Pretty good trainer.
Now, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, they had just an out-of-this-world Saratoga summer last year.
And a grade 1 win in the La Troyenne on Derby weekend with Played Hard, who I'm hoping is coming here for the Phipps. I don't know why you wouldn't try another grade 1. Why stay home to run in a grade 2 or 3 in the Fleur-de-Lis? Supposed to stay with the big girls, right?
It looked like she was becoming a major player in that division last summer.
She's a talented horse. We know that Phil can win in New York, too, and that's always an important factor because he had a great Saratoga.
So a 2-1 favorite whose victory was at Delaware on a sloppy track with a very slow figure. As a 2-year-old, fine.
Well, it was a good figure. To be fair, it was a good figure last time out.
But it wasn't some number that warrants this. And then she comes back at Oaklawn. And
I think the race is badly misbet, as do you. I think both the 2 and 6 at 2-1 and 3-1 are underlays. Listen, doesn't mean they can't win. And I certainly haven't, been spot on in some of these races today. But to me, this is a race that presents value, and I think in using the 1, 3, and 9, I'm hoping to unlock it a little bit.
Including potentially this filly here at 9-1.
I wanted to go on the gate before I get, hungry and start betting horses like the 3 to win or the 1 to win.
Irvadian, that Dallas Stewart filly. That impressive victory first time out. Yes, you mentioned 45-1 and did not back it up coming to Churchill.
Yeah, that was an impossible spot. The first 2 horses are stakes horses.
Cross country pick 5, final chances to play the sequence starts here. Good luck to all. Let's go to Travis Stone for the call here of the 9th.
Waiting for Zample, Jersey Pearl, and Tammy. Tap, tap, tap. They're in the gate. And they're off. Timmy tap, 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 stumbled coming out of there. And Alva Star breaks in stride and is racing for the lead. Right there to his Bobby Sox, and down inside, Cherriere is sent up on through, but it's a narrow spot, and she had to briefly check out of there. So Alva Star's in front, heading to the rail. Bobby Sox up into second. Jersey Pearl's outside third. Cherriere's fourth. Timmy tap, tap, tap up into fifth. Irva Dean right in the thick of it, while six. Zappel's in seventh, and Fogo Island is at the back. Onto the far turn. Alva Star unopposed so far. Jersey Pearl starts to crank it up. Here comes Jersey Pearl coming after Alva Star. These two round the far turn together. They've gone two clear after a quarter and a sharp 21-3. In behind is Irva Dean racing third. Timmy tap, tap, tap on the outside fourth. Cherriere's been down inside throughout and is 4 lengths off the lead. Top of the stretch, Alva Star, something left. Alva Star's opening up a length and a half. Jersey Pearl trying to get by. Length to make up and 1 furlong to do it. Alva Star confident right up top. Now shaking up for more. Jersey Pearl's lifting late. Alva Star needs the wire. Here comes Jersey Pearl. Jersey Pearl got there. Running down Alva Star. Irva Dean was third. Tight for fourth, Cherriere or Zappel.
Jersey Pearl, she is now undefeated, 2 for 2 on dirt. Her only other dirt start at Keeneland in her maiden special weight victory.
No, she hadn't run on the dirt since her 2-year-old year, and we pointed out Affirmative Lady was third. It's a talented horse, though albeit not a sprinter, and she probably improved the prerequisite 10 to 12 buyer points to get it done. Felt like they knew with Alva Star, the horse that was taking so much money, and she ran very well in defeat, but she was not able to get it done as Jersey Pearl runs them down.
9-2 as, yes, well, third choice on the board. Fogo Island actually was the second choice.
Yeah, has she finished yet?
Back to Belmont. Andy.
Well, sorry.
Glory Road with your win. Linda Rice. Jose Ortiz with a 3-win afternoon on this Saturday card.
Feels like Jose's been riding an extremely fine form here at Belmont. We keep hearing his name. The only time I know they're going well is when we keep saying their names on this show, and it feels like Jose's been doing well. 4 wins last weekend.
Yeah. Ever since he's come back.
Yeah, he's really riding extremely well.
6-8-4 finish. We move on to a 1 3/8 over the inner turf in this first allowance condition race. Mike Maker, he's got the 4 inflation adjusted. He's got the 6 Fighter in the win.
Yeah, I thought Fighter in the Wind was the horse to beat with a scratch of Mo Z, and the public seems to be somewhat agreeing with me right now. They should know better.
All right, we'll have much more on this night from Belmont when we come back. Strong duo indeed in this night at Belmont coming up for that man right there, whose specialty going long on the grass. We'll be back.
Good Magic's gonna win his first race, and he's gonna do it in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Here's Mage coming struggling down the outside. Angel of Empire is putting in his run, and there's 1 furlong to run. 2 Bills on the inside. Trying to hold up Mage. Mage has taken the lead here as they come into the final 16, and it is going to be Mage to win the Kentucky Derby.
The classic sire.
Race to Twin Spires, where you can take advantage of our $200 new player offer right now. Register with code GET200 to start earning your bonus of up to $200 with Twin Spires, where you can watch and bet on the best racing from across the globe. Plus, you can check out our expert picks and weekly promotions. Fast and secure online betting with Twin Spires. Download the app and bet now.
I'm very bullish on it.
Tom's D'Etat's got a 4-length lead at the 16th pole. Tom's D'Etat has conquered the Clark.
Your best horses of the last 10 or 15 years are not consistently as fast as this horse.
It's total domination for Tom's D'Etat.
He's a beautifully balanced horse and a really good mover, and he's just full of class.
We're back on America's Day of the Races. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Marathon on the turf coming up next at Belmont. Mile and 3/8 over the inner turf for this first allowance condition race. There's one of the two for trainer Mike Maker. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And we'll talk about the two here in the paddock, Greg, that come from the Mike Maker barn, starting with Inflation Adjusted. Now, it's interesting, last time out, and they both come out of the same race, Inflation Adjusted actually broke sharply, and Kendrick Carmouche rode him that day. Took a hold and took him back off the pace. He used to show a lot more speed. I think he'll be more forward today. I don't think we're going to see him as far back as he was last time out. Also, when shipping up from South Florida, I thought in his last race, he looked a little bit light behind. Like he wasn't carrying as much condition, as much muscle mass as I'd seen from him previously and as I like to see. And he does look stronger in here today. He's very fit. He's not the biggest horse, but I'm hoping we're going to see him reverse back to that running style that we saw from him previously. Now, out of that same race is his stablemate Fighter in the Win, who kind of rushed up 4 wide, was pressing. The pace was set by QF75, who wired the field, and some other horses who had looked on paper like they would be forward didn't press him in there, and yet Fighter in the Win was kind of out in no man's land as a result. I think we're going to see a much better performance from him today. I also didn't think he was 100% fit last time. He was off of a bit of a layoff. He was carrying a little bit extra condition, and he was very vocal in the paddock. They saddled him with a pony. None of that today. He's been very professional. They did not saddle him with a pony. He's much more fit, much more tucked up after that last race, and hopefully we'll see Manny Franco commit to the running style that he feels would be best for Fighter in the Win, because he did not look comfortable throughout the running of that race out in no man's land. Greg?
Acacia, thank you. Let's look at Fighter in the Win back on October 21st.
Yeah, I think it's important to note a couple of things about this race. He was on the rail the entire way, and this was a time period when the inner turf course was extremely kind to horses saving ground. Daunt, who beat him, and Daunt's a good horse. He was second in that tough allowance earlier today, though a better horse going longer, and he was wide. He was 2-3 wide the whole way. So Daunt was more than a head better than him. He could only beat him by a head. Having said that, it's a very weird race he comes out of. If somebody wants to make the argument to me, he's completely lost his form, he was a bit phony before, and his last race indicative that he can't run anymore, okay. I can't really defend it because he ran so badly. But if you look at a horse that's running tomorrow named Not Far Now, he too was wide out there to no man's land. Actually, one path inside a Fighter in the Win, and he actually ran much farther behind this horse. Now, Not Far Now doesn't want to go a mile and 1/8, but still, he was another speed type that ended up chasing on the outside versus a lone speed winner. And I wonder if both of them were just sort of badly compromised at that point. And if you toss that race, he's supposed to be favored in here. And as Acacia was pointing out, Manny Franco is going to be more decisive than Dylan Davis, who frankly, one of the reasons he's struggling here is his lack of decisiveness on the racetrack and not sending speed horses to lead.
Meanwhile, the other Maker at even money as we kick off our post parade with Danzig with the Stars. Dominic Schettino trains.
He's probably the best horse in the race based on his career, but I think a mile and 3/8 is a stretch for him, and it's just bizarre. He really seems to run his best races up in Saratoga.
Tough to see this one next door making impact, 21-1.
Right. If there was a 1 in front of it, it was 121-1. I still don't think you'd be using him.
Afjan, John Toscano Jr. trains, Dylan Davis aboard.
He's a horse that could be a little forward in here. He just doesn't appear good enough. Can he improve with distance?
Even money, Inflation Adjusted, Arad Ortiz Jr., Mike Maker.
He's going to win this race because nobody else in here shows up. But what makes him better than Dancing with the Stars, and what makes him better than the good race for Fighter in the Wind? This is Irad money. He may win, but he is a crazy even money shot.
Swing Low.
Sweet Chariot.
Jaime Torres.
You want to break it a song? Great song. I don't understand this. This horse just looks too slow, but he can handle the distance just slowly.
And then back to Fighter in the Wind, 5-2. The other Maker with Manny Franco.
This is a perfect horse for Manny. Manny has been one of the main reasons Manny's been doing as well as he has is he's become a much more aggressive rider. You got a long straightaway, just go. Put this horse in the front end and hope for the best.
And we'll see how it plays out.
Do a Tribuven.
Yeah.
Last year's Manhattan winner that Manny won by many lengths. Manny's a great front end rider.
Terrific overall, just been sensational in New York for several months now in here, and really It seems like he's taken another step forward.
You know, you get the right mounts, you ride them well, you get that confidence, and it does wonders for you. Obviously, things are tougher. I mean, the big riders are back. He's not going to get the same choice mounts. He's competing against a higher quality of group overall, but he's going to hold his own with him as he did last year.
Like this guy right here, who he's competing against, Gerard Ortiz Jr. 6-5, still seems short on this horse.
I mean, where are his particularly good races? I mean, his 1.5 mile races, I guess one was okay, but that second at 3-1 wasn't a particularly compelling race. I don't think he's very good. I'm not going to be shocked if he wins here, but because the competition is insignificant. I mean, if you look at it, the winner's going to come from the 1, 3, 4, and 6. I just don't think Afghan's good enough, but I guess he's not impossible. Dancing with the Stars is not really a 11-furlong horse, and he runs his best race at Saratoga. Though, are you going to really tell me he's not as likely to win this race as the 4? Why is the 4 more likely to win this race than him?
Yeah, well, you got to make somebody the favorite.
Irad, so might as well be Irad.
Maker and Irad. Let's go back to Acacia.
They love it. They can't help themselves, and he's a terrific rider, but we're fortunate in New York to have a lot of terrific riders here in the room. But as far as Dancing with the Stars does go, I joked with Andy this morning, he's just getting a prep race in for his Saratoga win this summer that's bound to come. I think he's a nice horse. I do wish that off the layoff, and he's not carrying any excess weight, I wish he had a little bit more strength and muscle mass off the bench, and so he certainly could strengthen. I also worry if this is a little bit far for him. I don't think he wants to go quite this far, but coming back, he obviously has some talent. He has a good closing kick, and we'll see if he can make a dent in this spot. I have a little bit of interest in the number 3, Afghan. I wrote in my notes last time when I was in the paddock, he definitely wants the distance. I don't mind him on the grass, but I'm not sure it'll move him up. And he ran kind of to that. He ran okay, kind of tracking the pace in the same spot. But he was marching around the paddock today. They actually kept him behind the saddling stalls and away the rest of the field because he was pretty sharp and he was on the muscle. And Dylan Davis has kept him quiet on track today and hopefully can kind of keep him a little bit focused. But he's a horse that I think does want to go this far, and maybe a couple others I have a question about the distance. I don't with this guy, and I think he could be a little bit interesting to try to outrun those 9-1 odds. I think the maker horses are the ones to beat, but I liked what I saw from Afghan today, Greg.
All right, 11-1 on Afghan. Thank you, Acacia Dylan Davis. John Toscano Jr. And we'll see if this horse can handle this distance of 1 mile and 3/8.
4-5 now.
Wow.
I'm speechless. I mean, I understand this is. There aren't other horses that were eligible for this race that couldn't have run in here. I know they tried to run the 7. Unfortunately, he didn't. I don't think he shipped that well from Saratoga. I really liked Mosey here. Was he running? Because it's a prime spot to win a race. But you know, it was really not a very. This is probably a $90,000 race, right? $95,000 race. And look at the PPs of the even money shot. Sort of a 35-40 claimer, right?
And nothing to write home about. Certainly not an even money shot.
I'm going to bet on the 6 to bounce back and get it done and beat his uncoupled stablemate, this Mike Maker horse.
Meanwhile, the horse that you thought probably is the best horse in the race from the rail, right? He's up to 7-2 right now.
Yeah, I understand that you say it's a prep for Saratoga. It doesn't mean they don't want to win. And he's good enough to win this race, though I think the 1 mile and 3/8 is a bit far for his best race. I mean, he ran respectably at it last time he ran at Aqueduct, but I think he's better going 1 mile 16th or so, 1 mile and 1/8. But this horse has run well at Saratoga, but it's not like he hasn't run well at other racetracks, just been in tougher spots, and this is not a tough spot. And when in doubt, just unload an Irad Ortiz, regardless of price, I guess.
Oh, a little bit of that, too, is respect for Mike Maker, what he does with his horses going along in the grass, too.
There's also very few options in this race. I mean, where are you really supposed to go here? But I think this horse is a horrible gamble at 4-5. This is another one that Irad's going to look up the board and say, why am I 4-5 if he doesn't win? It's the power of success and perceived success as well.
Curse of being as good as he is.
Yep.
See how he fares on the 4 inflation adjusted Odds on here in the 9th from Belmont. Let's go upstairs. John Imbrial with the call.
Waiting now for Swing Low and Fighter in the Wind. Ready to go for race 9. Riders off number 1 in the gate. Trevor McCarthy now back on number 1, Danzig with the Stars. And they're off. Danzig with the Stars, moving up on the outside, is Fighter in the Wind. Number 5, Swing Low, is far behind the field already. Here is Fighter in the Wind. Now to grab the lead, inflation adjusted, and down on the inside, and moving up is Hold the Salsa. So it's Fighter in the Wind and Hold the Salsa. 1-2 into the turn, inflation adjusted. The favorite sits just off of them in third. And then comes Afjan, followed by Danzig with the Stars, and the slow starting Swing Low. The quarter, 22-2. They head for the backstretch with Fighter in the Wind in the lead here. Fighter in the Wind by a length. They go around the turn and move for that backstretch. Inflation adjusted now moves to second. Hold the Salsa down at the rail in third. Then Afjan on the outside in fourth. 3.5 lengths back to Danzig with the Stars. And it's another 3 lengths to Swing Low. Half mile and 46-3. It is Fighter in the Wind in front here by 3 parts of a length. The even money favorite, inflation adjusted, sits in second. It's a length and a half to Afjan in third, followed by Long Shot Hold the Salsa in fourth. Another 2 lengths to Danzig with the Stars, and farther back is Swing Low. 3/4 up in 1:11-1. Fighter in the Wind maintaining the lead here over inflation adjusted. It's Fighter in the Wind, 3 parts of a length. Inflation adjusted on the outside. In second and getting closer now. Fighter in the Wind by a neck. Inflation adjusted on the outside. And now the two of them are right together. Inflation adjusted on the outside. Fighter in the Wind on the inside. They've got 2.5 lengths on Afjan and Danzig with the Stars. The field comes into the stretch now. It is inflation adjusted to take the lead from Fighter in the Wind. Then Afjan, Danzig with the Stars on the outside, and Hold the Salsa. Inflation adjusted in front now by 4. Afjan moving into second. It will be inflation adjusted. And Arad Ortiz Jr. has his 3rd win of the day. A photo for second between Hold the Salsa and Afjan.
Well, inflation adjusted, looked like even money was warranted with that performance.
Well, yeah, he found the right field. He was just better than them. I'm going to check the times of this race. Not only do I not believe the fractions, I don't believe they went 2:11.49. The turf has gotten firm. It's not that firm. I want to check those times because that seems a little. It's not like he won by that. I mean, if he won by 25 lengths, I might believe them, but I'm a little trouble buying those. But perhaps they're right. He was much the best. The public was right at even money, and the 6 just can't run. You can say, well, the pace was strong. I don't believe it was as strong as those fractions. And this horse was right on top of the pace the whole way. He drove to him by 4 lengths.
Easy time here for the 4-year-old son of hard spun. 5th win on the turf, 12 tries. Mike Maker, Paradise Farms. And Arad Ortiz Jr. at a very short price here at even money. Photo for place as you see there on the board. On paper, coming in, didn't appear to have this kind of edge. But different. How about a 47-1 shot underneath in second?
Hold the Salsa was second. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say about that. Holy cow.
An 11-1 shot to complete the trifecta. So even money, 47-1, 11-1, 4-2, 3-6. Kirtana going long on the turf for Fillies and Mares when we come back from Churchill Downs. It's a look at Sinfiltre for Todd Pletcher, who just won going a mile and a half.
Florida Derby. After 3/4 in 1:12-1, Known Agenda is now on to take over the lead. It's Known Agenda for St. Elias Stable. Florida Derby winner, Known Agenda.
We're back at America's Day of the Races. Program brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Just went long on the turf at Belmont for the boys. Now we're going to go long on the turf at Churchill Downs for Fillies and Mares. Let's get back to the winner's circle, though, in New York. Brad Ortiz Jr. inflation adjusted for Mike Maker, Paradise Farms at a short price.
He made the even money that I thought was an underlay look like an overlay, as he just won it for fun. But to just give a comment on the quality of the field, Hollis also finished second.
47-1. Yeah, to only Afjan at 11-1 as well. Big price. Or 50-cent trifecta, $129 with an even money favorite.
$89 exacta. Well, and keep in mind, Hollis also was right on top of that supposedly record-breaking pace. I'm going to try to check on those times, get some more accurate times.
All right, Churchill Downs, Kirtana, $225,000 purse coming up here in this mile-and-a-half turf event. 5-2 favoritism. Deserving favorite, Sparkle Blue, for Graham Motion, coming out of the Grade 3 Modesty at a mile and an eighth.
But she's got to show she can get the mile and a half. And this is an awfully tough race to take a 5-2 shot. I sort of narrowed it down to 4 potential players, one of whom is the 12, who's a very big price at 28-1.
Lady Arsenault for Belmont went by. Here's Quality Star.
Yeah, Lady Arsenault doesn't look good enough. And Quality Star, she's got to improve. Can she do it going long?
Under One Sky, 43-1.
Yeah, looks to be in very, very tough.
Sinfiltre just won going a mile and a half on the turf for Todd Pletcher.
But on paper, there are faster horses. Now, if Louis Saez goes and everybody snatches, maybe she can steal it again. I think she's an underlay.
Uncle Mo filly. As we take a look at Miss Yearwood, 3-1 on this, Ian Wilkes.
I'm not sure she's not supposed to be the favorite because she's shown that she can run well at a mile and a half. She had that good third at a mile and 3/8 to McCulloch. I think she's the horse to beat.
And she had, oh, that was at Keeneland, yeah, last time out, that mile and a half win on the turf. Exit Soul comes from the West Coast for Michael McCarthy.
She not run well at any starts, and then she ran what I think is a much better race than that figure suggests last time out. Where to come from, and can she duplicate it? Because the horses that beat her are routinely high 80 buyer stake quality horses.
Laurent Giroux will be aboard the Gray Filly by Animal Kingdom. Lovely Princess, Kenny McPeak at 6-1.
I think she's a candidate to stretch out and be effective. And if I were looking for a slightly better price, she's one I'd use.
I'm So Sorry, big number here, was behind Sinfiltre.
Yeah, I mean, that was a merry-go-round race, and I just think it's not a particularly strong field, but she's a huge price, feel like her. But she's 33-1, and the 4 is 9-2. That doesn't make sense. Right,
this one here for Mark Cassie.
Went long over in Europe in some soft spots and wasn't successful, but has run well going longer while only going shorter here.
5-2, Sparkle Blue. Here's the Grand Motion filly.
She's kept the best company of anybody here, but she has to answer the question, is she going to be effective at 12 furlongs?
Implosion, 61-1. She is the biggest price on the board.
Yes, the cross-country Big Fives would implode if this horse wins.
And Viburnum, tough outside post, but you thought an outside look here?
Well, she handled the longer distances 2 back. Obviously a disaster in the Orchid, but in this field, I think she's better than 25-1 to win it. But how much better remains to be seen.
2 minutes to post here in the Kirtana. Let's go to Paul.
Yeah, a really good addition of the Kirtana this year because, you know, it's really a bunch of horses that aren't completely proven at 1.5 miles on the turf. You know, you could say there's some that have won on it, but like not at a stakes level. So we'll see what happens today. You know, I'm in agreement with Andy. I've always loved the 5, Miss Yearwood. You know, I was actually on track when she won her race going 1.25 miles on the dirt, and she crushed that day. And I remember asking Ian Wilkes, he wanted to eventually get her on the turf. He did not run her in the Black Eyed Susan. The owners decided, let's go to the Black Eyed Susan, and it kind of set her back because if you look, besides that race in the Black Eyed Susan, you know, they went right to the turf after sort of a clunker, came back in the Monomoy Girl and ran okay, but then went to the turf. And I'm telling you right now, this horse last time at 1.5 miles at Keeneland exploded. They went 116, 205, 229. So this horse came home in like 22 and change to 23, somewhere around there. So this horse has got a tremendous turn of foot, and she is a giant filly. She towers over this group. So if she gets going, she cannot get stopped in this big field. So look for her to make that one big sweeping move. You know, the 4 in here, Infiltrate for Sinfiltrate, excuse me, for Todd Pletcher. You know, it's hard to throw out a horse that, you know, did win at this distance, like you said, Greg, and kind of took him gate to wire. And Andy said it. If they let this horse jog around the racetrack with Louis Saez, Louis becoming the toughest jockey to go by deep in stretch. So I wouldn't want to play that game with a Todd Pletcher horse going 1.5 miles with Louis Saez on the front end. So the 4 could be dangerous in that aspect. And then the 10, Sparkle Blue, you know, the question was what Andy said. Can this horse get the 1.5 miles? Has shown the 1.25 mile race was pretty good 2 back. Grand Motion's barn's been, you know, going great guns, had a good weekend. In the Preakness weekend, he gets Vincent Shuman on board, who he's used before, and has had some success wins. So you're getting 3-1. And, you know, the outside horse that Andy likes a little bit, you know, this horse has run 2 decent figures at this racetrack at 25-1. I can understand that being your long shot. Mine would be the 2, Quality Star. I just think this horse will stretch back out. You know, Paulo Lobo tried this horse at 1 mile and 5/16 at Kentucky Downs. That's like running 1.5 miles. So I think that horse might be able to handle the distance for a shorter price. But I'm going to stick with Miss Yearwood. I think she could be something special.
And public, thank you, Paulie. Agreeing with you. She's 9-5 right now, so she's become the solid favorite, the 5 for Ian Wilkes.
Yeah, let me say something about the pace. If Florent Giroux isn't in front of...
On Exit Soul?
Yeah, if it's in front of the number 4 here, then either Louis Saez went into a full-out drive or Ferrant has some questions to answer because she's a faster horse early than that one. Isn't she supposed to be in front of her?
Yes.
I mean, I would have thought she would be. And I even think, listen, if they wanted to be aggressive with a 10 or 11, they could be in front of her as well. I doubt they are with the 10. But I think they have to be very careful about just, you know, trying to donate the race to the number 4, and especially because the 6 is coming off a good effort on the front end. And Florent's an extreme extremely good aggressive rider, and I would think he'll be aggressive in here.
9-1 Exit Soul, and that's the one Florent will ride for Michael McCarthy, the Animal Kingdom filly. Just missed at 1.5 miles out on the west coast at Santa Anita last time out. She had blinkers 2 starts back, and that equated first time right off the bat with a win. That was on synthetic, though, at 1 mile, leading every step of the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard because actually I spoke to Andy Beyer about this figure because if you look at the first 2 runners in the Santa Barbara, they're clearly 20-point higher number horses. And I talked to Andy about it, and he said this is one they took a long look at, and this horse made it hard for them to make the figure higher. I have a feeling, though, she ran a much better race last time, but even if she did, she's still a 1-number horse, right, Greg? And that makes her a little tough. But she's 9-1 if you like her. She's not a 1-number horse theoretically at a short price.
Miss Yearwood, the 5, the favorite. Sparkle Blue, the 10 for Graham Motion. Taking plenty of support as well. Kirtana, feature on the Saturday card from Churchill Downs. 1.5 miles on the turf. Let's go to Travis Stone.
Miss Yearwood back there, too. They're in the gate. And they're off. Under One Sky, Sinfiltre, and Exit Soul. The 3 of them break out together. Lovely Princess not far behind, advancing up into 3rd as Sinfiltre steps out to lead. Exit Soul's going to track on the outside 2nd. These 2 a little bit keyed up for the distance. They've sped off to lead by 4. Exit Soul's going to go on with it. Sinfiltre pulled back off to track the pace 2.5 lengths behind Exit Soul early. 3 more lengths back. Lovely Princess comes away 3rd. Viburnum is 4th. Under One Sky down inside 5th. I'm So Sorry 6th. Implosion is 7th. Quality Stars in 8th. Sparkle Blue fighting the rider while 9th. Tabea's racing in 10th. Miss Yearwood is 11th. And Lady Arsenault's the trailer as they come by us for the first time. And the opening quarter's on the board in 23-2. A very sharp pace for a 12-furlong horse race, and it's Exit Soul trying to settle down up top. Continues to pull at Florent Giroux. The lead is 3. Definitely slowing the pace down just a little bit. Sinfiltre coasting along while 2nd, also under a good hold. Lovely Princess is racing in 3rd, 4 lengths off Exit Soul into the 2nd of 3 turns. Viburnum on the outside up into 4th, Under One Sky's down inside 5th. I'm So Sorry, mid-pack racing in 6th. Implosion 3 wide, 2nd turn 7th. Quality Stars buried at the inside in 8th, just ahead of Sparkle Blue, who's 9th. Talbea is back in 10th, 2.5 lengths clear of Miss Yearwood, who's coasting along a dozen lengths off the lead. And Lady Arsenault trails. 3/4 in 13-2. They're moving for the far turn. Exit Soul confronted by Sinfiltre. Sinfiltre puts a nose in front, right at the half-mile pole. And these 2 go on with it to the far turn run. 3 lengths back to Lovely Princess. Viburnum is there. I'm So Sorry. With a traffic trip so far is only 5 lengths off the lead. Under One Sky's been saving ground throughout. And she's honing in down inside. Just 2 lengths off the leaders now. And Quality Star follows her. Miss Yearwood is revving up from the back of the pack with a 5 wide sweep. Sparkle Blue is there. Talbea is buried in behind. They're off the turn into the stretch. Lovely Princess comes on for a short lead. Miss Yearwood with a blitz on the far turn is coming down the center. Miss Yearwood storms to the front at the 8th pole. Miss Yearwood, the leader, heading down to the final 16th. Lovely Princess fights on from 2nd. Sparkle Blue late in the scene for 3rd. Miss Yearwood with a resolute rally from off the pace to score. Lovely Princess was 2nd. Sparkle Blue was 3rd, and it's tight for 4th.
Miss Yearwood, maybe she is special at this distance here. Back-to-back wins now at 1.5 miles.
Yeah, well, it turned out that it was a competitive pace up front. Florent Giroux was aggressive with a 6, and it was the right move in there. And Miss Yearwood was ridden with such confidence in here. Even Travis Stone was sort of noting how confident they were sitting back there. And once they let her loose, she was just much the best. Chris Landeros gets the win. Lovely Princess ran very well, though. I mean, she was attending that quick pace. And I'm wondering if my 12 held on for 4th, and I should have bet supers, Greg.
One more look at it. was actually looming around that final turn. 5, 7, 12. I don't think so. Maybe the 9.
I don't know. I'm not calling any more photos. I've got enough problems with making predictions around here. And Lovely Princess was good in defeat, though, because she was attending. She was pretty close to that pace.
Miss Yearwood, though, no doubt about it, the win here.
Nice horse.
Ian Wilkes.
Ian's having a great year.
Chris Landeros.
Good guy. Nice to see. So nice. Both of these horses ran well, though. I think the 7 ran every bit as well as the 5 did here, because she attended that pace, and she only lost by about a length, right? 3/4 of a length. This was a very good effort by both these horses.
9-5 on your winner. Miss Yearwood, back-to-back wins at this distance at 2 different racetracks, at Keeneland, now at Churchill. 4-year-old filly, really coming into her own. What are the prices for you when we come back? When we continue with America's Day at the Races.
Eclipse champion Blade, a proven sire with over 15% lifetime stakes horses. His progeny include these recent standout performers. And in the sales ring, Blade continues to prove his value. Also an emerging broodmare sire. His stakes-producing daughters include the dam of Eclipse champion Forte.
Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Blade, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Oh, even more reasons to be involved in one of the great weeks of racing anywhere in this sport. Belmont Stakes Racing Festival. Starter bonuses for all runners that week of racing. Horses placed 4th through last in stakes races, and horses placed 2nd through last in non-stakes races will receive starter bonuses. And trainers or horses starting any race that week that are not stabled at an Ira track receive a shipping bonus as well of $1,000 to be credited to the owner's account towards shipping expenses. Show up, be part of a tremendous week of action with extra incentives. We have the nightcap coming up here at Belmont, closing things out, 7 furlongs on the turf. New York bred maiden special weight. Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I'm going to take a look at the number 5, Photon, who gets back to the turf. And while she has run 2 good races on the grass, they were a mile and a 1/16. This is her first time actually sprinting on the turf, which is what I've always wanted to see from her. She's a little bit more shorter coupled. She's very, very sharp prior to her races. She's always a really energetic type. And I've always written that I like her on the turf. I just wish that she was sprinting. So I get my wish today. So today is kind of the day for Photon as she gets back to the turf. But I really do think if she's going to be successful, this could be a good spot for her. The number 7, Autumn, unfortunately, did have that spill that caused Jose Lezcano to be sidelined in her debut. But I think
you have to treat her as a horse that has run before, was making a little bit of a run before that incident took place. And she comes back here, and I'm willing to give her another try. She took some money on debut as well at 4-1. She is a smaller, kind of handier type. I think the 7/8 is perfect for her. She's very well muscled. She's been very relaxed, handling everything well. Sometimes as you see horses come back after any sort of incident, you want to make sure that mentally they're handling everything okay, and that's what I'm seeing from Autumn. A first-time starter is the number 12, 3 Cups Full. She does debut with short cup blinkers on, but she has a pedigree to suggest that she should be successful in this spot. She's out of Flip Cup, who ironically never actually won on the turf, but she did finish 6 times in the money on the grass, and while she was good on the dirt too, she's been a decent producer. And this one looks like the turf is the right spot for her to start, and hopefully she'll be quick. We'll have to navigate a trip from that outside post, Greg.
All right, Acacia, thank you. Here comes our post parade, Galatrona. Blinkers coming off here, start number 3.
Yeah, I actually thought she was interesting last time, of a bit of a trip first time out. And she does have a little bit of an excuse in both her starts if you want to throw her in somewhere in the bottom, but I don't know if she's good enough.
Rider change Eric can't sell because Dylan Davis getting also eligible.
Aha. Well, it's the first time in the turf. It's a half to just in time for wine, a turf speedball that has some talent.
Here's Photon, one that Acacia was talking about, blinkers off.
I agree with Acacia about the slight cutback in distance. The problem is the last 2 races are abysmal, and I just wonder if she's lost her form, and she's an awfully short price in here.
Lakeside Getaway at 17-1 with Trevor McCarthy.
She had a bit of a trip in some of her races, but she was really bad last time with an extremely good trip.
Autumn definitely intriguing. She took money and clipped heels and fell on that debut.
And she was running before the accident and was heavily betting there. The problem is she's a short price again, but a player.
42-1 on this filly, spinning colors.
She is a half to 1 turf winner, so there is some turf pedigree here if you want to take a shot at a big price.
Yeah, debut on the turf coming up here. Lasix for Mark Hennig. Loon Cry, 5-2. She was 9-5 morning line for Christophe Clement.
Comes out of the much slower paced race on April 8th, but ran an effective second. A very different trip than her uncoupled stablemate, the 10.
And filly, the beater, came back and ran good against New York bred A Other Than, too, and just barely got beat.
True. Second, right?
Yeah. Strictly Taboo. Dam produced Rosa Veloce.
Big fast pace last time out. Did her in the late stages. Is 7 furlongs a stretch, though. But she's a nice price for a horse that can run a little bit.
Johnny V on Snowy Evening, who was second ahead of Strictly Taboo in that race.
Robert Frost fans are pounding away at the windows on Snowy Evening for my friend Steve Christ. And she had a very good trip to run second last time. She needs a lot of pace up front.
3 Cups Full, first-time starter. The Dam was a multiple graded stakes winner on synthetic and multiple stakes placed on the grass.
Yeah, Flip Cup was a very nice horse. I think she won a stake up in Canada at Woodbine. That was the stake she won. But she was a New York bred, and she was very good without winning. I picked this one. It's a very strong pedigree. We'll see. Not taking much money with IRAD. Not a good sign.
And here's where Dylan Davis shows up. Also eligible, drawing in Big Hazel for David Donk.
Showed speed last time, but faltered badly in the first turf start.
And it was going a mile at Belmont in start number 2. So 4 minutes away, this nightcap coming up on this Saturday card. We're going to take a timeout. We will have it for you live when we come back. 2-1 favoritism, the 9 Loon Cry for Christophe Clement. There she is, just missed by a neck in her only turf start.
The best 2-year-old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Get it back, $1.5 million.
Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche, the newest champion to Coolmore, America.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Regional networks across the country with us as well. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Nightcap at Belmont. Coming up just a minute to post.
This is a really fun race. I mean, this is one of the more fun races on the card. There's a lot of different things going on in here, okay? You've got the two Clement horses, the 9 and 10, who are sort of polar opposites. Look at the races they ran, split divisions of this kind of race, 6 furlongs at Aqueduct. They both were run in 108 and 2/5. The race the 9 was in, they went 22-1, 45-3 to the quarter and half. Strictly Taboo, who was setting the pace, went 21-4, 44-2. So 6/5 of a second faster than the half. So it's not really a surprise that Strictly Taboo finished well back in there, beating a few lengths. And if you use the Timeform US pace figures, which are speed figures based with pace based, they actually have Strictly Taboo running the faster race because the pace was so much faster. I think the concern for Strictly Taboo is going 7 furlongs today. But if they're not going fast up front, and Joel Rosario is able to control with Strictly Taboo, she's going to be going a lot slower than 44-1, and she has a chance to win this race at 6-1 as the other Clement. It's a very interesting juxtaposition of the two races on that day, and interesting that you have the two horses for the same trainer, a family that Acacia married into.
Let's head downstairs to Acacia.
I did. I'm guilty. But as far as Loon Cry is concerned, she will try to navigate the 7 furlongs today. And while she's not the biggest, there is a little bit of length to her. I don't have any problem with her going the 7/8. And I think that she'll appreciate getting back on the turf. She was very quiet in her warm-up yet again, as she has been in her recent starts. And Jose Ortiz seems to purposely keep her relaxed in the preliminaries. She hasn't had a hair out of place. She certainly makes a lot of sense in here. Just wanted to circle back to the 12 3 cups full, the first-time starter, because Irad Ortiz has had his hands full in the warm-up with this one. He took her away from the pony, was really asking her with the crop, and she was like a bucking bronco, like a rocking horse out there. And good thing he is very strong and was able to sit all of those bucks and all of her antics. She seems to have settled down now, back with the pony, but I'm going to take the wait-and-see approach and hopefully see if she'll be a little bit more professional in the future. Greg?
All right, we'll keep our eyes on it. Thank you, Acacia. 2-1 favorite, Loon Cry for Christophe Clement, with Jose Ortiz looking for a 4th winner on this Saturday card.
The Ortiz brothers have won, what, 6 races on today's card? Is that correct? And a 9?
Irad has 2.
Does Irad have 2 or 3? Is he... It's hard to believe Irad made through a day without winning that many races, right? I know he won. Oh, he didn't ride Portfolio Company, so that's one. No,
there's the 12.
Maybe only 1 for Irad. That's
first-time starter steps in.
He slipped. Oh no, he won with the early ace race. Won at least 2. Yeah.
Let's go to John Embrial.
Big Hazel is in. They're all in line. And they're off. And that was a slow start for the first-time starter, number 12, 3 cups full, and she is at the back of the pack. It is Autumn and Photon going out for the early lead. Loon Cry sits just off of them in 3rd. Lakeside Getaway down on the inside in 4th. And on the outside is Strictly Taboo, next in 5th, followed by Spinning Colors in 6th. Galatrona is in 7th. It's almost 4 lengths back to Snowy Evening, who races in 8th, followed by 3 cups full in 9th. And then at the back of the pack are Big Hazel and Graceful Rose. The quarter in 22-1. Photon by a head. Autumn on the outside, 2nd by a length and a half. Loon Cry running in 3rd. And then it is Strictly Taboo next in 4th. Lakeside Getaway down on the inside in 5th, followed by Spinning Colors there in the white blinkers. And Snowy Evening. The half mile in 45-1. It's Loon Cry up on the outside. Now to take the lead. Loon Cry is in front. Then a Photon and Autumn with Strictly Taboo. Loon Cry leads as they move for the 16th pole. Strictly Taboo making a run of it here late. Loon Cry trying to hold off Strictly Taboo. Late run, Snowy Evening. Loon Cry. Jose Ortiz with a 4-win Saturday.
How about that? 7 total for the Ortiz brothers, 4 for Jose. Christophe Clement getting this filly back on turf. She tried to be on last time, got washed off, and breaks her maiden.
I thought she ran very well. She was on top of an honest pace in here and got it done. And it's interesting, our conversation about the 2 Clement runners, and they finished much closer than our last race would suggest, as the 10 improved in this race with a more patient ride from Joel Rosario. I was surprised to see her that far back, but as it turned out, it was a good move. Coming inside might have hindered her close a little bit. Snowy Evening. All the Robert Frost fans needed a bet to show in this race, and they did just fine.
9-5 on Loon Cry. Did you have some Robert Frost ready to go if she won?
Well, is that the poem Whose Woods These Are? I do not know. Or, I think I know. My father used to read it at dinner all the time.
Okay.
Yeah. He lives just in the village, though? Is that the, yeah.
I think I just saw it on one of my subway rides here.
Really?
Yeah, they have some poetry up.
No, that was my dad's favorite poem.
9,
he used
10,
to recite it at dinner when I was a kid. He would have loved to see Snowy Evening. And that's what Steve Chris named this horse for.
Christophe Clement, 1-2 in the nightcap.
I'm going to give the credit to Jose Ortiz. He overcame Christophe's training. 2 wins for Christophe today. Right?
How about that? We took the feature, yeah, soaring softly. Back at Churchill, we might be hearing some big things from Miss Yearwood this year.
Yeah, she's got to be named for Trisha Yearwood, the country singer. We have to confirm that. Paulie has to find that out for us.
Ian Wilkes.
Probably see her in Saratoga, maybe in races like the Glens Falls, the Way, in those races.
Owned by Roger Long. Chris Landeros aboard for that win. 9-5 favorite takes the Kirtana. Let's go to Paulie.
I'm with winning rider here, the Kirtana, Chris Landeros, aboard Miss Yearwood, along with Odell, named after Odell Beckham. And we also got Rory over there after Rory McIlroy and his beautiful wife as well. Chris, this horse is getting better and better.
She is, yeah. She reminds me a little bit of Gentle Ruler a few years back, and she's got to turn a foot like her. And what she did at Keeneland, last time I was pretty impressive. They went slow. I went wide. I had a lot of confidence in her, maybe a little too much. I was a little worried, but good horses overcome all that stuff. And today it just seemed like she went into the race with some confidence, and it worked out great.
I was referring to her when she went over the dirt, and Ian kind of didn't know what to do. Is she getting bigger and taller? I mean, she's towered over that field.
She definitely grew. Even when I got on her at Gulfstream, she definitely grew and filled out a little bit. And, yeah, she's always been kind of big. So, yeah, they just developed her into what she is today, and hats off to the team.
What's it like to have a horse with a turn of foot like that when you know you got the field buried and you're about 6 going down the backside?
Best feeling in the world. Unreal. Great feeling. I wish everyone could experience it, but I'm very fortunate to be aboard her.
Chris, you and I have been long friends, go all the way back to Turf Paradise. I'm happy for you. Gets the job done here with Miss Yearwood and Ian Wilkes in the Kirtana.
Good for that filly, good for Chris Landeros and Ian Wilkes. And back-to-back wins now, again, under 1.5 miles at Keeneland, now at Churchill. Nightcap, Churchill. Uh-oh, here comes Mulligan. 6.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight. Ran second, start number 2 with a 93 buyer at Keeneland last start, going 7/8.
Feels like a lot of people that are alive in multi-race bets are singled to this horse.
Gotta be.
I mean,
heavy lean.
Runs the last race, it's over.
There is a first-timer for Palo Lobo with some intriguing pedigree, though, who we'll talk about when we come back. Nightcap ahead at Churchill. Stay with us.
Momentum continues for War Dancer as 26 Black closes to take the first turf race of the 2023 Aqueduct Meet.
26 Black in time!
Now with over $5 million in progeny earnings, including Dancing Buck.
Dancing Buck by a half-dozen lengths.
Long Shot Surprise Boss.
Surprise Boss is not going anywhere! Surprise Boss, look at this effort!
New York's #1 turf sire begs the question, shouldn't you have a War Dancer? Visit wardancerstud.com to book your mayor today.
The Cross Country Pick 5 combines the best racing from New York with top races from around the country in one bet. Find it in your track menu and play this weekend. Races and free PPs posted at NYRA.com/crosscountry.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
Would you believe that champions weren't measured by rings, but by a crown? That the history books were written on dirt? That the greatest of all time was a horse?
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
Experience the magic at this year's Belmont Stakes as we honor the 50th anniversary of Secretariat's legendary Triple Crown triumph. Join the celebration at Belmont Park on Saturday, June 10th. Tickets on sale now at BelmontStakes.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on America's Day at the Races. Program brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime at NairaBets.com. Loon Cry, Christophe Clement, Jose Ortiz, 4-win afternoon for Jose, winning for Waterville Lake Stables on this Daughter of More Than Ready.
Yeah, 9 to 5 in this field seemed a little bit short, but she was best in here. Her uncoupled stablemate finishing second. A nice close from Snowy Evening. A very honest horse who's been showing up and running well, and a nice ride by Johnny.
Logical pick 5, and here's what you had to come up with.
So what do we have for a parlay? About $12, about 36. What are we? 12, 36, 42. We'll give it. We'll make it 160. So parlay's around 500, and there you go. You got almost 800, right? So you're not huge value, but still not a bad payout. Almost 60% higher than the parlay.
All right, back to the finale at Churchill. And there's the one with a pedigree here, the dam-produced travel column. You mentioned another one, what, Neolithic?
Neolithic as well was a Todd Pletcher horse. It's a terrific horse, 106 buyer.
But no question, it's Mullican, the one to beat the 4-5 favorite as we go to Paul LaDuca.
Yeah, and Mullican, like Andy was saying, is absolutely buried when it comes to the exotics. He's the lowest by far, the Derby City pick 6. I mean, if you put it this way, he's about $2,000, and when you go to the third choice in here right now, I believe is the 10. The 10's like $70,000. So the one is playing a lot cheaper than the first-time starter 2 in here. So listen, Rudy Brisset does a great job with his horses, and this horse has been a little bit unlucky. Got left in the gate in both starts, but again draws the dreaded rail. Seems like the rail has not been his potion, and he got beat by a dirty nose. Then last time out, he really battled. I thought he ran so well. If he can get out of the gate, he's going to be a handful in here. The 11 in here taking a lot of the money. Paddington, first-time starter here for Windstar and Sienna. Son of Curlin. Is this horse taking money because it's Brad Cox? I don't know. It seems to me like this horse is taking real money because the will pays are there. Florent Giroux is aboard. And a horse that does have some decent work. She was actually working at Windstar before coming over here to Churchill. I thought the 10, I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Rusty Arnold's been, coming close with a couple of these horses here. He had a winner last night or on Thursday night. He had a winner today. So, at 10 to 1, I think that horse can improve. Now, the 4 you guys were talking about, Cusp, I actually just talked to Donnie Chatlos, who's like standing right over here. It's actually Paulo Lobo's assistant. And I said, what do you got here? He said, listen, this horse can run, but I got no faith with a lot of the City of Lights on the dirt. He said, if I was you, I'd watch one, and when this horse goes on the turf the next time, he thinks the 4 is a good bet. But he still thinks the horse has got enough talent to maybe beat this field.
All right, Paulie, thank you. 5-2 on that first-timer for Brad Cox outside, named Paddington. Tell us more.
The winner of the Irish Guineas today for a collection of owners, which I believe included Peter Brandt, Michael Tabor, and that crew as well, was named Paddington. So there's a European Paddington that's a little more accomplished than this horse. This is an enormous amount of money, dropping down to 2-1 to be taking into the face of a horse that ran a 90-plus buyer last time. So there has to be a big story on this horse. Brad Cox or not, I don't care if it's Brad Cox. They're not getting bet like this unless they really like this horse. It's an interesting pedigree. It's a Phipps family pedigree, and those are usually very dear pedigrees. They'll pay a lot for them. Now, she's had 3 foals, and none of them could run at all. So this horse would be an anomaly for her, but those Phipps pedigrees they're very desirable. Now this one's a colt, not a filly, so it can't be used as a broodmare, but you have to respect the money this horse is taking in the face of the one, because the one's a known commodity. I mean,
who ran?
Could be a stakes horse.
Monster number this horse ran last time out.
Right, and the horse who won the race was a second-time starter for Todd Pletcher. And the third horse was a Todd Pletcher first-time starter. So, I mean... Oh, actually, it was a first-time starter for Todd Pletcher. Came back and ran an 88 buyer. I'm sorry, ran a 96 that first time and then an 88. But didn't completely fall apart after it. A lot of subplots here. It's funny about Cuss that Paul was talking about turf. Because even though the 2 foals that could run well, Travel Column and Neolithic, were dirt horses, you look at the dam, and she's a turf horse, so I wouldn't be surprised it turns out to be true. Don't see a lot of Victory Gallop dams, do you?
No.
He was such a good horse. Never ran. He had his Whitney against Barons is one we should put in the show around Whitney time this year. That was one of the most exciting Whitneys. That and Commentator in St. Liam.
I was going to say I was a little surprised that Mulliken was not taking more money, was not odds on, but the presence of that Brad Cox horse probably why. Now does dip down to 4-5 in here.
EGOT, I mean, I'm very curious to see what the Paddington does in here. Because that is a lot of money to be taken in the face of this horse, who's run well in both starts. It's not like hasn't run well both times.
I mean, this horse should probably be 3-5 in here, shouldn't they, Mulliken?
Yes, yes. Well, I mean, what price would the horse be if the 11 wasn't in here? 1-5? I mean, the only horse taking any money is the 11. I mean, I guess the 4 are some snippets of cash, but not much.
Tyler Gaffleone's got to try and overcome that inside post on a horse who did get off slow in the debut. Has had the rail, post 2, and again the rail in the first 3 starts now of his career.
Doesn't seem to have bothered him.
No.
He's very comfortable on the inside, and Tyler's got to come blasting out of there. But I'm interested to see what Paddington done. Definitely add some intrigue to this race.
Nightcap from Churchill down 6.5 furlongs in this maiden special weight. Mulliken from the rail. The one, no question to beat, an intriguing first-time starter, Paddington for Brad Cox on the outside, as is the 4, Cusp for Paolo Lobo. Let's go to Travis Stone.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Testimony time. Bayou Spirit is there. Mulliken down inside, and here comes Cusp. Cusp comes on through to challenge Mulliken for the lead. Mulliken's quicker, though, and Mulliken is opening up. Mulliken opening up by 2. Cusp left behind in second. Space is racing third. Bayou Spirit comes away 4th. Testimony time on the outside and up close 5th. Mulliken trying to back down that early pace. Farther back in the field, Pelote Comete comes on to grab 6th, and then it's Paddington on the outside, reserved, firmly held as Paddington 7th. Mafia moves up to that one's outside. De La Caisse is the trailer. Mulliken at 3-5, got a quarter in just 22 4. 3 furlongs to hold the lead and leads by 2. Cusp and Space are second and third. Paddington revving up, wide trip 4th. Testimony time is there, 5th. Mafia 6th. And then behind horses is Pelote Comete and Bayou Spirit at the back. De La Caisse off the turn. Mulliken 6-length lead now. Willingly opening up to 7. Now 8, now 9, now 10. Mulliken sails by the 8th pole. Willingly and easily has opened up by a dozen lengths. Making 3-5 look good. Mulliken geared down to win it for fun. Maybe 10 in the end. Cusp, Space, Pelote Comete, Paddington.
Dominant performance by Mulliken, wins 3rd time out. And a horse we may be hearing more from in the near future.
I agree. It's a good horse.
Hope you enjoyed the show. We're back with you tomorrow, 12:30 Eastern start time. It was Queen Picasso in the Soaring Softly, part of a 4-win day for Jose Ortiz. Christophe Clement has her off to a perfect start. 2 for 2 in her career. And how about Miss Yearwood? She loves going long on the lawn.
takes the Kirtana. Back-to-back wins now, going a mile and a half. We'll see you tomorrow.